And it's a similar story here, although as I look south on PCH, not a good sign. I'm at the 21,900 block just north of Carbon Canyon, and you see that Kern County has rolled in. I'm told that these guys got here around 6 o'clock this morning, and they are lined up putting out fires in all of these homes here. Now, as I can count, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 that appear to be gone, perhaps more than that on this block. 21,920 is where I'm standing. But then when I look a little bit farther north, I am seeing some homes that appear to be intact. Water doesn't appear to be a problem here. These guys look like they have a steady stream, and they are just pointing their hoses onto the roofs, into the garages, inside these structures that look over, hang over the Pacific Ocean. What a view these houses have. Now, I'm going to come up to Chief Rodriguez here, and he's going to help us out with a few of the details. He's with Kern County. It's Kern County Fire, sir?
That's correct, Kern County Fire Department.
So you guys got the call when?
We knew that we were coming late last night, and we were asked to be here at 7 o'clock this morning. We were a little bit delayed with traffic and a little bit of rerouting, but we arrived here on Pacific Coast Highway at about 10 o'clock this morning.
And what have you been doing ever since?
When we arrived, these structures were on fire, and the wind was really blowing hard into these other structures. So our goal was to keep the fire out of the structures that it wasn't already in. Ultimately, our goal was to, about 2 or 3 structures down, these 2-story structures, was to keep it, to stop it from, there's a bit of a break in the structures, and there's some 1-story structures. That was our goal, and we exceeded that goal, and we kept it out of, I think there are 3 2-story structures here, but we've just been doing structure protection and keeping it from spreading further to the west.
What do you make of this?
It's pretty wild to be doing this in January. We were here on the Mountain Fire in Ventura. We were here on the Franklin Fire. Kern County was, and when our neighbors call for help, we come and help, because when we call for help, they come and help. And when we got here, LA County Fire was here, but they had been up since they got here yesterday on the initial attack of the fire with no sleep. So they're catching a little break right now, and we're doing the work that they were doing all night and yesterday. And we'll be here for probably 14 to 21 days. But this is surreal.
A little bit of fire science education for me. Why is it that we see one house that maybe made it and the other one didn't? I know there are a lot of factors.
There are a lot of factors. Obviously, with this fire, the wind is the biggest factor, and one ember that gets in the house, on the house, under the house, can just start a small fire that becomes a big fire. And with the wind fueling it, there's no good explanation for it. Obviously, LA County Fire and the Kern County Fire Department, we've been fighting them all morning. We've been right here making a stand. So there's a reason why it's not in a couple of these structures, but before that, it's hard to say. It really is hard to say. It's just nature. It's the wind. It's embers getting cast sometimes miles, and it's hard to pinpoint. But one of the big problems is when we get embers underneath foundations, and these structures are built kind of on a little bit of a hillside, so they have open foundations underneath. You get embers under there, that becomes a problem. But you can't pinpoint it. We just do what we can.
That was going to be my other question. You can't really see we're looking at the garages of these homes.
Correct.
What is on the other side? I mean, is there anything left?
The homes that you see here that are obviously gone, there's nothing left. If you were to be on the backside, you're right by the ocean, and you can see where their decks were and where the home was. But there's nothing left. It's just, the charred remains of these structures that have been here for decades.
Well, we thank you, Kern County, for helping us out here in Southern California, and we know that we we'll repay the favor if needed. Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
We know that. We work really well with our neighbors, and they come and help us, and we come and help them, and we're happy to be here. Obviously, this is not a good situation, but we're here to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Battalion Chief Rodriguez, Kern County Fire. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. So you guys are seeing the work that is going on here by these firefighters who rolled in around 7 o'clock this morning from Northern California, from the Central Valley. And they've probably been, what you're seeing right here, in this position for hours, just water on these houses. And I know we've received a few texts, people asking whether their homes, just like Joy was referencing, people who have evacuated and aren't allowed back in, they're so curious to know whether their parents' home is standing, whether their home is standing. And we're doing the best we can just to share information, of course, and try and give people answers, because it's so scary to think about, what's going on here and really not being able to see. So that's what we got. Tim, I'm just noticing some black smoke behind us. I'm going to have him swing over. Again, we are looking now southbound on Pacific Coast Highway. You see that flag, that American flag, that's Carbon Canyon Road. And I see some thick black smoke up there. Not sure whether that is a neighborhood or what we've got going up there, but that's something that we want to check out. But the scene that you see here is what's happening on Pacific Coast Highway today. It is filled with fire trucks from all across the state, law enforcement, media. We don't see many people who stuck it out. But the work continues, and the fires continue to burn. That's the latest here, you guys, in Malibu. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And of course, they are doing all that they can to show us the street so that folks can see what is still standing, even though it is a very difficult message to share. And our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more buildings are burning. Rachel, we have just seen so much devastation there in Altadena, just like we've seen in Malibu.
Amy, I think I lost you, but I'll just pick it up from there. Let me begin by telling you we're on La Paz Road. The closest street is Allen Street in terms of an idea of where we are. A little bit of drama going on here because we're not going to show it, but there's a homeowner next to us who arrived and is wailing and clearly devastated by the loss of her home. You can see the homes here have been leveled, and she is very distressed at the moment. So we really feel for people like her who have come back home to find nothing. Their property just leveled. Suzanne is showing you a couple of the homes on La Paz Road here near Allen Street that have been leveled. It's quite devastating. A beautiful street, very charming, quaint street. A lot of neighbors here on the street just kind of taking in what has happened. Suzanne's now panning to the left and showing you a house that is actively burning. Residents are closely watching this one because the three to the right have burned and are leveled. They're going to watch to see what happens to this one. The short time we've been here, we've seen it burn. We heard glass blow out. The roof has collapsed. Parts of it is slowly just chipping away. You can see the back has just is just engulfed in flames. There's a lot of fuel in there, obviously. We understand the homeowner is not here, that he did not want to watch what was going on. So a lot of neighbors are watching for him. This area, again, beautiful, historic homes. So many people emotional. They didn't want to talk to us on camera at the time, but clearly devastated that this is what's happening. Very scary because they know that when one goes down and with embers flying around, that another house is vulnerable to catch fire. So everybody is very nervous right now. We understand that there are fire crews nearby, but again, they are so stretched thin. They can't be everywhere at one time, right? So neighbors are doing what they can to help. Suzanne, I don't know if you could pan up to the gentleman on top of that roof next door. The gentleman you see right there in the flannel shirt. I spoke with him a moment ago, and I asked him, do you live in one of these homes? Do you own one of these homes? And he said, no, actually, I'm in Gardena. I'm from Gardena. I saw this on the news early this morning, and I wanted to just come and help in whatever way I can because I know resources are stretched thin. So he literally has been going around trying to, spray down homes, do what he can to help firefighters in any way. Very humble guy, but the neighbors tell us that he's been doing everything he can to help all of these neighbors. So I hope he's safe up there, but you see him spraying something on the roof over there, trying to make sure that the house next door doesn't catch fire. And you can see he's putting the liquid under the eaves there because we know that embers can fly into those vents and catch homes on fire. So this is just an example of what's going on in this neighborhood. You've got just strangers trying to come and help the residents here. Suzanne is now showing you, LA County airdropping helicopter. That is a sight for sore eyes because we know all day yesterday and for most of today, air resources have not been an option because of the wind. It's been too dangerous. So that is certainly a wonderful sight to see, that air resources are back and dropping water, and the water can be dropped in concentration without it being sprayed around by the wind. So that was really wonderful to see. For a small street here again, La Paz Road, there was so much going on. Not only the people who are coming home to find their homes just simply gone, neighbors trying to help neighbors, trying to preserve their homes, one actively still burning. Literally across the street, you see this everywhere. Some homes are just fine, untouched, others leveled. Nothing left, right? So this is the scene right now. A lot of worried folks just waiting and seeing and hoping that their homes stay safe in all of this. But very sad to see. We've been driving around Altadena for a couple hours now. A lot of areas here, we can't get a cell signal, but we were just at the Altadena Town and Country Club, which has been pretty much destroyed, and the homes around there, many of them also on fire and destroyed. Very heartbreaking. We talked to one lady at the Town and Country Club. She got married there. She's been a member for more than 15 years, and they're like family to her, everybody there. And to see that historic institution, just gone. She was so shattered and heartbroken, and the people who live around there also losing their homes. So sporadically all around Altadena, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, you see right there, Suzanne, if you can show this neighbor here just trying to spray a hose, trying to get some water to help. This is the scene here. People are just doing what they can just to help one another. It's very heartwarming, and just to see the human spirit is overwhelming for myself. But I'm going to send it back to you.
Right, Rachel, and we certainly know that it is tough to see people coming home to what was once their home and now it is destroyed, and those who are trying to save their homes. And it's just been so much devastation for the last, yesterday and today. And you never get used to seeing so much devastation, and we have not seen anything like this, in our area, with so many communities losing so many homes and businesses. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is live at the desk now with a look at the current fire activity. And Mark, it just seems like there's so much.
It really is heartbreaking for the people that are living both in the Pacific Palisades and in the community that Rachel is in central and northern Altadena, particularly for the people who probably never expected that their home would be affected by a wildfire being so far from the hillsides. We've talked about this earlier today, that we have seen wildfire activity over the last 2 decades in Southern California that has always ended up burning some homes that have been close to hillsides. Even just the Franklin fire last month did terrible damage to homes that were near PCH and in the mountains of Malibu. But one thing that they had in common was that it's a very hilly and mountainous part of Malibu, and that's where brush fires burn the most intensely. But we're seeing in the communities that Rachel Kim and Joy Benedict and Amanda Starantino and Jasmine Veal have been in, these are communities that are in the central Altadena area. And I want to actually show you that amazing water drop that we saw from the water dropping helicopter. It's this one, N15LA. a Sikorsky Firehawk from the LA County Fire Department. It's been landing here at Sierra Vista Park and getting water. And it headed right here, the orbit that it made right there that you see, that is the corner of La Paz Road and North Allen Avenue, and that's where it made that water drop. And we see it so rarely to have water dropping helicopters directly dropping water on neighborhoods. They generally don't do that because they don't want to damage the homes' roofs, but in this particular case, there may be homes that are burning and they're just trying to get them out. There's also another water dropping helicopter here, also a Sikorsky Firehawk from LA County Fire, working the western end of the Eaton Fire back and forth here. You can see it's north of JPL. Now, for a better look at the Eaton Fire, I'll come out to the CAL FIRE website. We still don't have a footprint on this fire, but we know that it has been burning starting in this area here, and that we have seen all kinds of activity in central Altadena and in the Hastings Ranch area. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further and show you where this activity has been. Basically, where Rachel Kim was sort of over in this area. This was Allen Avenue in La Paz. We have seen activity in Altadena Avenue, certainly on Calaveras, and also up here in Altadena. But if you notice, one of the things that all of these have in common is that they're basically they're in the central part of the city. They're quite far, almost 2 miles from where the hillside is. There was also Amanda Starantino. She was earlier looking at homes that were burning in this area here, about 2,000 feet from the hillside. And of course, this isn't the only destructive wildfire that we've been talking about. The other one that we've been dealing with here is the Palisades fire. Now, we haven't gotten a footprint update on this either, but we should shortly. We have had crews that have been down here in Temescal Canyon Park. We are still concerned about the high school here, Pali High School. And we have seen some destructive stuff here in the central area of Pacific Palisades and Sunset. And also Michelle Geely, she was over in this area here, quite far from the last reported footprint. You can see it's almost 3 miles, and we don't know if it's embers that have traveled this far or if it's actually where the fire line is here. I've also heard radio traffic from firefighters that they've got a fire line here proceeding northbound into the Topanga Canyon area, and elements of LA City Fire and LA County Fire are setting up structure protection in this area for homes here. And troublingly, the firefighters in this area say many of the residents in this area have not yet evacuated, and they are concerned about them. And then, of course, over here, this is the Franklin fire, this gray area. It's been out for a long time, about 3-4 weeks. It started in early December. But the same people that faced evacuation back then here in Malibu and here on the eastern end are facing evacuation orders again for the second time in 30 days. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of fire activity still, but the aerial firefight does continue, along with the firefight on the ground. Coming back out live here to me, a lot of these firefighters, they're exhausted, but we are getting help from Northern California, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona, as the firefighting teams are coming in from out of state to help our firefighters here in Los Angeles. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
And we need all the help we can get. Thank you so much. Juan Fernandez here now, relieving Christine Lazar, who's been with you since 3 a.m. this morning, joining with Amy Johnson here. So let's go back now to our Joy Benedict in Altadena with more. And Joy, I've been watching you from home all morning long. Destruction after destruction. It really does tear at the heartstrings here.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, and you never get used to it. You will never get used to seeing people's livelihoods, people's homes, people's memories literally going up in smoke. And that's unfortunately exactly what's taking place behind me. We're on Calanda right now. I got this address, unfortunately, from a viewer who emailed me asking me to check on his home. So we came out here, and I had to let him know that it is in fact burning and on fire, and he is obviously devastated because of it. And it is not the only one. As you continue to look down the street, when we first turned on it, I thought, oh, this street's going to be okay. And then I realized we have 3 homes that are currently burning here on this little cul-de-sac. Calanda Avenue is just east of Lincoln Avenue. Unfortunately, there was a lot of stuff burning on Lincoln. But then when we turned this corner and I saw the house on the corner still standing, I thought this is going to be good. But then we have 3 that are burning. And if you look over here to the right-hand side, or across the street, I should say, those homes are still standing, but it's not looking good for them either, as the sky is so eerie on the other side right now. That fire is probably maybe a block or 2 away. We tried to come in actually from the eastbound direction over there on Ventura, and we could not get through. And that is because there were so many down power lines. that were blocking the roadway. And so this is a very important reminder. Once again, we have more people driving around in an active fire scene than I have ever seen in my 15 years here at this station. I mean, it is insane how many people think it is okay and safe to drive around in an active fire zone. It is not. And so if you do not have to be out here, I urge you once again, please do not check on your home. You cannot save it at this point if it is already on fire, and coming out here and looking around and taking photos isn't going to make it any better. So that's just something to think about. Plus, a lot of the roads are impassable because of the down power lines, and the emergency crews and the first responders need to be able to get in here first and foremost. But just certainly so hard to watch these 3 homes here on this street catch fire, knowing that as these winds pick up, the embers are just they're going to go airborne, and they're likely going to set the other homes on this street on fire as well. And that has just been what we have seen block after block, neighborhood after neighborhood, and all of these fires is that when these winds pick up, they are spreading the flames very, very quickly. Guys.
Inspiration, Joy. I had a friend reach out to me this morning knowing that we had reporters in Altadena. He's on East Palm Street. He's been away from his home, has no idea still. He doesn't have cameras or some way of checking in on his home. So I'm sure, Joy, it's not easy. You go to these homes, you want to give these people some good news, and we have none to give.
That's right, for so many of those people.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 3rd home I've been asked to check on so far this morning, and it is the 3rd home that when I have got here has actually been burning. And so I've just seen it time and time again, and it's really hard, especially because there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. There don't seem to be resources that can knock this out, and they are just simply letting these homes burn and doing what they can with a lack of water and a lack of firefighters to try and prevent the homes from spreading and really to prevent it going into new neighborhoods. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but this neighborhood in Altadena is surrounded by fire in all directions. So strategically, they are going to likely go to a neighborhood that is not already surrounded by fire and try and prevent the fire from spreading further south, possibly into Pasadena. We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see this fire spread into any of these neighborhoods or into any more streets. But they have to be strategic when they're dealing with a lack of water and a lack of resources and trying to prevent the fire from spreading into new neighborhoods as well.
And it's clear, right? You think your neighborhood's going to be safe for a while. You're going to get a break. Maybe we're in the clear, the wind shifts, and everything changes. Well, if you ever make it to East Palm Street, Joy, let me know, and we appreciate you being out there.
Absolutely. And so many of those
send me the address.
Yes, so many of those people left their homes really just with the clothes on their backs because the fire just spread so quickly. Many of them are now at an evacuation center. KCAL's Ross Palumbo is at the Red Cross evacuation shelter in Pasadena. Ross, when we talked to you a little earlier, there were a lot of people there. They were getting lunch. There was pet food there for their pets. It looks like there's still so many people there behind you.
You know, there are more than 1,200 people here right now, Amy and Juan. But I want to pick up what Joy was just speaking of, standing in front of those burning homes. That is the fear of everyone here. More than 1,200 people all wondering if their home is okay. And we just met a family right over here, the Cruz and Hernandez family. Their home is on West Washington, just east of the 279 West Washington, right? And when they left their home, they saw the flames racing towards them. Tell me exactly what happened.
We had got an evacuation notice, and we got up and got everything ready to go, and we went to my husband's mom's house to go help them out, and all you could see was red behind. Everything was just red.
Wow.
And
so you saw the flames right behind your mom's house.
Yeah. So we just ran as fast as we could, drove, and we got here as fast as we could.
And your mom was telling me earlier, you were standing there, that she couldn't grab anything. She was grabbed just to get the parrot real.
Yeah, because it was just like, you gotta be safe and gotta go.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know anything right now, do you? So is it okay if I give out your address? You live at 279 West Washington in Pasadena. So anyone that has any information, you can email me, rpalumbo@cbs.com, and I will get you the information to you. But fortunately, this is your daughter?
Yes.
And she's okay?
Yes.
That's most important, right?
All that matters,
But what is it like? At least you have the shelter to come to,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I understand that They just provided some food.
Yes, they provided food, water, snacks, everything we need. Yeah.
But right now, is this all that's in your mind? What is happening to the house?
Honestly, I told my husband the house doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that we got out safe. We can buy things again. You know, materialistic things we can rebuy, but life is only one.
You are absolute. Crystal, thank you so much for speaking. Thanks so much. I'm glad your daughter, your beautiful daughter, is okay. And this is your brother.
Yeah.
You're all okay. You have the right attitude, even in this time of crisis. Thank you so much. So here at the shelter, again, this is one of about 1,200 families. We are now inside one of the exhibit halls. Now, we're not going to zoom in on anyone in here out of respect for their privacy, but this is what it looks like. Listen, if you are fortunate enough to never have been in a shelter, count your blessings, because this is what happens. You come here, you have a chair, a cot, some blankets, some food. Those are all wonderful things, but the hard part is then you have to sit here and think, what is happening to my home? When can I leave? What will I do? What will my children do? What can I do with my pets? Here in this facility, they're actually allowing people to bring pets, so that's a very good thing. And we've seen several instances where people have brought their dogs. In fact, right over here on the ground, this woman is sliding right in front of it. They brought their dog in here, and the Humane Society is on scene to help people take care of their pets. They've even brought in some dog food, some cat litter, those sorts of things. You see a lot of people that are in wheelchairs here or gurneys, and that's because they are coming from assisted living facilities. In fact, a good majority of people here right now, the first arrivals actually were senior citizens and several people that needed medical care. So there are trained medical staff here taking care of them. We've seen oxygen tanks, we've seen medical equipment. These are all designed to help make these people at least as physically comfortable as humanly possible. This is the entrance looking down there. You can tell that it is starting to taper off just a little bit, the number of people coming in here. That is a good thing, but the evacuations continue. So if you're within the sound of my voice and you don't know where to go, if you're wondering where your relatives are and you can't get in touch with them, come here to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is the right place to try to find people to check in, to see what's happening if you need assistance. Also, Amy and Juan, there's going to be a press conference here to update everyone about this fire coming up at 4 p.m. Of course, we'll bring that to you live. For now, though, that's very latest live in Pasadena. Back to you.
Ross, you're giving so much important information. The shelter, not just a place to wait it out, but there's some medical care. You can get a place. You can bring your animals, so that's very important. I remember in Luz Delia's report earlier this morning, there was a woman with 3 dogs, and she was looking for a place to stay overnight. All the hotels were turning her away because she had 3 dogs versus 2. So it's nice to see that there's a place for these folks to go to, right?
Absolutely. It's so important, and we so appreciate all that the American Red Cross is providing for so many people in need right now.
Indeed. All right, we go back to our Jasmine Veal on Altadena and Lake Avenue in Altadena, which is near the Bunny Museum there, and the flames continue, Jazz.
Yeah, it's burning. Businesses, this Bunny Museum burning here on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue. We just had glass exploding. I heard there are fire extinguishers, or those haven't been able to get turned on or used.
No, ma'am, we're at a complete, we're losing water pressure up here. We have a lack of resources. The wind, as you see, is pushing it very violently. And the lack of water is a huge, huge hurdle that we're trying to overcome, so we can save as much as we can.
So lack of water, like no pressure in the neighborhood.
All the hydrants have run dry.
Oh no. So what do you do now?
So we send our water tenders or our engines down to shuttle water from further away different hydrants that still have water.
This is bad.
It makes it challenging to do our job, but we're just up here trying to do the best we can for the citizens in the community.
Wow, it is tough to see, and it just the resources. I mean, we don't have enough firefighters, and now not enough water makes it even more. We're going to go back to Jasmine. She was having a little trouble with her signal, but we're going to check back in with Jasmine.
Okay, let us kind of just stay put for a second. Again, we're on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue, and businesses. You see the Bunny Museum behind me. This was established back in 1998. It's a beloved gallery. I mean, it has thousands of bunny and rabbit-related items inside, kind of like an art exhibit, and it's just burning to the ground. Glass has been exploding here. You see the sign burning. I mean, these are people's life's works in here. You know, the owner, I can just imagine how heartbreaking this is to see all of his collectibles burning up. And if you look down Lake Avenue, you have all of these other restaurants and clothing stores on fire, a hardware store on fire across the street. That's the Chevron. It's blackened, but thank goodness that did not explode. They were so worried about all the 15,000 gallons of gas exploding. Those firefighters have been there now for a few hours, making sure that the fire is out from the church that was burning right next to that gas station. You have St. Mark's Episcopal Church, a 119-year-old church, burned to the ground. St. Mark's Episcopal Church. It's just heartbreaking to see that landmark destroyed, established back in 1906. We have firefighters making their way down here because there's an apartment building now that caught fire. So they're trying to keep it from spreading to this apartment complex, but we know that one's burning. And just to show you the force, I'm hoping my signal stabilizes as we move from this burning Bunny Museum down Lake Avenue. I'm seeing a lot more fire trucks, which mean hopefully they've been freed up as other resources from out of state have moved in. But look at that. That shot is just devastating. You're looking at those businesses burning right in front of me. And this one on the car, I think this might have been the car repair shop. But look, as we come around, signs are twisted. The force of these hurricane force winds were just incredible. And you heard the battalion chief talk about the lack of resources or limited stretched so.
What a lot of people don't know is we use cell phone technology to bring you these live images, and when there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of people on their cell phones trying to communicate. That lowers the signal there, so sometimes it breaks up when we're trying to report from there. So
yes, and you know, we've been talking about the gusting winds that have been driving these fires for days. We knew it was coming. Firefighters were, you know, upping their staff, getting prepared for this, but you know, sometimes when you go up against Mother Nature, you don't win. Let's check in with our Olga Ospina. She's been keeping a close eye on the weather and what's really been a difficult firefight.
It really has, you know, and so devastating to see all of these images. We still have some very strong wind gusts outside, and want to take you to one of those fires, Pacific Palisades, with 43-mile-per-hour gusts. So we will still continue with several more days, unfortunately, of extreme fire danger. Here's a look at gusts for Malibu, 50 miles per hour. You can see those winds still coming from the northeast. Burbank is at 32. We're looking at 56-mile-per-hour gusts for Santa Clarita. So still 40, 50-mile-per-hour gusts. Out through Chino, Inland Empire, you are also seeing some very strong winds at 44 miles per hour. Things relaxing a little bit out through parts of the San Gabriel Valley, including Pasadena, with gusts in the teens. And as we head into Orange County, Santa Ana is at 44 miles per hour, 41 in Riverside. High wind warning through 6 o'clock this evening. So we still will continue with those strong winds. Yes, the strongest was last night into the early part of today, but things have not completely calmed down quite yet. So we're going to continue. Look at this. It is across our region. Rarely do we see this extreme fire danger all across Southern California. And again, we will continue through at least 6 o'clock tonight with a high wind warning. And you can see that it really covers most of Southern California. We are still seeing some spots with gusts in the 60s. Isolated gusts in the 70s. And of course, yesterday we had even stronger winds nearing 100 miles per hour. So I want to take you through Futurecast and zoom in on what it's going to look like as we head into the rest of your day and into the next couple of days as well. So here we are, 3:35 p.m. You can see that, yes, this is an improvement from what we were seeing overnight and early today. Some areas are much calmer, places like the South Bay into parts of Orange County. West Covina looking a little calmer, but those higher elevations still in great danger, as well as much of Orange County, the Inland Empire. Heading into the next several hours, we'll still continue to see those strong gusty winds, and conditions will still be strong even on Thursday. Again, an improvement though, because really the peak of this was yesterday and today. So let me take you into 6:30 p.m. So here we are. We're seeing more of those gusts again across the foothills, the mountains, through the San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire. As we continue into the 10 o'clock hour, look at this. We are seeing a big improvement by 10 p.m. And then as we head into Thursday, winds are picking up again. Already by the morning hours, you can see those strong gusty winds through parts of Santa Clarita. We're looking at gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range through parts of the Inland Empire and sweeping down into parts of Orange County. So if you are in those areas, be aware we are not in the clear yet. We'll see some lulls, but the winds will start to pick up again as we head into Thursday. Later tonight should be an improvement. But here we are as we head into the afternoon hours of Thursday. We're starting to see those winds pick up again for parts of Ventura County into the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have that fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area. You are not in the clear yet. Inland Empire will be heavily impacted as we head into Thursday. You can see those gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range and starting to move south as we continue to see those northeast winds pushing down all that air and impacting much of Orange County as well heading into tomorrow. Things will continue very gusty heading into the 8 o'clock hour. And then as we head into Friday, this is when we really start to see some improvement. So here we are, Friday, 7 o'clock hour. This is when a lot of people are going to be on the roads again, and things are looking much better. So we'll still have some winds in that 20, 30 mile per hour range, a lot more isolated than what we've been seeing over the last couple of days. And then as we head into late morning, afternoon hours, things are looking a lot calmer. However, there is a potential for another Santa Ana wind event. This one will not be the extreme that we just experienced, a little bit more localized in nature. But here we are Saturday, things are improving as well. We're starting to see more of that onshore flow kicking in. We are just looking at extreme danger. Red flag warning still through Thursday. So we've still got the rest of today. We have Thursday, the strong winds, the low humidity. It has been so dry, and that's been another really big factor because we've had such limited rain this season. Look at this. We've had 2/100ths of an inch since the beginning of December. This is the driest start to winter since 1964. We should be at over 3 inches at this point. So combine that with these extreme gusty, destructive winds and the dry conditions, and it has just been a recipe for disaster. So, of course, we'll keep tracking this for you throughout the day and through the night, but we've still got a little bit more ways to go, Juan and Amy.
Yeah, 4 more hours to go before we hit 6 p.m. All right. Thank you, Olga.
And we want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. And, you know, just another one of the fires, you know, that has really just wreaked havoc on our communities.
Michelle?
Such bad news here. I am standing at the 21,700 block of PCH in Malibu, right at the junction of Rambla Vista, and you see this large home which overlooks the Pacific Ocean on fire. So we have had some very strong wind gusts here over the last half hour or so. This is the Las Flores Canyon area, and we arrived here and saw, actually it was the last time we went with you live, we looked over the hillside and noticed a lot of black smoke coming from the south, and so we drove over here, and this is what we found. And in the time that we've been standing here, we then saw a second home, that's the one that Tim Kimball is showing you right now, catch fire. So we don't know whether, as the firefighters have been telling us, there are embers blowing for miles, whether that's the case here, but we have a second home on fire here in the Las Flores Canyon area. And then as I peek up at the hillside, I'm noticing patches of fire in the vegetation. So this is a very, very active scene here in Malibu. We have seen firefighters, the home that is lower on the hill, I have seen some water being sprayed on that home, but I haven't noticed anything from the top, and you can see the thick black smoke. If we swing over and look at the oceanfront homes here along PCH, you know, it looks like a war zone, doesn't it? Destruction, homes flattened, leveled, they're smoking as the waves lap up on the beach in front of their houses. In the foreground here, we have that one house that, or a couple of them there, that seem to have made it through. There's a gentleman here from Point Dume, Marcus, and he's been up and down PCH for the last day or so. Marcus, tell me what you've been seeing.
It's just been nonstop. It's madness. It's just nonstop. Once one house goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes. The wind just doesn't stop blowing.
So Marcus, your neighborhood, how far do you live from where we're standing?
About 5 miles. The only thing that they're saying safe, the only thing that they're saying that's safe is because the Woodsy fire last time burned all the vegetation. But, you know, with how I was in the Marine Corps, you know, I get up on the house with the ladders and just spray everything down, make sure it's soaking wet. But with these ambers, who knows how far they're going to go. Right now, they're heading towards the ocean, but you know, when the firefighters told me earlier that, you know, the wind's going every single which way direction, there's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do.
And that house that we were talking about, the lower home on the hillside there, it looks like it may be spreading. It's difficult to see through the smoke.
Once that house goes down, the ambers are going to go right to the next one, and to the next one, and to the next one. It's all about the wind. If the wind stops, they can control it. If the wind keeps picking up, who knows how far it's going to go.
Have you talked to friends who have homes here? What have they been saying?
I mean, I watched one of my friends' home burn, you know, and there's, you know, they're on the run. There's nothing they could do.
Did they evacuate?
They had to evacuate, but they had no time to do anything. It just happened. I mean, if you look on the ocean, I mean, who knows? I mean, Catalina's out there. Are the ambers going to fly to Catalina? I mean, you know, the guess is yours. It's Mother Nature.
Yeah, people are very, very worried. We see the fire crews up and down Pacific Coast Highway really trying to get from one scene to the next, to the next, to the next. We were just where I think we met you back there. Kern County was there trying to save some of the homes overlooking the ocean. The others, several others had burned.
Well, you know, if we were allowed to use the super scoopers with the airplanes, like that airplane flying right up there, leaving the chemtrails, if you get a shot of that.
Yeah,
you know.
I think we did see the super scoopers on another fire earlier today, but we wonder if this crew maybe headed up to that fire there. We didn't want to venture up Rambla Vista. It's a narrow, windy road, and we did not want to get in the way of any of the crews that needed to make it up there. So we are standing here literally almost on the beach, seeing this scene here, and I'm hearing and seeing, you know, lights and sirens coming and going. It really, in every direction I look, something is burning. And the wind, feel how strong these, you can hear the wind in my microphone, you guys. I've got my hand on my head to keep my hat on. It's blowing very strong out here along the coast in Malibu. And behind me, I've got a crew putting out a fire. In front of me, I've got crews spraying water. And then up on the hillside now, we've got these 2, maybe more homes that have ignited. So it's very concerning, and yet we do see several homes that made it through, at least at this point. So that's what we're seeing right now along PCH. Again, we're at the 21,700 block of Pacific Coast Highway at the intersection of Rambla Vista in Malibu.
You know, these firefighters,
Wow, just incredible seeing those two homes that Michelle was showing us, that dark plume of smoke just kind of wafting over PCH. And as that gentleman was telling Michelle, home after home is just going to keep going. There's still no aerial firefight here. And these homes are still in a very windy area, and the concerns are still great that the next one may be
going up next. Soon until these winds die down. Exactly.
Well, when you don't think things can get any worse, apparently they do. Assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with a new fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. They're calling it the Lydia fire. I've been listening to it on the LA County fire frequencies. I heard firefighters in my ear talking about Soledad Canyon and train tracks, and I wasn't sure exactly what I was listening to until I was able to track it down. This is a completely new fire. It's burning in near the Acton area, basically along the 14, south of the 14. I'm going to take you out to my map and show you about where it is. Now, it's right about here in the center of your screen. There's really no aircraft here. This little one that's circling right here, I think that's a private aircraft. I've been watching it go around in circles. It seems to just be sort of circling right where the fire is. But this one is significant. It's passing over Soledad Canyon along these railroad tracks. Now, there's not a whole lot out here. There are some homes, very sporadic homes, but there's a lot of vegetation to burn. And I actually have 2 time-lapse cameras that have eyes on this. So I'm going to bring you out to the Alert California page. Mount McDill here and Magic Mountain. It's actually not the Magic Mountain, the theme park we know of. There's actually just a camera on top of a mountain called the Magic Mountain Wilderness Area. The first one I want to show you here is Mount McDill. This is what we're talking about. That is definitely an active brush fire now burning in this area. This is a time lapse of the last 15 minutes. I could bring it up to a time lapse of the last hour. You're going to see whoever is operating this camera moved it, and you can see that fire is now beginning to burn. The next one I want to show you here is from Mount McDill. This one is a little bit better as well. You're going to see, actually, let's look at this one here, the Magic Mountain one. This is the one I wanted to show you. Here it is, the last hour here from Magic Mountain. That is definitely dark black smoke over the edge of that ridgeway. LA County Fire has requested that they get some resources there, including any sort of water dropping helicopters that they can get, because as you can see, the territory around this fire is nothing but scrub and steep, rugged terrain, which is perfect for wildfires to burn in. So there is some concern that this Lydia fire that is burning right about here in the center of your screen could get much larger. So I was listening to LA County Fire ask for more air resources, but the problem is, Juan and Amy, there are so few air resources to go around. Taking a look back at the map, you can see that a large portion of the LA City Fire resources right here are continuing to battle the eastern end of the Palisades fire. And I know Michelle Geely, she was with that man who was asking, where are the air resources on the western end? Well, there really isn't. Michelle Geely was right about here in this area. We know there's fire activity all through here and fire activity here as well. So the Palisades fire continues to use resources, as well as the Eaton fire out here in the Altadena area. N15LA, that LA County fire, Sikorsky Firehawk has been doing a tremendous amount of water drops. We saw it in Rachel Kim's live shot. It was working the eastern end of the fire. Now it's working the western end of the fire. So we have just a tremendous amount of need for aircraft. We've got aircraft up here as well. California Department of Forestry has got Firehawks at the Hearst fire, which they're still trying to get control of up there. So really, we have at least 6 to 8 aircraft that are doing water drops coming back out live here to me, and some jet aircraft doing Phos-Chek drops as well. But with 3 fires burning out of control, they are stretching their resources as thin as they can. And there is now a new fire, the Lydia fire, burning in the Acton area. So these air resources are under even more demand.
And Mark, before we let you go, the Lydia fire near homes right now, near the freeway?
No, it looks like it's burning. The only thing that they were concerned about is the railroad tracks. The LA County firefighters that are on scene say they had to call Metrolink to stop trains moving through that area. They also called Union Pacific, but Union Pacific said, don't worry about us. That's not our tracks. We're not worried about that. Only Metrolink. But there are no real homes in the area, but a lot of rugged vegetation, which means it could be an explosive amount of fuel that could create a much bigger problem if the Lydia fire gets out of control.
Yeah, and we were just thinking it was a good thing that we were getting rid of one fire only to now have another fire replace it. So certainly
incredible. Well, the good news here is Mark was saying that they're near railroad tracks, so that's a good thing. We want to keep them as far away as we can from homes. All right, thank you so much, Mark.
All right, now at 2 o'clock, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Now, here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. An estimated 1,000 structures destroyed and more than 11,000 acres have burned. Now, we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that have been injured.
And the second largest fire we're tracking is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It's burning in the Altadena area. We learned this morning that 2 people have died and more than 100 buildings have been destroyed there. But there is some good news, and that is that firefighting planes and helicopters have resumed their flights after being grounded because of the strong winds.
Yeah, a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. It's called the Hearst Fire, and it's currently at 700 acres with no containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires, and the air quality from most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages as well across the area. President Biden attended a briefing in Santa Monica this morning saying it's going to take time when talking about the recovery effort.
And of course, we have the Lydia fire. We're also tracking in the Acton area, so a lot to keep an eye on. Meantime, we go back now to our Jasmine Veal on Altadena and Lake Avenue in Altadena. Jazz?
Yeah, you know what, Juan and Amy, I have 2 scared little dogs here. This is Denise. She's a grandmother. She's trying to get out. She unfortunately just left her apartment here at Lake and Altadena this morning, and her granddaughter and her daughter have not been able to come get her out of here. And it's a really bad situation because her apartment is right next to another building that's burning. Denise, we were looking at the Bunny Museum that's on fire. We have businesses scorched, burned to the ground. You just said you didn't know it was this close.
Bad. Yeah, I didn't know. Didn't know.
I found you sitting on a park bench with your 2 dogs.
Yes.
So what was it like last night? Friends were calling you, but you just had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know it was this bad. I said, I'm not getting up, getting dressed. No.
And you look out your window and you came outside.
Today.
Yeah. I mean, what do you see? You've lived here a few years.
Yeah. 5 years.
And your apartment building is almost
not on fire.
Not on fire yet.
Yeah.
But the building right behind it, all those homes, all those people's homes will be gone.
Yes.
So to describe the wind last night, because you said you were so scared, you were inside,
windy.
people leaving.
It was just windy. It was just windy. And I heard rain, but I didn't get up and look. But yeah, it was just windy real bad.
And then it just overtook this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Denise, we're going to try to get Denise down to her granddaughter and her daughter because they can't get up. Obviously, this area is closed to the public because it's in that evacuation order zone. I want to show you the strength of those winds. You see the Rite Aid sign? This is what Denise was talking about when she says windy. I mean, it cracked that sign. Look, it bent the Rite Aid sign. And this is an adventure park I come to often with my 2 young boys. This is just a little strip mall here, full of little businesses, all just black with smoke now. And I'm hoping those flames don't jump over into this area. Although, like I said, that Bunny Museum is gone. That was set up by the owner back in 1988. It's just filled with memorabilia, collectibles, rabbit items, a gallery, a spot for so many out-of-town visitors to come and enjoy the Chevron across the street. That was a concern. Luckily, I don't see any flames there for any kind of explosion, but just you pan down the street. It is horrible, you guys. This is historic Altadena, and it's just so painful to see this. I do want to say we've been driving around so many neighborhoods just burned to the ground, whole neighborhoods north of Woodbury Road, east of the 210 freeway, which is east of Lincoln Avenue, gone. Homes burned to the ground. So if you're familiar with this patch here, well, this wide, I say patch, but wide area, he's gonna, yeah, do you mind giving her a ride? Okay. Sir, are you driving her? I saw you with the budget truck.
I have a truck full of pallets of water for the city, for the fire department. I can't get to the location because of the power lines are down. So I've thrown like 4 different U-turns out here, so we're waiting for a new address to take it.
To try to get firefighters water.
Try to get them water for them. I'm sorry, I'm just shook up. It's horrible. This is really ugly.
It is.
But I'll take
He's going to take care of Denise. That would be great. She's trying to meet her granddaughter down. Okay, thank you, sir. Careful, those dogs keep getting loose too, and they're scared. Poor Denise, I know, grandmother here, having to leave her home of 5 years, she told me. You know, all she could grab was her purse. She's by herself, so she didn't know, you know, uh-oh, they got to grab one of her other dogs. But anyway, before, you know, this fire just came tearing through, she's so lucky. Her apartment complex is not on fire right now. We have firefighters stationed out in front of it. Oh, no. Here. See, this is what happens. It's chaotic, right, you guys? You have people trying to evacuate their animals. They get scared. Sirens are blaring. You know, if a dog gets loose, you don't want them running around this area down power lines like that gentleman just said.
She got him. She got him.
I mean, homes are just catching, roofs will catch fire in a matter of seconds. Okay. Oh, Denise. Okay, let me. I mean, this is just. And we have popping noises. John, pan over to that bunny museum really quick because we got to keep an eye on that. That thing is just collapsing, but it just keeps exploding. Are you okay? All right, I think he's gonna make room for her. It's been like this where the battalion chief told me, you guys, people need to stay out of these neighborhoods. They need to get out so that the firefighters can do their job, which is a good example of why her family can't come get her because they are being kept out like all residents should be, but she also needs to get out because she unfortunately waited too long as this fire came through last night. Many of those neighborhoods west of here, those homes caught fire around 3, 4 o'clock this morning, and they're still burning. And we've seen, you know, firefighters try to save one home, and then they just can't be at the others. I've seen water tenders all the way from Arizona show up, these massive tanks of water, and that is a very good thing because a lot of these fire hydrants have run dry. So they've drawn down resources. The fire hydrants are dry, and they've had to bring in water from other hydrants elsewhere, as the battalion chief told me, to put out all of these fires. And it's still windy up here. I mean, it will be calm in one area, and then these gusts will just hit you pretty hard. So, all right, Denise is on her way. I'm glad we got that sorted out as well. So I don't know if our signal, that's why we're kind of in one spot because our signal was patchy because the reception's bad. Yeah, so I'll send it back to you guys, and we'll check in a little bit.
Jasmine doing some great work out there, bringing us these live pictures, connecting people with strangers. Denise is going to finally be able to make it to her granddaughter, and she's by herself, and I feel it for these seniors. We saw it last night, all these seniors that were rushed into a parking lot between a 7-Eleven and a Starbucks and just waiting to be transferred somewhere else, and a lot of them are alone and by themselves like Denise is. Just her 2 dogs in her purse and not knowing what to do.
Well, this is a perfect indication of neighbors helping neighbors. This is Jasmine's community. She's helping her neighbors. Earlier, she was helping a woman whose chickens needed to be rescued. And it is amazing to see not just Jasmine, but other neighbors helping neighbors as well. And, you know, this really is a community issue. So, Jasmine, thanks for all you're doing. We appreciate that, and we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit.
All right, let's go back to our Joy Benedict, who is there in Altadena as well. Joy, you've been going to different homes, trying to inform people if they're still standing. Another tough job there today.
Yeah, I mean, we're here on Olive right now, just north of Ventura. Unfortunately, this home is burning, and you can hear it hissing right now, as I believe that was the refrigerator that then just exploded a little bit from whatever, not refrigerator, the air conditioner, the wall air conditioner from whatever Freon was still in there. But this home has been burning for quite some time. But something that's a little concerning, we do have crews out here. We have CAL FIRE Riverside. They've been out here. They tried very, very hard to connect to a fire hydrant at the end of the corner, and they were unable to do so. There just was not enough water pressure to put any water on this home. So they're standing by. They're doing what they can to try and prevent it from spreading. But look around to the opposite side of the street here on Olive Avenue. Everything is gone. And there it goes again. I believe that is, in fact, the wall air conditioner there. From what I can tell from where I'm standing. But you're going to hear a lot of things like that when homes burn. As we come down to the edge of the road, as I mentioned, over to the left, the homes are all burned. Across the street, the homes are all burned there on Ventura. And we have these 2 homes that are still standing here on the corner. And this homeowner, John, was outside just a minute ago, and he said that he would speak to us, but I may have lost him. Anyway, he is still in his home, and he is hoping that his home will be saved, and he's hoping that he can do what he can to prevent something from happening to it. John, are you still in here? I don't know if John's still here. John? John may have wandered away, but certainly just a lot of destruction and devastation here in this community. And if you turn around to the other side, you can see very clearly why. I mean, just looking down Ventura Street, this is in the east direction. Every home is already leveled here in this community. And one of the issues that we're having are the power lines. Here, let's walk into the street so that you guys can see this. We have the power lines that are down that are blocking the roadway, and this is what I'm talking about. Until just a few moments ago, there weren't any emergency vehicles here. We had a lot of looky-loos that were coming. They were turning around and trying to go in the opposite direction simply because they could not get through. And that is the problem when you're dealing with a fire like this, is that the roads are impassable. So when we tell people to stay home and to stay safe, that's about all that we can do, and that is the best that we can do in a situation like this. We are getting some more resources here in this community, but when you're dealing with an area that is just so vastly underserved, I guess, with a fire that is this large and a lack of water and a lack of support, there isn't a lot that we can do as we have people simply walking around. And it looks like we do have John over here. I think he's assisting a neighbor whose home is starting to smolder. As we look over here to the left-hand side, this is the big concern. You have one home that's still standing, another one that is down. John, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. I know this is your house here on the corner. Have you been here all night?
I was here. I went to work and I had to come back for the evacuation. I came back about 3:30 in the morning and evacuated. And from there on, I wet my house as much as we could and just held it down.
How is the water pressure? I know you were watching the firefighters struggling.
The water pressure is always excellent up here in Altadena, and for whatever reason, in the last couple of hours, it just simmered down. So there's no water pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching CAL FIRE trying to get into that hydrant right in front of your home, and they weren't even able to use it.
Yes, yes.
That has to be hard to watch as a homeowner.
That's the case, yes.
So, I mean, the fire is now 2 homes up. It has been across the street. It is now coming up behind you.
Yes.
How much longer are you staying?
I've been here all night, and I don't plan to leave yet. So I got a couple of ladders on each side of my roof, and I'm just spraying downward.
Why was it important for you to stay and not evacuate?
This is my kids' home.
All right. Thank you, John. Stay safe, okay? Certainly a very tough situation for so many homeowners who are making that decision and trying to figure out exactly what to do in a situation like this. I will say I don't see many homeowners still in their homes, and we have been driving around. We got out here just after 7 o'clock this morning, and we've been going through all these neighborhoods while homes are on fire, and there aren't a lot of homeowners with them. It is mostly just empty space, but it is very encouraging to see the Sheriff's Department out here now. We have the Sheriff's Department adding some much-needed resources just to making sure that people don't go into this neighborhood. I mean, we like to think there aren't any looters. There's also not a lot of homes left to loot, but the last thing that we need are folks trying to go into the homes that are still standing or causing any problems and coming out here in this neighborhood, and also driving through these power lines. Like, this is a dangerous situation. I mean, we have constantly being look up, look right, look left. Here comes somebody else trying to come onto this street, and we don't know why. Right? Do they live up here? Do they not live up here? What is their reason for being here? We all know you check on your homes, but this isn't the time. Right now, the time is to get this fire out. So I'll send it back to you guys.
Most likely you're de-energized. Imagine the situation at night where you can't see, you're driving through, walking through. It's just not safe. And you know, Joy, when you asked John why is it so important for him to be there, and he said his kids, I could feel him get very emotional. I got emotional hearing him say that, and you can see why he's fighting. He's fighting to save his kids' home, and as unsafe as it might be, I can see why he's there.
Yeah. Exactly, and it is definitely a desperate move, and you know, it's not advised, but we certainly understand why he is doing what he is.
And the hydrant's right outside his house, right here, not working. Not working.
That is really a tough situation there.
I mean, this is his home. This is his home.
Yeah.
This is his hydrant. I mean, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. He just simply had to walk away.
He had to walk away,
It's really hard. And when you're When you're in the middle of the fire, you don't want to think about what could be. You have the adrenaline pumping. You want to make sure that your belongings are here. You don't want to speculate on how dangerous the situation is or what your odds are when almost every home around you is burning. And that is the case with John right now. He has one home still standing. The one next to it is not. The home across the street has already burned, and the home across on the other side has already burned. And so we have the sheriff's department now trying to maneuver people and get them to stop driving through this community. But I don't know how they're going to do that. They're going to have to establish a lot of roadblocks further down because people are coming into this neighborhood, and they have been all day long, and it is just creating a lot of problems for first responders and a very dangerous situation for folks trying to drive under and around these power lines.
Yeah,
and the sheriff's department escorting them out right now.
Yep, stay out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're hoping, is that these are just people that are trying to leave, not people that are trying to come back in. All right, Joy, thank you,
Joy,
for that. Let's get to Irina Nakano. She's live in Pacific Palisades with a look at what's left at a school that caught fire last night. Rena, what school are you at?
Yeah, well, I was actually in a private escort with LAPD and LA Unified School District Superintendent Carvalho. We went up Temescal Canyon and checked out 3 different schools. There are 3 schools that are affected, but this is the street went up. As you could see, there's lots of black smoke, and in that black smoke, unfortunately, were 3 schools that are a part of the district. Now, first glance, we went over and checked out Palisades Charter High School. Take a look at this. About 3,000 students go here. Now, the football field, tennis courts, and baseball fields, those were looking good, but as we walked onto the campus, that's when we saw the destruction along the bungalows. Most of those were destroyed. District officials were telling me about 25% loss. That's what they're estimating. But let me get to the specifics in terms of what's standing and what's not. The older parts of the school, the brick and mortar, including buildings D, E, F, and G, they were standing. But the bungalows, from our vantage point, we only saw 109 and U110. Those were standing. Also, the continuation school on the campus also burned to the ground. Next up, we went and visited Marquez Charter Elementary School. This is a K-5 school with about 300 students. We arrived and saw the multi-purpose room was burned from the back side. Everything else completely gone. We're told that the students here just had an enrichment garden opening and they were so happy to celebrate it. Unfortunately, that was all burned to the ground. District officials telling me now this is a total loss. And the last school we visited with the superintendent, back onto Sunset, turned right on Via de la Paz. We went to Palisades Elementary Charter School. This is a K-5 school as well with about 400 students. District officials told me they just celebrated their centennial this year. Unfortunately, this too is deemed a total loss. Now, the superintendent, I asked him, now how do you even talk to these kids, some as little as pre-K, as to what happened? He said, just tell it to them straight.
We need to be empathetic, but tell them the truth. There's no point in hiding it in an age-appropriate way. Ask them to express their feelings, how they feel about it, but having an honest conversation with them and reassure them that in time things will resume normalcy, and in time their school will be back. In time they will be reunified with their colleagues and their teachers.
Now, at this point, we are told that the district staff is already speaking with the state officials in Sacramento about funding for the rebuilding of all 3 of these schools. Again, 2 of them are total losses. One, the high school, is about a 25% loss. But the one thing as a parent you really want to know is, where do I send my kids, right? So I asked that question to the superintendent. He told me that the district staff is working with the students and parents of all 3 of these affected schools to be which schools they are going to go to in terms of neighboring schools with available space, so that they can not only go there for their educational purposes, but also before school and after school programs. But from what I can tell you, the superintendent and his staff, when he walked onto all 3 of these campuses, he was just shrugging. He kind of just stood on a ledge and just looked at the burning areas, the mangled up chairs, saying that this is just total devastation. What a catastrophe for this entire area. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rena. Just so tough to see these
So
images,
hard.
so many of them. And we do, in fact, have some new video from Pacific Palisades from within the last hour. The Chase Bank building on Sunset Boulevard engulfed in flames. Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, and Senator Altadia in Pacific Palisades talking to firefighters. Mayor Bass just returning to LA today from a trip to Africa. And of course, earlier this morning, President Biden in town along with the governor. We see the governor there, but President Biden getting an update as well from the fire chief and hearing exactly what is going on here and hearing about the resources and what these departments were planning for and how they were preparing. But even with all the additional resources that were brought in, it still wasn't enough.
Yep, and we do know the governor has already asked President Biden in Washington, D.C. for federal aid. That's already been approved. That's going to help to pay for the firefight, which you know, as the minutes tick, it keeps getting more and more expensive to do so. All right, Rachel Kim live in Altadena, where more buildings are burning behind you. Rachel.
Yeah, guys, we're at the intersection of El Molino Avenue and Sacramento Street. You can look all around us. This is the scene, unfortunately. This is a residential area. This home, in the time we've been waiting to go live, just completely collapsed. Let's go ahead and roll some of that video. We were actually, we had the camera on this house as it fell apart, as it collapsed. The roof came down. The stairwell, the spiral stairwell actually fell. It's been just incredible to watch the damage that we've seen. Suzanne right now is showing you a live picture of the house next door to the one you saw. You can see that there's a gentleman right there with a hose trying to put out these flames that are popping up. This is kind of the scene we've been seeing all around Altadena and pretty much all across the Southland today. Amy, you mentioned neighbor helping neighbor. That is exactly what we are observing over the past several hours. No matter what neighborhood we go to, there are people coming from all over, not just this area, from as far as the South Bay, coming here to Altadena to pull their own hoses, knowing that the fire department is stretched thin. They have hoses of their own. I asked them, are you guys retired? Are you off duty? Are you reserve firefighters? They said, no, I'm just a normal guy trying to help out people who really need it. So this is a scene being played over and over again. We just walked across the street, another house just completely leveled. You see homes that are obviously leveled, but there's still active fire and flames burning, a lot of hot spots still going. That is why normal people are just trying to come by and help completely put out these flames, because we do know the longer they burn, embers are going into the air and that ignites another fire. So they're trying to help firefighters with anything they can, whether it's spraying the flames. You see the gentleman right there. They brought their own hoses and just trying to do what they can. And to address an issue, I believe Jasmine, I heard her talk about earlier about the water pressure. She was interviewing a lady in Altadena talking about the lack of water pressure. That is exactly what we are seeing as well. No matter where we are going, some of the people who came to help tried to hook up their hoses to the fire hydrants. There was no water coming out. So some people came with the best intentions to try and help put out these fires, but there was no water coming out. So it was very frustrating. A lot of people were so frustrated to see this that there was nothing they could do, even though they wanted to come and help. So again, we're going to walk back towards the intersection of El Molino and Sacramento Street. I'm going to tell you quite honestly, born and raised here in Southern California. I've worked at KCAL since 2009. I have never seen anything like this before. It is truly heartbreaking to see your home and your hometown in this condition. It's like a war zone.
It sure is, Rachel, and I feel your emotional voice there as well.
Yeah.
All right, Rachel, we're going to let you go. Again, providing us these pictures from Altadena, Allen Avenue, and La Paz Road. And I second what she has to say. I've been here almost 30 years, and I don't remember anything ever like this happening. Well, when we have an emergency situation just like this one with all these fires, we're bound to hear stories about scams and price gouging. Well, the state has just issued a new consumer alert.
Yeah, joining us now is California Attorney General Rob Bonta with information on how people can protect themselves. And thanks so much for joining us. And let's begin with this alert and how the state's price gouging law applies here.
Yeah, thank you. I was just watching your program and just really heartened by the neighbors helping neighbors, people lifting each other up in this time of need. That's what we need more of. That's who we are as Californians, and that's what we should be doing, not taking advantage of people, victimizing them, exploiting them during this difficult time when they're experiencing tragedy. And that's why we issued the alert around price gouging. We have price gouging, anti-price gouging laws in the state of California, Penal Code 396 specifically, which prevents prices for essential goods from going up by 10% after a declaration of emergency from before the declaration of emergency. So that's in effect now in Ventura County, in LA County, because of the Palisades fire, for things like gas and food and medical supplies and housing, transportation, hotels, batteries. They cannot go up by more than 10%. Folks who are suffering, who are displaced, whose lives have been put at risk, health put at risk, who are losing property or at risk of losing property, they deserve support. They don't need to be victimized by price gouging. So that is in effect now. And we're also, unfortunately, during these times, we see some scams where those people who are desperate and in need are scammed or they're targeted for scams by links sent to their cell phones via text saying, click here, you can get services. All we need is your credit card information or your personal identifying information, or even those who have good hearts and want to help, those neighbors helping neighbors. And they're told, hey, click here, you can give to the victims if you make a donation here, but it's a scam. We even see impersonations, people saying, hey, I'm your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, and I'm in the fire zone, and wire me some money because I need it now. So a lot of different scams, price gouging possibilities as well. Important to protect yourself, and the knowledge is power, and that's why we issued the alert.
And Rob, that's the type of thing that we need to look out for, right? Because a lot of these scams are going to be kind of camouflaged as maybe ways to help people, or maybe sounding like somebody you know. So how do you know what's legit and not? What should you do?
I mean, first level of defense is your own antenna, your instincts. If something doesn't feel right, it probably is not. When you're being asked to donate to a nonprofit to help victims, you should always go to my website, oag.ca.gov. We have a registry of nonprofits in good standing in the state of California. If you're not on that list in good standing, you shouldn't give to that organization. You generally should not be responding to links on your that are sent to your mobile phone via text asking for you to give credit card information or personal identifying information. If you want to help, you can always go directly to the organization after you've confirmed what that organization is. And government agencies who help in times of natural disaster, you can go directly to those agencies as well, like Cal OES or FEMA. So be wary and use your instincts, and confirm that the entity that you think you're talking to is actually the one you're communicating with.
And you also talked about price gouging restrictions, like on gas. Is there a place where people can find a full list, or do you have a list where, sometimes people don't even know where those restrictions might be? Yeah,
We issued the alert to inform folks in Ventura County and LA County that the anti-price gouging law is now in effect, and it's and we've listed in our alert the areas that are protected, the types of goods and services that are protected, as I mentioned, like food and gas, hotels, accommodation, transportation. But you can always go to our website to learn more, or if you need to be refreshed, you can also report to us at oag.ca.gov/report if you're concerned that you could be the victim of price gouging, or you see some price gouging out there. If prices look really out of whack, if they look like they've increased from what you're used to, report it to us. We'll take it from there. We'll evaluate it. We'll hold folks accountable and enforce if necessary. But we can work together, and reporting to us is very helpful.
And that's great information. California Attorney General Rob Bonta, thanks for being with us today and helping educate our viewers as well. I know during times like this, people can be easily targeted by scammers. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
Let's go to assignment editor Mike Rogers now. He is joining us now with his continuing coverage with some new numbers for us. Mike?
Yeah, Amy and Juan, I've got an update to the acreage of the Palisades fire, now burning more than 15,000 acres. And with this acreage update, we are getting our first look since last night, since I got off the air at 3 a.m., of exactly the fire's footprint here. And I want to show it to you because it is really a sight to see when you look at it like this. I know there are a lot of colors on the screen right now, but I want you to focus on this orange color here. That is what is currently has been the, let me turn off the evacuation zones just for a second. All the orange you see on your map here, this is exactly where the fire has burned. This is the fire's footprint, and it is remarkable to look at, especially since it is now encroaching onto areas that just burned in the Franklin fire. You can see right here near Piuma Road, the Franklin fire and now the Palisades fire have burned in the same area, even though the Franklin fire was just only a few weeks ago. You can see, though, this is where all of our reporters have been all night long along PCH, watching all those homes. Our Michelle Geely, our Tom Wade, and Rick Montanez early into the morning. And again, everywhere you see one of these white structures or white dots here is a structure. And again, it is in the fire's path. So when you hear, and look at this, I mean, we're talking entire communities. When you hear our elected leaders, the governor, talk about thousands of structures, the fire department talking about thousands of structures that have burned, or at least 1,000 structures, it is very easy now to see why. Every white dot in here is a structure. This is a whole neighborhood that the fire ripped through. Now, it's again, we don't obviously know if every single home burned, but it is reasonable to believe that many of these homes sustained significant damage, if not destroyed. And we'll go back over here because this is also really remarkable. This entire subdivision had fire move all the way through it. Coastline Drive, Wake Crest Drive, all of these areas. And this is when we get further to the west or east rather here. Look, you've got this whole community as well. Fire moved all the way through this for Albert Street, Monument Street. This is where this fire has burned. I'll turn on the evacuations again for you so you can see them. Everything in red and yellow is the evacuations. Does not look like anything is really added since last night, since we were talking to you, since this morning either. So there's that. I also want to show you that we're watching this new fire that is up near the 14 freeway, up off the 14 freeway. And I want to play this for you. This is one of the wildfire cameras that are up there. Now, right now, we don't have, I believe, let me just double check here, any kind of acreage on it just yet. It's really fresh. They're trying to get some air resources on it at the moment here. So we're still waiting to get some of that preliminary information from fire crews. But here we are again, yet dealing with yet another fire. The Lydia fire is what it's called. And forgive me, they did just update it to 50 acres. Is what they're calling this. This is basically burning in the area of the 14 and Acton. Let me show you on this map where this camera is pointing. Basically, these cameras are all kind of triggered right towards it. So here you've got the 14 freeway. It's right here. And let me open this map for you really quick, and you can see on the CAL FIRE map where we're talking about. So this is the Lydia fire that is burning right there. And again, the 14 freeway is right up in this area. And then you've got the Acton area here. Here's the 14. This is Acton. So it's kind of to the southwest of the Acton area. And that's where that burned and is starting. Now, I can tell you there are a number of air resources on that, including fixed wings. They have actually diverted some of the aircraft from the Eaton fire over to this new fire, the Lydia fire, that as of this moment is burning 50 acres. But I can tell you just based on the loom up from what we're looking at here on some of the cameras, and I'll even show you, this is from Mount McDill is what it's called here. One of the cameras that are up there are the Alert Wildfire cameras, Alert California wildfire cameras. And you can see it zoomed in a little bit here, but a good size loom up already. And I'll show you just one more here because I want to show you the Magic Mountain camera that also has eyes on this over the last hour as well. And you can see it just kind of burning up the hillside. So again, this is the Lydia fire. There are a number of air resources on it, and I can show that to you as well really quickly before I send it back to you guys, where we're talking about here. This is Tanker 41 here, CAL FIRE retardant dropping helicopter. You've got a Sky Crane that's here, and a bunch of other ones. So they've got a bunch of aircraft that are on this one working this, and it's nice to see the aircraft too, you guys. I mean, we've got Copter 15 from LA County over on the Eaton fire, and we've got a couple of Ventura County fire helicopters coming up to deal with the Palisades fire. Guys, while I've got you, I do want to let you know that CBS News has confirmed here that the military has offered its support. So Charlie D'Agata with CBS News is confirming through a Pentagon spokesperson that the U.S. Navy has ordered the deployment of 10 helicopters with water buckets from Naval Base San Diego. So they'll be coming up from Naval Base San Diego to be able to assist. They are both using also the California and Nevada Air National Guards to assist with this so that we can get as many resources as we can in here. I know earlier I saw our Michelle Geely talking to fire crews from Kern County. We reported last night that fire crews from Arizona, a whole host of crews from Northern California are coming as well. And now the U.S. military getting involved with lending us 10 military helicopters with water dropping buckets that can come in and assist. A much better situation today where we can actually fly because the winds have died down just enough to be able to allow that action to happen.
Yeah, that would have made a huge difference yesterday, Mike, if we could have flown. And now the U.S. Navy, unbelievable, sending us 10 helicopters with water buckets to help with the firefight.
And they are definitely trained to do that as well, and it is good news. And we're so glad that the winds are dying down a bit, because even if some of that aircraft could have been up earlier, the winds were blowing so strong that even making a drop, there was no guarantee that the water or the retardant would actually
pinpoint
land.
precision,
You can't get it to land where you want it. All right. We've been talking about the gusting winds driving these fires and making it a much more difficult fight for fire crews.
Let's check in with KCAL meteorologist Olga Ospina, tracking the conditions. She's here now with your next weather forecast. Olga.
Hi, Juan and Amy. Yes, that is the good news. The winds are weakening. I was just checking, and the strongest winds very early this morning, places like Fremont Canyon, 94 mile per hour gusts. We had 92 mile per hour gusts for Arrowhead Springs. So we are still looking at strong winds, not as strong as what we were seeing early this morning, but look at this. For the Pacific Palisades area, still in the 40s. So these are still very dangerous winds. Yes, conditions are improving, but we are not out of danger yet. We're seeing 50 mile per hour gusts for places like Simi Valley, and you can see a lot of places still impacted. 45 in Malibu, 36 in Burbank. As we head into Santa Clarita, also still in the 50s, and you can still see those winds, those Santa Ana winds from the north and northeast still pushing through, impacting the Inland Empire as well, with 45 mile per hour gusts through places like Chino, and then sweeping down into Orange County as well with 45 in Santa Ana. So things are going to continue very difficult as we continue through the rest of the week. I want to zoom into some of these spots here in our winds futurecast and show you what you can expect as we head into later today. So 4:25 p.m., there's Acton. There's that new fire, and we are still seeing those winds in that 30-40 mile per hour range. As we head a little bit further to the east, we're still seeing some gusty winds up in the mountains through the San Bernardino County mountains. Crestline seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range as well into Running Springs. Big Bear heading down into parts of the Inland Empire, Riverside with gusts in the 40s as we head into the 4 o'clock hour, and still moving south into parts of Orange County. So let's fast forward this just a bit. We're going to head into later tonight. Things are going to be improving. Things are headed in the right direction. So that is the good news here. Want to take you into tonight. So let's fast forward this here just a bit. 8:50 at night, and we're still seeing those winds though. So places like out into the Orange County area, seeing some strong winds still heading into later this evening, but things are going to be weakening. So as we head into the 6 o'clock hour, you can still see those winds out through parts of the San Bernardino area, through the Inland Empire. If you travel through the 15, things are still going to continue quite windy, 30-40 mile per hour range. And then by late tonight into early Thursday, that's when we see quite the improvement for a lot of us. Inland Empire, you will still see those strong gusty winds as you head out the door tomorrow morning, and even into some of the foothills for the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have the Eaton fire there, so keep that in mind. Unfortunately, we wish relief would come a little sooner. It is still going to be a few days. And then winds ramp up once again as we head into Thursday afternoon. So you can see those strong gusty winds out through parts of the Inland Empire. You can see gusts in the 50s for the San Bernardino area and moving down into Orange County and for the higher elevations of LA and Ventura. So the good news is the winds are not quite as widespread as what we have seen last night and early today, but we are still looking at some dangerous conditions heading into tomorrow. So we do have that red flag warning still in place through tomorrow. Strong winds once again. That's going to be still for that Acton area, for the San Gabriel Valley, into the Inland Empire in Orange County heading into Thursday night. Let's take you now into early Friday, 7:40 a.m. and look at what an improvement. So we're seeing more of those moderate winds and very localized, quite the difference from what we were seeing just yesterday. And as we continue into Friday afternoon, things are looking much better. So we're just seeing some gusty winds, light to moderate through the I-5 corridor, through the Fraser Park area, and heading into Saturday as well, winds will be lighter. But we do have that high wind warning that is going to continue with us through 6 o'clock tonight. So again, conditions are improving. We have seen those extremely strong winds for the valleys ranging from the 60 to 75 mile per hour range. For the mountain areas, much stronger. Again, Fremont Canyon, one of those strongest winds out there, 94 miles per hour early this morning. Arrowhead Springs also in the 90s. We've seen those strong gusts. We'll still continue with the strong gusts heading still into tonight. And then the red flag warning, that's going to continue with us still through Thursday. So it's not going to be until Friday that we really start to see more of an improvement, but we still have a couple more days to go, and it certainly couldn't come soon enough.
All right, Olga, thank you for all of that. Certainly everyone wondering when the winds will die down. We continue to follow our breaking news with SkyCal live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California. We haven't been able to get a good bird's eye view yet of that destruction.
That's right, Amy. Our choppers SkyCal grounded the last couple of days because of those high winds. Strictly for safety reasons, it was just not safe for SkyCal to lift off the ground. But you can see here these first pictures coming into us from SkyCal headed towards the Pacific Palisades area to cover the Palisades fire. And just look at how spotty, Amy, this shot is showing just all these different fires burning in different areas. Still the ground smoldering, still active flame out there as more and more homes are lost to this fire.
And you know what's interesting, Juan, is it looks so dark. You would almost think it was 8 o'clock at night, but it's only 2:39. It should be nice and bright out there, but there is so much smoke that is really blocking the sunshine, and it looks like it's evening time out there because there is still so much dark smoke. Look at it all. When we get a wider look at it, you can just see so much smoke just creating this really dark destruction.
And affecting so many people. And you can see now when our Mike Rogers on the desk shows us those evacuation zones, why the areas need to be evacuated, Mike. This area is covering such a large, this fire covering such a large area of our viewership.
Yeah, and I want to give some perspective as to where SkyCal is sitting and which direction he is looking at. So they lifted off of Van Nuys and then headed west through the valley and came down south through Calabasas, and they're slowly working their way east. So he is almost physically sitting on top of Topanga Canyon Highway rather. So that is where he is looking. He's looking east. So yeah, the top end of the north end of the fire here is what is approaching, through the Santa Monica Mountains there as he pans up and looks out. Now I'm going to ask Oliver. Oliver, can you just kind of zoom all the way out so we can get a totality of what we're looking at here? And you can see the city back to the left, and this just massive plume of smoke. And as you see the skid getting in the shot there as Oliver pans to the right, you can't even see the ocean because of all of the smoke. And there is the city that we're looking at. So back off to the left over there of the fire is going to be like the 405, and then you'll see some of the other cities that you're looking at there. But it's really kind of wild to see how close everything has gotten as it kind of starts to begin to chew through the canyons more to the west. And you can see just how dramatic some of these pictures are, some of the flame lengths. And now you understand truthfully why this needs to be fought from the air, why this is such a necessity that we have the aircraft that are able to drop in some of these canyons and some of these really rough terrain areas. As you can see some of the really crazy flame lengths as Oliver pushes in there on the hillside, and again covered in smoke, so it gets really dark down there and a little bit difficult to see, but it is something that is kind of continuing to burn, and obviously we're starting to get our first look at it from SkyCal here.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. We're getting some more information here into our newsroom regarding expanded mandatory evacuation orders for Santa Monica. So here they are. They include all areas north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. And again, this is due to the Palisades fire. The order adds to the previously announced mandatory evacuations for the areas north of San Vicente Boulevard from Ocean Boulevard to 26th Street. An evacuation warning is in place for all other areas north of Montana and for all areas north of Wilshire Boulevard and west of 10th Street, which is quite amazing. Again, expanded mandatory evacuation orders to include all areas north of Montana Avenue, Amy, from the beach to 11th Street.
And you know, we really hope that our viewers that are listening to this, Juan, are taking it very seriously. I know that the fire started yesterday, and a lot of people think, oh, we're out of the woods because it's been burning so long, but we're not. And if you are in that evacuation area, you really need to take this seriously. The winds have been shifting. We are hoping that they are dying down, but it is still windy out there, and you really need to listen to the warnings that are coming out. We do want to get back to our Jasmine Veal, who is on Mariposa and Lake Avenue and Altadena. Jasmine, you have just seen so much destruction today, and you know, we've heard it described as looking like a war zone. Just so many buildings on fire, so much smoke, so much devastation.
I mean, it's apocalyptic, right? It's a nightmare that, I mean, so many people have faced, have ran from these flames and now are finding their businesses like this one gone. This is a karate studio with kids programs. There's a nail shop across the street. I just saw one business owner standing. What's your name, sir? We're live on KCAL.
My name is Lloyd.
Lloyd, I saw you just with your hands on your head, shaking your head in disbelief.
Correct. I lived back here in these apartments for over 15 years, and everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
Everything's gone.
I mean, I can tell you, we're about 3 miles from where this fire started, and whole neighborhoods are wiped out, and we're on Lake Avenue right now. This is a business district. We know so well. I live here, too. I mean, you look around, there's not many businesses left untouched.
Yeah, it's devastating. This was a very close community. We all kind of knew each other, got along. And even the business owners were very friendly to all the neighbors, and just to see the devastation that's here today and the state of how everything is, it's just shocking, completely shocking.
And they still haven't put out fires. There are still places catching fire.
Exactly. I was talking to some of the neighbors when I was driving around, and they were saying that how firefighters came and they said that there were no waters.
The water ran dry out of fire
hydrants. Yeah, so they said that they were there just shoveling dirt on their property, which was horrible. Horrible.
Picking up shovels of dirt to try to put out the fire.
Exactly, correct.
Because there was no water and fire hydrants. They were having to pull it from others.
Exactly. So
what did you go through? Did you ever leave and come back, or?
Yes, I left last night when the fire started. Just got back here just to find what it is right now.
What did you lose?
Everything. When I left my house, I grabbed about 3 days worth of clothes and left everything else.
Everything gone.
Yeah.
You've lived here for how long?
I've lived here about good 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
Did you own a business here, or where did you work?
No. I worked over in Panorama, but I lived here. I went to Altadena Elementary. I went to Elliott Middle School. I pretty much grew up here. Yeah.
And just to see the history, St. Mark's Episcopal Church is gone, right on the corner.
Correct. Yes, it's devastating.
What else did you hear about people running? A lot of people had to be rescued because they just couldn't get out in time. We just saw one grandmother still trying to get out of her apartment right up the street from here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were probably hesitant, really didn't know if they should evacuate or not. And probably tried to hang on to their property as long as they could and made that decision to stay. But in situations like this, it's always best to get out as soon as possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Tell me your name again.
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry. Thank you for taking these few seconds. I know, I mean, I'm sure you're in shock and you're just, what do you do next, Lloyd?
Exactly. Just try to pick up the pieces, you know, lean on family members, and we all need to come together, not only as family, but as a community, and just rebuild and get everything back to where it was.
I'm going to give you a big hug because,
Thank you.
Oh, stories like yours bring tears to my eyes. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry it just becomes overwhelming, you guys. I mean, you know, Lloyd just with, you know, a little bit of a smile on his face, and he's lost everything. We did see a big line of fire trucks from Kern County just come in, so they're back up. They just arrived. I saw about 6 or 7 of their fire trucks pull in, and they were ready to roll. So I'm seeing a lot of these trucks also zooming up and down Lake Avenue here, ready to do what they can and respond to where they can. But as you heard, water is a major problem. And they can't put out fires quick enough. As soon as a building catches fire, what are you going to do? You can't really do an airdrop, a water drop, which I haven't seen any helicopters above us, but you can't just, I don't know, can you drop it on a building And the retardant goes everywhere. They can fight. Usually, you know, water drops up in the mountains and the hills where big swaths of land and flames can be put out. But I don't, you know, this is like building to building. This is boots on the ground work that these firefighters have to do to get in here with hoses, with their water tenders. Like we saw a few arrive. Look at that response. I haven't seen this. This is the first time. I think I lost the IFB, the reason I can hear you guys. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this many fire trucks here on Lake Avenue taking a stand. So, and we have more coming. We have a lot responding right now. So, if anything, this is a good sign that they are here, ready to jump on these flames.
Yeah,
here
like
on Lake. So just so you know, we're right
there.
at Lake. I don't know if John, can you see that sign down there? So people know we're at Altadena, but we're south of Altadena Drive, where whole neighborhoods are just gone, and all the way to Lincoln Avenue, gone. North of Woodbury, gone. So much lost here. I don't even know where you even begin to clean up and rebuild. I was in Camarillo, you know, covering the mountain fire there, and I was just there 2 days ago before we knew these winds would hit. I was standing in a neighborhood talking to residents who've lost everything and how slow the cleanup has been, and that's 2 months ago, right? There were still just burned out structures and homes, and you just think about how long of a process this takes, you know, just even first of all, just to have people get back in here and see what they lost. And then where do they go from there? I think I did lose you guys on my, maybe John can relay any kind of questions you have, but I'll send it back to you for now, and we'll kind of move down the street here.
All right, Jasmine, we're going to let you reconnect so that you can hear our questions there. But so emotional, Amy. You and I here listening to Jasmine tell the story, her hugging Lloyd, and I mean, we felt it. I mean, I teared up right away, and these stories are being replayed over and over, all over parts of Southern California. So sad. And going back to Lloyd's story, he left his apartment of 15 years with 3 days of clothing. A lot of people can relate to that, thinking, we'll be fine. We'll be back in a few days, and he's coming back to nothing.
Nothing at all. And you know, we've seen so many homes burned, and you think after a while you would get a little numb to it, but every time I see one, I get just as emotional, because you know that's someone's home that is no longer there, and it is just tough to see it happen over and over again.
All right, let's go to our Ross Palumbo live at a Red Cross shelter in Pasadena at the Civic Center. There, Ross, these stories, I'm sure you're hearing quite a few yourself out there.
Yeah, and Juan and Amy, it is much tougher to see it in person. Jasmine has witnessed so much up there. In fact, just a little while ago, she was standing right next to the Bunny Museum, which everyone in this area knows. Plenty of people bring their kids there. It's on Lake Avenue. It burned down to the ground. And part of the good story about the shelter here in the evacuation center here, part of the good story here is the owner and his wife had a place to come to. We talked to him, though. He was still extremely upset because of the problem with the fire, but also because there's a problem with the fire hydrants, he says, being dry, and he lost his museum of more than 25 years. Take a listen.
All the firemen kept on coming to the same hydrant. It was dry. It was dry. I felt really bad. They really wanted to, they were trying to do something, but they could have had, I think, every firefighter in the world there with those winds. They weren't going to stop it. It blew through all of the old town, the iconic Altadena Old Town. Sorry. It's gone. Our museum is gone. That'll hit me in a while. You know, took my wife and I almost 40 years to put it together, but it's the way it is, so we'll go on.
I mean, such a special place. I believe he had a $2 million endowment. It really was a wonderful place. Hopefully he can rebuild. Obviously, he is just devastated. It is so hard to hear and see those stories. On the flip side, these are the people that are coming out to help all of them. These food trucks right here are from World Central Kitchen. You know, Chef Andres does that. And now they're out here helping people, bringing them food for free. But I want to introduce you to this group of people right over here, because this is not any one kitchen or restaurant. This is just a group of neighbors. They came out here and decided to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing today?
Well, tell me about this. You know, when I first came up to you, I thought you were actually one of these food trucks, that you had a restaurant, but you just decided to come and help out?
Well, you know, we're all one. We're all humanity, and we help each other. And peanut butter and jelly connects you to your child heart. So I've got all my children here, and my wife, and then all these new friends from humanity that are here just to help out and reconnect people with their childhood in these tough times.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
Little things here and there.
But you just saw this fire and decided to come down and help?
Immediacy and civic duty.
Wow.
Two Burning Man principles that we need to live by every day. So this is going to be something that we continue in LA and the community after this too, because there's always people in need.
Well, you represent the spirit of giving in
Let's
these
do
tough
the
times.
There we go.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
So listen, this is really the good part of the story. People coming out and helping as people are going through the toughest times of their lives back here in the shelter here at the convention center. We know that there are more than 1,200 people inside right now, and I want to take you inside and show you a little bit about what these people are experiencing. When you walk through the door here, what you're really going to see is a lot of senior citizens and people who need medical help. That's because these were some of the first people evacuated that needed to come in these shelters. And I want to assure you that they and their pets are receiving plenty of care. There are trained medical personnel here, some nurses that are helping all these people out. They are feeding them here in the convention center as well. And this is the place to come if you need any help. There's food here, there are blankets, there are cots. This is a good place to come if you're trying to find people in your families. It's all right here at the Pasadena Convention Center. We will stay here. There's a press conference coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll bring you the very latest for now, though. That's the very latest from Pasadena. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to you on that one, Ross. Thank you so much. You know, there's something about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that can bring you a lot of comfort
It really
in
can.
moments like this, right?
Yes, when the tough times, you just want that comfort
Yeah,
food.
something very simple. All right, assignment editor Mike Rogers back at the desk now. We have an update to tell our folks about, right?
And it's not one that I ever want to have to deliver to you, but I can confirm from the LA County Sheriff's Department that the death toll in the Eaton fire over in the Pasadena-Altadena area has now risen to 5. I was just speaking with sheriff's officials about the deaths. They don't have any details to release at this point about how the people died or their ages or the exact circumstances of their deaths, but I can report to you now that 5 people have died as a result of the Eaton fire. What you are looking at live now is KCAL, who is over the Palisades fire. And the reason we're showing this to you is because we are finally getting a look at some of the devastation and the damage that has been done by this fire. As Oliver zooms out, this is that neighborhood, remember, that Amanda Starantino was in last night. Remember, it's the one she got trapped up in the above Palisades Drive, or when that neighborhood got cut off. And excuse the skid, SkyCal's trying to maneuver. As you can imagine, there's a lot of aircraft up there. So this is that neighborhood, and unfortunately, you'll see as SkyCal gets closer, and I'm going to have Oliver pan up just a little bit, and he'll see right there, there's a whole chunk of homes that has been reduced to rubble. And these are very large homes that burned up there in the Palisades area. And unfortunately, as Oliver pans around from street to street, it is just kind of all of the same situation here up in this northern section of the Palisades. If you're familiar with the area at all, this is Palisades Drive off of Palisades Court. This is Avenida de Santa Ynez, Palisades Circle, all of those neighborhoods. I think Oliver was telling me Via Pacifica is the street that he's was most primarily looking at there. And as you can kind of peer through the clouds, and we'll go back in, zoom in tight here to some of these homes that are even still on fire. Look at that one right there in the middle of Oliver's shot, is burned to the ground and still burning. You see 1 or 2 fire engines there to the left side of it, but unfortunately, that home is a total loss. And as Oliver moves around to some of the other homes in the area, that is the situation and the scene over and over and over again in this neighborhood. Now, we are still limited a little bit because of the heavy winds as to how east and south we can go. And of course, the smoke is making it very difficult as well. But I can tell you, further to the south, this situation and this scene is just more of the same over and over again. And as Oliver pans out, you'll see all of the very intense and heavy smoke that is happening. All the way to the right of the screen, if there weren't any smoke there, you would be able to see the ocean, which is not something that we are able to see right now. And look at this. This is a really new thick patch of vegetation. Look at how intense and how tall those flames are. Really, really insane stuff to see. Totally topography driven right here as the fire moves uphill. These really incredibly tall flame lengths. And you can look at just how dense the tree canopy is there and how much vegetation it has to burn as we look at these really incredible bright orange flames that are burning up in the Santa Monica Mountains now. And again, getting our first kind of look at some of the damages that have gone on there. And as Oliver zooms all the way out, if you can, Ollie, all the way out on your camera, I just want everyone to get a good kind of idea of the magnitude of this fire and how big it is. Oliver is sitting right now at 7,600 feet, right around 8,000 feet here. And that is his camera zoomed all the way out, and it doesn't even fit everything into one frame on the screen here. And you can see to the south of his top of the screen there, to the south of the fire, that is the city of Santa Monica. You can see some of the beach. And unfortunately, as he pushes back into that neighborhood right there, you'll see that is where all the fire has done the most damage. And this is just what we can see through the clouds, you guys. Unfortunately, the situation is like this over and over. And look at that. There's still homes smoking. There's still homes on fire. And then you've got other ones that are just totally reduced to rubble. So such a sad situation to see. This is what we talked about last night when we were going to be able to finally get our eyes on some of the damage and devastation that is happening. And there's just such news helicopters are such a unique perspective that we have here in Southern California. I think it's certainly one thing to see it from our crews on the ground. It is certainly devastating to see it that way. But when you're able to see it as a more of a totality of circumstances from a helicopter, it just really paints a whole different picture of how bad things have gotten.
Say when you see that one house that it has burned in the midst of all those that are standing fine, it is a perfect example of how the winds just pick up those embers and it lands just in that perfect spot, perhaps in the eaves or somewhere just on that house. The wind keeps fueling it, and almost like fanning the flame. And then the next thing you know, that home is engulfed, and it is really tough to see.
Yeah, and you can see, Mike, why people decide perhaps to maybe stick around and stay there because they're thinking, well, I'm in the middle of a row of homes. I'm safe. We're far enough away. But as Amy was saying, those embers can travel. Last time we were reporting anywhere from 2 to 5 miles. And if it just hits that one home in particular, and that one home can then set the homes on either side on fire, and then you lose an entire neighborhood. And yeah, you're right, Mike. The totality of all this, look at all that billowing smoke. I mean, some of these shots almost look like black and white photos. Yeah. They don't even look real.
And this is a whole nother neighborhood that Oliver is looking at. Look at that. Just totally reduced. That's a school right there in the center of the screen. Oliver, can you get me some streets here? Where are we looking at?
Put up the map tracker.
Palisades High School?
It might be, yeah. He's going to look for me right now.
Well, we know yesterday, Mike, the bleachers at Palisades.
Laughlin Lane is what he's telling me.
Okay.
So I'll look and figure out where that's at. But I mean, you see that, and there's nothing. I mean, the first neighborhood we were looking at, there were some homes that you could still see standing, and this one, you just don't. You just don't see anything standing still, and there's still stuff on fire. But and I know we're peering through the smoke there, but everything is just flattened there.
And you know, when it comes to rebuilding, Mike, there's just not going to be enough manpower to rebuild schools and homes and neighborhoods and commercial buildings. It is going to take decades to come back to where we were just a few days ago.
Yeah. Well, we want to welcome all of our viewers. You are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. And here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. They just updated the numbers. More than 15,000 acres have burned and an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed. And we do not have an exact number, but there was a significant number of residents and first responders that were injured.
And the second largest fire we're tracking is the Eaton Fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It is burning in the Altadena area. That's the area most affected. We've just learned there are now 5 deaths in the Eaton Fire. That's up from 2 that we were reporting earlier today. More than 10,000 acres have burned so far, and that number is growing. And more than 100 buildings have been destroyed. But the good news is that the firefighting planes and those helicopters have finally resumed their fights from the air after being grounded, of course, because of those very strong gusty winds.
Yeah, now there is a third and smaller fire that is burning in the Sylmar area. It's called the Hearst Fire, and it's currently at 700 acres with no containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. And we know that it was extended in Santa Monica, and we are telling everyone, please, if you are in those areas, to pay attention and get out when you're told to get out. Now, the air quality for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages across the area.
Yeah, so whether near or far, make sure you have one of those old school COVID masks in your car, and
Yes.
just to get around, because the air quality is just going to be a mess over the next week or so.
Yes, and we remind you to pack your bags early. Be prepared. I was saying it yesterday, and a friend last night told me that when it came time for her to evacuate, she panicked and she just ran out with nothing.
Right.
And
What do you grab, right?
yeah, at that time, you don't know what to grab. You're just running for your life at times. So pack up a bag now. Get the things that you need, those important documents, so that if and when the time comes, you are ready. Now, the gusting winds are driving these fires and really making it a much more difficult fight for fire crews.
KCAL meteorologist Olga Ospina tracking the conditions and is here now with your next weather forecast. Olga.
Yeah, and you guys, a good reminder to kind of have all those important documents, important things ready, and not just in case of a fire, but any kind of natural disaster where you have to leave your home in a hurry. So really good advice. But the good news is things are improving slowly, but want to show you the peak winds that we've had. These were overnight, early in the morning. And look at this. We were talking about nearly 100-mile-per-hour gusts, and it really sounded so wild to say, but that is exactly what we saw, especially across some of those higher elevations. We had gusts in the 90s for Fremont Canyon into places like Arrowhead Springs, Simi Valley in the mid-70s, Eaton Canyon, where we have that fire, 70 miles per hour. We have Van Nuys, nearly 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and for Altadena in the 60s. So things are improving a little. We're seeing more of the gusts in the 50-mile-per-hour range, 40-mile-per-hour range. So it is still dangerous out there. It is still very windy. We've had fires in the past that will spread very quickly with just those gusts in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're seeing 40-mile-per-hour gusts in Malibu, 36 in Pacific Palisades. So again, this is an improvement, but we still have more of a way to go. Upper 30s in Simi Valley, Burbank in the mid-30s, and you can see really across most of our area, we're still seeing some winds, mid-40s in places like Santa Clarita and out into places like the Inland Empire and Orange County, seeing gusts in the 30s and 40s. So we'll continue tracking this for you. We still have red flag warnings and high wind warnings in place through tomorrow and even into Friday.
Friday can't come soon enough. Olga, thank you. We now go back to our Jasmine Veal in Altadena. Jazz.
Okay.
To the left and over.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I'm here on Lake Avenue and Beverly Way where businesses are burning, and these guys, look at every other business is on fire here, and fire trucks racing just to try to put out, I guess, the next spot that could go up in flames. But I've been talking to these young gentlemen. These are guys from the Valley who came armed with fire extinguishers, masks, and a van to try to help out. So you guys were telling me in the neighborhood behind us, you saw residents, they didn't have access to water, using almond milk to put out the flames.
Yeah, they're using anything they can, and they're working together as a community to just, if they see an ember, they'll go over there, they'll take it out, and they got a spotter on the roof just yelling out what they see and working together to try to figure it out.
This is Jordan, right?
Yes.
Giuliano and Sean. And you're from Pasadena.
Yeah,
what did you see as you guys, I guess you have a fire extinguisher. Have you been able to put out any embers yourself?
I haven't been able to do much, honestly. I really wish we could do more because a lot of people here are hurting. And I live in this town and I love the people here. There's so many great people. And just being here last night with my wife, this church on the hill was intact, and it's like here like less than 24 hours later. And a lot of people are not able to save things. Like, we came here with great intentions. Unfortunately, haven't been able to do a lot, and a lot of people have left. But any way we could help, because we know all these first responders are very understaffed. So,
Tell me about how those residents, they were helping each other out. What did you see?
Yeah, a lot of these residents, like up the road and everything, like everybody's helping each other in any way that they can, either to get, elderly loved ones out of the house. Earlier today I was over there helping out, and there was actually a goat tied up in a backyard, and a couple people banded together to get him out of there because I guess he had been left behind over there. So there's people walking around handing out masks, people are walking around handing out water. There's literally a guy, you were with us here not too long ago doing that. So it's good to see a lot of people in Southern California have a heart and really want to help each other. I'd say I'd give the credit to this guy because he came out with his van, his wife, his friends, and all of these resources to do this. So,
What do you see them using besides water?
They were using, they told us pretty much they used almond milk, like energy drinks, like any piece of wet material that you could use to put out small little embers. So The water pressure, from what I understand, like a lot of the firefighters that are really having trouble right now because they're not able to put out these fires. So these families are taking toilet water even just to be able to put out a little ember and save their houses. You know, I get it, because it's like these people work their entire lives, their families, their culture, everything is there, you know.
And I saw the tears in your eyes, and I know, I feel, Sean. I mean, people have lost everything. So many people. Yeah. Giuliano, you have this fire extinguisher. You were even trying to put out some of the embers where we're standing, some of the flames. I mean, it's just, you just wanted to help?
Yeah, honestly, I can't sit at home knowing that there's people out there that need to be helped, and I always just try to do anything I can to give a helping hand. You know, I feel like I'm able-bodied enough to just do that, so why not? It's a little discouraging, I'm not going to lie, though, because like I said, you know, this is not much we can do. By the time we spot a fire that we think we could potentially help, it's just so large beyond our means, and so really I think their best take of action is just finding water and just giving them to these neighborhoods who have yet to have their houses burned down, just giving them some sort of extra lipid, some fire ammo to kind of combat it. So
you're going to go buy some bottles of water?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then help them put up,
you know, cases, and just, I think that's pretty much the best thing we can do at this rate, because, I mean, what am I going to do?
Right.
It's discouraging when you guys have such a good heart and it's in the right place. And Sean, last night you described the winds. When you saw that, you're talking about St. Mark's Episcopal Church, 119 years old, burned to the ground.
Yes.
What were those winds like? I said they were hurricane. They almost knocked me over.
The winds were pretty crazy last night because you know, I've been in Florida during hurricanes earlier this year, and that's scary enough. But the winds here, I've never seen anything like it. It's the debris that's coming up. It's the side panels off the houses with the nails inside of them. It's the little chunks of glass that are flying, and to see actual big billboards topple and street signs, and just from the wind, not from any fire touching it alone, is just unbelievable. Seeing that here, you know, by my house, and literally sitting in that parking lot last night.
We have a water drop finally happening.
Yeah. This is crazy.
We just saw it drop over a neighborhood, and it looks like finally this is going to drop right here off Lake Avenue. Look at this.
The whole place looks like a war zone. It's unbelievable.
It looks like a war zone.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Let's see if we can see this water. I've seen one so far.
Yeah.
John, my photographer, knows a lot about helicopters. Which one is this? That helicopter about to make a drop.
Yeah.
You said a couple thousand, I thought. Gallons of water, but it's going elsewhere. We saw at least one, you guys, so far. Let's wait for it and see. Okay, they're going to try to go get their van and buy some water. You guys, thank you so much.
No problem.
Give you a hug.
Be careful.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you guys. Thank you, Giuliano. Be safe. Okay. As we're watching this business burn up the street, a karate business with kid classes.
Just saw the water drop, Jazz.
Yep. Did you see it?
Yep.
Yeah. And this is something that we don't see often with, you know, water.
Well, they got to
dropping,
do something.
You know, in a business area, in a urban area, it's wow. But they need all the resources that they can get right now, and every bit of water and aid helps. And it's amazing that these neighbors are trying to help neighbors and out there with a, you know, extinguisher, just trying to make a difference. So
those are three amazing guys that Jasmine was talking to. Jasmine, thanks. We'll get back to you a little bit later.
We want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. She has been keeping a close eye on the Palisades fire and roaming through those neighborhoods.
Hey, you guys, we just looked at our map and realized where this is. With all of this destruction, it's so difficult to determine what used to be here. But as we looked at our phones and the map, we came to the realization that this is Moon Shadows, the iconic Malibu restaurant. It is gone. I was just speaking to one of our producers who tells me that he celebrated his 50th birthday here in July. And there are so many people who have so many wonderful stories about this oceanfront restaurant here in Malibu since the 1960s. And this is what you're looking at here. So terribly sad. And of course, this isn't the only business lost in the Palisades fire. Here in Malibu, we have a Thai restaurant. It's Malibu's Real Inn is gone, as well as Cholada Thai. There are so many businesses in addition to the scores of houses that burned in Malibu. You can see these power lines and these poles that have come down in the middle of the street. I'm driving in the middle here. That's what law enforcement instructed us to do because of all these downed lines. But I thought that this would be kind of a powerful shot just to drive along this stretch of PCH in Malibu to show you what things look like here. There's still quite a bit of activity, as you can see every so often. CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, and all of the other agencies that have rushed to our area to help us here. They're making the trek back and forth along PCH. But this is just one stretch of this iconic, beautiful highway in this amazing city. And it's just piles of debris and smoky ash. We've seen this time and again in Malibu today. And as we started to count, just so we could get some idea about the number of homes that might have been lost here, and you know, this is just anecdotal information, and we certainly didn't get to the end. But I mean, at last count, we were in the 60s and 70s, and we were kind of zipping by just trying to see, and I'm sure the number is much higher, unfortunately. But I just, as I said, I wanted to drive past just to show you all the cars that are here, and I'm not really clear whether these are houses here. I do see some appliances, so it looks like that is the case. Cars parked. We know that there are some beachfront parking lots here, but in this part of PCH, this is what we see in the area where Moon Shadows once stood. So I'm just going to drive for 30 seconds or more and just kind of give you the look.
It really is something else, Michelle, to see moon shadows gone and just an entire coastline leveled by this fire. And what was interesting, Amy, I heard earlier today, it wasn't necessarily the embers or the flames, but it was the downed power lines, right, that fell up and over these businesses and homes and just basically started fires and wiped them out.
They were burning on one side of the street, toppled over, landing over on those other homes, and it just wiped out that whole side of the coastline, which who would have thought these homes literally on the water.
And just the pilings left. Look at that. Just the support beams that would keep the foundations up and off the beach, the only things that are left there.
I'm sure a lot of people thought that their homes were safe because they were on the water, and it's just so tough to see. You know, we've been talking about neighbors, helping neighbors, and our Jasmine Veal, she has been doing such an amazing job out there, really getting those stories. And earlier today, she and her photographer, John Schreiber, helped rescue chickens from behind a burning home on Altadena Drive in Pasadena. They captured the birds by hand and then stored them in a trash bin. Take a look when they gave them to that owner.
We got to rescue some chickens because it's going to catch fire. Hold on. Do you guys have a cage? Do you have anything to put them in? Do you guys want to come to us?
Go. Come on, chicken. Let's go.
Come on, chick. Come on.
I got you.
We can.
There's one out here.
John, they might come to us.
Okay.
There's one on the fence.
Open it.
They're all in here. Christine, anything we can do, right? I mean, these people have lost everything. And so that mansion went up in flames. We're here on Altadena Drive. Avita lives right next door, and her trees were catching fire. So we went in to the backyard. She told us just open the doors to the coop. And my photographer, John, is like the chicken wrangler, and he just started scooping up the chickens and putting them into the trash bin. And here's Avita right now holding them. I know you still have ducks back there. It just got a little too dicey to keep going back, but we're just hoping some firefighters show up. You're trying to wave them down to save your home.
Yes.
I know. I know it's tough, and I mean, you've been crying here, hoping at least some of your chickens got out. Avita, what was it like last night when this fire started?
I didn't think it was anything serious, actually. So I was still working, and I got home at 8 p.m. last night. And then everyone was evacuating. My friends started calling. And I didn't think much of it. And we thought that the wind was going eastward. But this morning when we came here, the whole row in Altadena Drive was burned.
You got out when flames were just burning and the wind was gusting.
Yeah, we were at my mom's house last night. So
you didn't have time, obviously, to grab much. I know. Avita, I'm glad I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much.
No, I'm so sorry. Anything we can do. Again, I mean, we're able to go back there and do what we can to help. I've just seen so many residents.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, okay? I know she's going to load up. They're all in the back of her car here.
You got to take the wins where you find them, right? And in this case, it was helping this woman and her beloved chickens get to safety before the house burned down.
Yes, that's right. You know, earlier today, actor Steve Guttenberg was live on air with a message to neighbors affected by the fire in Malibu.
Actor Steve Guttenberg lives in the Pacific Palisades area. He joined us during KCAL Mornings to discuss his situation. Take a listen.
I really want to use this opportunity to tell people in a crisis, if you're going to abandon your car in the street, leave your keys in the car so guys like me can move it. And the second thing is, if you're able-bodied, try to help people. There are people in wheelchairs. There are older people. There are mothers having anxiety attacks and panic attacks about their kids. They can't find their kids. Try to help people. And also during the normal life, when this is over, try to be kinder and nicer and try to bring what you do in a crisis to the normal day. So to answer your question, yesterday morning at 9 a.m., it was an idyllic day. By 10 a.m., the sky was black. I mean, black as night. And there were small fires raging, little dancing devils of fire. And before you knew it, the wind was kicking up. This is wind I've never seen in my life. Well, the only time I've ever seen this is in South Africa. It's like a devil wind, which is a hot wind that just spreads this fire like crazy. And this morning, I thought I was going to wake up. I'm at my friend Andy and Laura's house, and I thought they have no electricity. I thought that I would wake up and I thought the fires would be out, but they're still raging, and it's just terrible. This is the biggest fire I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, many of us hoped that the fires would be out this morning, but unfortunately not the case.
Well, many of the fire evacuees, they had to leave everything behind, including their life-saving medication. It was either lost, left behind, or they needed a refill. Mickey Fine Pharmacy, though, is here to help. They've been busy refilling prescriptions, whether it's for asthma, blood pressure. They've been contacting doctors so everyone can get their life-saving medication.
Anyone who is evacuated and unfortunately they lost their homes or they're in a situation of transitioning and they lost their medication or left their medications behind, we're trying to accommodate and help all these patients. Yes. So far we've been very busy. People are in Pacific Palisades or the areas around, they've been coming to Beverly Hills and getting their prescriptions from us. Fortunately, we do have a good connection with doctors. We have a lot of doctors. We can call them directly.
Everybody coming together to help. The pharmacy says it also has concierge doctors on site to interview patients on their immediate medical needs. In some cases, they can deliver the medications to evacuees. But again, those areas are limited, of course, due to travel times and just downed power lines and just trying to get to where they need to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a pillar of the Jewish community in the Pacific Palisades in the path of the fire, the Chabad of Pacific Palisades posted on social media a photo of members of the congregation holding the Torahs that were saved. They say the storage area has suffered severe damage, as well as several cars in the parking lot. The synagogue has been in touch with congregants, some who have not yet evacuated. Well, KCAL is live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California.
Right now, KCAL is headed to the Eaton fire from the Palisades fire area, and you can see what KCAL and people in this area have to contend with. A giant blanket of dark black smoke over the area now. And it's interesting, with all this, the winds we've been having, you would think that some of this smoke would be pushed out over the Pacific Ocean, but it's not the case. It is sitting over our area right now. So that's something that we need to be worried about over the next days, perhaps even weeks. If you have respiratory issues with allergies as well, it's quite the problem. Our assignment editor, Mike Rogers, live at the desk now. He has an update for us. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, that's the Eaton fire that we're looking at, and that was the number that we just got, the 5 dead. And, we're being a little more conservative with where we're flying the helicopter. There's concerns by our crew up there about safety. We certainly don't want to put them in a situation where they feel unsafe. So that's why we're not necessarily as close to the fire as we would like to be. But what you're looking at is the intense cloud layer, smoke layer, I should say, that is covering the better part of the San Fernando Valley and, of course, the San Gabriel Valley. And it's really kind of incredible just how thick that smoke has gotten. I don't know anybody else who woke up this morning. I didn't realize what time it was because of how dark everything was because of the smoke layer that has covered everything. And you can see it as Oliver there pans in or zooms in a little bit more to the eastern end of the San Fernando Valley into the Burbank area as well. Right now, they are actually almost right on top of our studio here in Studio City as they are flying to the east. Now, I want to ask Jackie if we can come to my computer here because I want to show you about some new evacuation orders in the Santa Monica area. Now, they have not yet updated this map here, but I just want to tell you verbally that this evacuation warning that you're looking at right here has shifted from an evacuation warning to an evacuation order. So we're talking about the areas basically from the beach, Montana to 11th. So that is the area that is now an evacuation order, not a warning. And again, the map hasn't updated to reflect that in red, but we just heard from the city of Santa Monica that they have added this chunk to a mandatory evacuation. You can see why here, because the updated mapping from CAL FIRE shows the fire's path continuing to push to the south and the west, and you can see that reflected here. All of these orange spots are some of the areas where they have had confirmed fire. So, and in the studio here, once again, we have lost power. We've taken several power hits, as have many of the people that are listening to us. And I can actually just check. Last check with LEDWP, I mean, there were still thousands and thousands of people that were without power as we still sit in the dark here in the studio working to get things back on. But LEDWP has been dealing with thousands and thousands of people with outages. They're still saying, it's going to take 24 to 48 hours to get power back on for some folks. And let me just show you that since we're talking about it, since it just happened here. I want to show you the outage map here from LEDWP, and it is just incredibly lit up, something that I don't really think I've seen in quite a while here with all of these circles. Every circle on this map is where there is an outage, and I want to just come up here and we'll look at one of the larger areas here. Excuse me, 2,800 people in Highland Park, 2,500 people in Sawtell, 2,300 customers in Tahunga and Venice, 22 in Glassell Park. So a lot going on as we deal with these fires, we deal with the high winds, and we're still dealing with the power outages as well, guys.
We just took a hit here in the studio, and I know a lot of our viewers, they've been reaching out, telling us that they've had brownouts at home or they've had a dip in power. So definitely, even if you're not in the affected areas, as they reroute power, right, to different areas who may have lost power, you may experience a dip in your electricity. And I know LADWP, they've been doing a great job sending out text messages, as well as Edison.
Okay. Well, the Palisades fire has destroyed the historic ranch house that belonged to Hollywood legend Will Rogers. California State Park said in a statement that Rogers' historic ranch house was among multiple structures destroyed by the devastating fire at both Will Rogers State Historic Park and Topanga State Park. The historic Topanga Ranch Motel, built by William Randolph Hearst in 1929, also burned down.
It's incredible. And you look at these videos here, Amy, apartment buildings, historic homes built in the heyday of the golden age of film here in Los Angeles, in California, lost to these fires. So much devastation from the coast all the way to the San Gabriel Valley and beyond. It really is just something numbing to see. And as we were mentioning, no matter where you go, this is PCH right here.
Yeah.
It just, home after home and business after business just leveled by the fire.
Yeah, and it didn't matter if you lived in a big house or a small house. They were all going up equally, and it is just so heartbreaking to see these homes go up in flames, and then so many businesses going up in flames.
Houses of worship.
Yes, yes. So, and schools. We've just seen so many structures just destroyed in a matter of, about 30 hours. We are continuing to show you images from the ground, but I know we also have SkyCal that has been up again today. Yesterday, the helicopter wasn't up. The president was in town, and then we had the strong winds, and it made it a little more difficult to see exactly where a lot of this destruction was, but we are definitely getting a ground view of it right now. Our crews have been out there just showing us as much as they can. A lot of people watching, trying to see if their home is still standing, and a lot of people unfortunately have seen their homes on our air, whether it's been burning or, it just is really, really tough to see.
All right, let's go to SkyCal. As we mentioned, SkyCal is live overhead. Yes, this is a live picture there. You're looking at that dark plume of smoke there, this cloud of smoke as fires leave a path of destruction all across Southern California. We're right now headed to the Eaton fire, so once it gets there, we're going to finally get a firsthand look at the destruction from SkyCal down below, because as you know, over the last couple of days, due to those strong, heavy winds, not only have firefighters been hindered from sending up air support, but news choppers as well, like SkyCal, have been grounded due to the dangerous conditions. But you can just see just how incredible the smoke coverage is there.
Yeah, we see that little peak of sunshine in there, but otherwise it looks like a dark sky. Mike Rogers, of course, on the breaking news desk, and you've been getting new information.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out where he's looking right now in SkyCal. For reference, SkyCal is almost over the Montrose area, so that's where he's looking at it from. And this area is almost right where the fire started. This is that hillside that we saw it spark off of last night and then move significantly to the east. Now, there are flight restrictions, so we won't be able to get much closer. Our pilot is concerned about getting too much higher because of the wind. So this is probably one of the best shots that we're going to get, at least for now, of the Eaton fire. But you can see as it still moves to the east there, you can see all of the smoke that is still billowing. And I'm going to ask Oliver, if you can pan left and push into where that kind of black smoke is. We know that black smoke generally indicates either some sort of structure or home that is on fire. And you can see that that is still happening. And we've seen that from our reporters as well. And it's kind of difficult, you guys. I mean, we don't very frequently get these multi-day kind of fire events like this, where we are day after day watching things continue to burn, continue to push through cities, continue to push through neighborhoods. And we see the eerie scene there where you have the smoke that's just kind of laying low there after it's ripped through these cities. I mean, we're talking Altadena, Pasadena. There's even evacuations in Glendale, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Monrovia, a very good chunk of the San Gabriel Valley now dealing with these evacuations and damages that have been seen as a result of this. And again, I believe this is close to where the fire started yesterday. And again, all of the fires that we're talking about have not had any causes. I also want to reiterate to our viewers that the LA County Sheriff's Department confirming to me, that 5 people have died in the Eaton fire. So right now they are not able to provide any kind of circumstances, any kind of information as to how that happened or what the ages of the people were, if it was medical emergency as a result, if it was fire related. But we do know that they are saying that 5 people have died in connection to the Eaton fire. So we're still going to work on getting that information from the sheriff's officials. You can imagine that it is pretty chaotic. I just was having a conversation with the medical examiner. They have not even begun that process on their end yet. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But this was a fire that started at night and it moved so incredibly rapidly. I remember last night when we were starting to learn about it and trying to get some evacuation numbers and information, And that is, I believe, that looks like that might be Mount Wilson or a different set of radio towers that are up there. But I know last night it was burning pretty close to our Mount Wilson because we've actually got a camera up there that I was looking at last night. Let me just look at it right now. And yeah, you can still see some of the smoke. It looks like it's still a little bit away. Jackie, I don't know if we can look at RM1. I just want to give our viewers the perspective from the Mount Wilson camera that we've got up there as we're looking at it kind of creep up the hill from SkyCal. But there is, you see water dropping or retardant dropping aircraft in the air that's going to come in and make a drop there. Incredibly split on resources right now because we have these major fires burning. And after this one, I'm going to have SkyCal go check out that new one that we were talking about, the Lydia fire, hopefully up in the Acton area. We'll see if we can make it up there. I know there's a lot of aircraft that are kind of being utilized on that fire right now as well. Thanks, Jackie. This is our camera from Mount Wilson, where you can see the smoke and the fire kind of creeping up towards the radio towers there. So that is the situation that we're contending with. We'll go back to the SkyCal video if we can and look at that as you see this tanker coming in. Hopefully we'll see them make a drop. This is Tanker 95. This is a CAL FIRE 1960 Grumman S2 turbo tracker from CAL FIRE that is working on this right now for us. So lots of aircraft in the air. It's such a nice thing to see as compared to yesterday, you guys.
No doubt. What a relief to see those planes in the air. And with every fire retardant drop, it's a little bit of hope that maybe they can start getting some containment on this fire. Mike, earlier you had mentioned to us that the U.S. Navy was going to be sending us 10 helicopters with buckets, water buckets, to help in the fight. Any word on a timeline for that yet?
So not that we're working on that with the Navy. I was just looking on the radar to see if I can see any of them headed up this way. There's a ton of, obviously, as there always is in San Diego, a ton of aircraft activity down there, so I can't really delineate what might be coming here and what is, just doing normal duties. So we're going to work with the Navy to figure out the deployment of those and figure out when they're going to get here. But I can tell you, we've got Orange County Fire Authority had a helicopter up here yesterday. We've got Ventura County is fighting the fire on the Malibu side. We've got LA City water dropping helicopters fighting it on the LA side. That's just the Palisades fire. And then we've got LA County using their helicopters on the Eaton fire, fixed wing aircraft on the Eaton fire. And then we've got some more Blackhawks.
There it is.
There's the retardant drop.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's so nice to see, right? And then you've got more helicopters up at that other fire, sky cranes as well, which can hold a ton of water. So we've got a lot of air power here, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, and earlier, of course, all the air support is helpful, but we do know that earlier during a news conference, we learned that the LAFD had requested 250 additional engines from neighboring states with 1,000 personnel all to come and help us. And certainly that help is needed.
And that's probably still not enough, right? No. Amy, we need all the help we can get. Yeah. Or earlier today, Irina Nakano, she went to Palisades Charter High School. About 3,000 students go here. The football field, tennis courts, and the main buildings and baseball field were looking good at the time, but almost all the bungalows or the portables, they were destroyed. District officials estimate about a 25% loss to the campuses. The old parts of the school, the brick and mortar, including buildings D, E, F, and G, those are still standing. The continuation school on the south side of the school, well, that also burned to the ground.
Wow. Marquez Charter Elementary School, which is a K-5 school, it has about 300 students. The multi-purpose room was burning from the backside. Everything else was burned. Students just had an enrichment garden opening at the school, but unfortunately, that's no longer there.
And Palisades Elementary Charter School has about 400 students. They range from K through 5th grade students. They go there. District officials say they just celebrated their centennial year. Imagine that. The admin building at the front of the school was still standing, but everything else there was burned.
Wow. Well, here's Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, talking about the Palisades fire. He has family that lives in the area.
I want to send my thoughts and condolences to everybody in Los Angeles dealing with the fires. My mom lives in Pacific Palisades. She had to evacuate. Everett Dayton on our staff, he grew up in Pacific Palisades. From what I gather, his family home is lost. And everything I'm seeing and reading is just terrifying.
J.J. Reddick also says members of his family have had to evacuate due to the Palisades fire. The Chargers, they announced that the team is donating, get this, $200,000, Amy, to help in the wildfires.
And certainly every little bit will help.
Mm-hmm.
Citizen video showing several overturned trucks on the 210 freeway in the Fontana area as people evacuated from the Eaton fire. It was just as another example of just how strong those winds were and have been. And of course, we had been talking about the winds coming. People were trying to prepare for the winds. The fire department's also, getting prepared, bringing in those extra resources. But, this is, wind conditions that we have not seen since 2011.
2011, yeah. And I don't think there isn't anyone watching right now that hasn't been impacted one way or the other due to this destructive windstorm. I know I've had a couple of friends reach out. They've lost their homes in Altadena. Others are still waiting. We have coworkers here who have had to evacuate as well in the area. So this is the type of story that has ripple effects all over, whether you're not affected, but you're traveling on the freeways. This is what you're seeing. It's a stressful situation for everybody.
Absolutely. And, a lot of people have lost their power. Maybe their home is still there, but they are in the dark. Or they've had some wind damage because the wind has just been so strong, and the gusting winds are really driving all of these fires and making it a much more difficult fight for those fire crews.
And Amy, it only gets worse at night. You're looking at night pictures right there. It's so scary. Our reporters out last night. It's hard to see, the smoke making it very difficult. Like you were saying, you don't know if it's day or night, and the ever-changing atmosphere out there. Definitely a scary one for people to contend with. And, again, we've been talking about all this has been driven, we've been forecasting it by widespread destructive windstorms that hit us just yesterday. Things are slowly going to get better. We're expecting things to get better by Friday. But of course, our meteorologists and our forecasting team, they've been on top of this. Our Olga Ospina tracking the conditions right now. She has more in our next weather. Olga.
Hi, Juan and Amy. And the good news is, of course, we're seeing those winds come down just a bit. So this is an improvement. However, keep in mind, as you mentioned, still until Friday, we are looking at really increased elevated fire danger. So I want to show you the current wind gusts. We are still in the 30s and 40s. This is an improvement from what we were feeling really at the peak of the Santa Ana wind event. We had gusts in the 80, 90 mile per hour range early this morning. So while this is better, you know that these are still very strong winds. 36 for the fire in Pacific Palisades. We are seeing 40 mile per hour gusts for Malibu, mid 40s for Santa Clarita, and heading into parts of the Inland Empire, mid 40s also for Chino, 33 in Santa Ana. So all the way down to the coastline, we are feeling the impacts of those strong winds. High wind warning still in place through 6 o'clock tonight, and you can see that it does include a big area. Some spots now out of that, so that is the good news. Again, slowly we are improving the conditions, not quite as widespread as what we were feeling yesterday as well as early this morning, but still for parts to the east, Inland Empire, most of Orange County as well, except for the immediate coastline, also seeing the high wind warnings through 6 o'clock this evening. So I want to take you through our futurecast and show you exactly what we're expecting as we head into a little bit later tonight. So here we are at 5:30 p.m. This is going to be commute time. A lot of people are going to be out on the roads, and we are still seeing those gusty winds. So especially for the higher elevations out through the foothills of the San Gabriel Valley, moving into the Inland Empire, and even heading down south into parts of Orange County. Heading into later tonight, winds continue to weaken. So later tonight, it's going to be very different than what we had last night. Winds are mostly in that 30 mile per hour range. And then look at what happens as we head into tomorrow. So early tomorrow, not too bad. As we head into late morning, winds start to pick up again. It's mostly higher elevations out through the corridors. And heading into the afternoon hours, things ramp up once again. So if you are feeling a lull in the winds, we're not quite out of danger yet, unfortunately. And look at the Inland Empire lighting up. We're seeing those gusts once again in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range at around the noon hour tomorrow. We're seeing that across some of the higher elevations near Santa Clarita, parts of the San Gabriel Valley and the foothill areas. And of course, that is one of those dangerous spots where we have a current fire taking place. All these gusts were not out of the woods yet as far as any other fire developing. If a fire were to start, these winds are still very strong. They're weaker than what we had this morning, but they can still drive a fire to continue to spread very quickly. Heading into Thursday evening, commute time, 5:45 p.m., you're still seeing those strong winds for Orange County, Inland Empire, parts of Ventura County, a little bit lighter, but out through the San Gabriel Valley to some of those foothills and mountains, we're still seeing those strong gusty winds in the 40-50 mile per hour range. And as we head into Friday, early morning, overnight, you can see that winds are weakening. So conditions will improve finally as we head into Friday, and until Friday is when we do have that fire weather watch. So still in place also, we do have the red flag warning. That's going to continue with us all the way through Thursday for the strong winds, the low humidity still creating that high fire danger. And you can see that that is really across most of our area except the immediate coastline for places like Orange County. But other than that, be on alert. You know, if you are experiencing some light winds right now, winds are going to pick up again as we head into tomorrow afternoon hours. And as we've seen, anything can happen. So we are still on guard tomorrow and still even into Friday. Juan and Amy.
All right, Olga, thank you. And SkyCal is live overhead as the fires just really, I mean, you can't even make this out. It really is just the smoke.
Right?
Yeah, but it's the smoke from the fires.
Well, we are headed to the Eaton Fire. You can see a little bit of blue sky there and the mountain ridge just to the left part of your screen there. And once we get to the Eaton Fire, we're going to show you some of those neighborhoods devastated there by the Eaton Fire. We know the Altadena area was greatly affected by the Eaton Fire. So we want to go back to our Joy Benedict in Altadena with more of the stories coming out of there. Joy?
Yeah, Juan, I mean, it's been tough. It's been tough all day long. But I will say we got out here just after 7 or so, and things feel different. They feel different because the winds have calmed down. Things are sort of smoldering versus igniting, and that is good news. But it's, of course, not good news for homeowners who are dealing with this. We are on the corner of Alameda Street and Santa Rosa right now, and neighbors tell me the fire started here at this home at around 9 a.m. You can see it is still burning, and there are several homes here on this street of Alameda that are unfortunately gone. I did come to this area at first because we had a viewer a few houses down who had asked me to check on his home. The good news is that home is still standing, as is all of these homes on the opposite side of Alameda Street. This is the south side of Alameda where the homes have not caught fire. On the north side, we do have a few that we've lost. And I want to come over here right now to Melissa. Melissa, I know you've been out here in this community really all day helping a friend. What have you guys been doing to try and keep that home safe?
We've been watering with whatever hoses we have, watering the ground, which is extremely dry, and the house and the roof.
And the good news is their house is still standing.
Correct.
What do you think when you look around and you see so many that aren't?
I feel really sorry for whoever used to live here and whoever owns this house. I don't know if they know that their house is gone. I've been watching the news all day, and actually one of the reasons why I wanted to come out myself is to I'm keeping little tabs on a Google map about what I know, because I've been watching you guys all day and other channels about which homes and buildings I know have been burned down, because the news doesn't exactly pinpoint, the address or the street.
We try to, but it's very difficult. There's just, and unfortunately in this fire, there is so much loss. Well, I'm sure your friend really appreciates your help, and it's just really hard to see.
It is. It's very hard to see all of this.
All right.
And, what's been said before has been said, that this is unprecedented.
It really is. And it's going to be a long time to clean up.
Clean up for those that still have homes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Melissa.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your help. And let's take a little bit walk up here, because unfortunately, I believe the home above here also caught fire, and that's really what we're seeing out here is just a lot of devastation as we are moving up this street and moving up into this communities. Now, we're a little bit south of what I would say the heart of the fire right now. So what we're seeing in this sort of area is you're going to have pockets. You're going to have pockets where a house caught on fire, and then right next to it, you're going to have a house that is still standing. So this is good news. It looks like the house just north of that one is okay. And this is really an indicator of what we've been talking about all day. It's with these winds. So what we usually would see when a fire starts, you guys, is that you see a sort of a slow progression. The fire moves from one street, then to the next street, then to the next street. And that gives firefighters a chance to really take a stand and stop that fire from spreading because of these super strong winds that we had out here. Tropical storm strength, borderline hurricane strength for a lot of times in the overnight hours. You see a house like that catching fire, and then those embers are going to spread, and they're going to go all the way up there to another neighborhood, blocks, sometimes even a mile away, and it lands so quickly on that rooftop. And that is why you have such sporadic damage out here in Altadena, because you have a street that came through, where you have fire burned on every house in that street, and then you're going to have to go 4 blocks away, and you're going to see another street that burned. And as you can see, we have some fire activity here a little bit further up, a couple of blocks, as we do appear to have a roof that is smoldering at the top. And for some of you who maybe have not been watching our coverage all day long, the big challenge that we've had for fire crews is, quite frankly, the water and the water pressure, or the lack of it. I have seen fire engines and trucks try to attach themselves to those fire hydrants and get absolutely no water. So what we have right now here from Garden Valley is we have a truck that likely has its own water, and that is certainly good news for the crews that are trying to get out here and put these flames out. And we're now on Coleman Street, just a block up from where we were on Santa Rosa, and you can see this street did not fare as well. I have one house that is still standing. Right next door, we have a house that is not. And that does continue down for a couple of more homes and territories there, as you see the sporadicness of the damage of this fire, which is what is very unusual, as we've been talking about. A lot of us have been here covering fires for more than a decade, and we don't see it usually happen like this. It looks more like damage from a tornado than it does a wildfire, because tornadoes just sort of pick houses off right and left in the Midwest when they fall down, and that's what we're seeing with this fire. I mean, just a lot of devastation here on Coleman Street, just a block up from where we started. If you look over to the right-hand side, I see not 1, not 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6 homes that are down just on this block alone, but a couple more that are still standing. Certainly very hard to watch. And I also want to point out this right here in front of me, and that is the down power lines. So this is what I've been talking about all day long, is why people need to stay out of these communities, because many of these streets are not passable. And this is a perfect example of them. I will say, just in the last few hours, we have seen a very large presence from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, as they are now preventing people from coming into this community. We've heard talk about the possibility of looters, which is the last thing that we want to hear, but they have had some arrests for that because of these fires, and they are watching these neighborhoods very closely, because for those who are lucky enough to still have their home standing, the last thing that they want to deal with is thieves on top of all of this destruction in their neighborhoods. Guys?
Absolutely, Joy, and I have to say, it is so nice to see the winds calm out there behind you, and hopefully firefighters will get a better handle on the fire now.
I mean, there are times that I couldn't even see the sky. And if you look out right now, I see the sun. I see what's left of the blue skies in the late afternoon, and I don't see the winds whipping around. And that is really the best news, because that gives our firefighters the best advantage to either, 1, let this fire die out and burn, or 2, put a stop to it. And I'm even hearing water in the distance, and that makes me happy too. If you look over there to that house, they've got hoses on it, and it seems to be coming from this truck and this hydrant right here. So we have crews out here. They are doing their best to put out the fires that they can, to try and save those homes that are still standing. And they have just been working so hard all night long. And really, my hat's off to them and all of our emergency responders who have been out here doing what they can to keep this community as safe as possible. But this is just an unprecedented unprecedented time and an unprecedented winds and an unprecedented fire, not only here, but really the ones that are burning all over the Los Angeles area.
Yeah, no kidding. And the aerial resources are headed back into that area now, finally. Joy, thank you. All right, let's get back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. Michelle?
Here we go. Juan, behind me there is the Getty Villa. People were very concerned about it during the fire yesterday, and we can see the building standing. We had reports, of course, that it was saved, that maybe part of the grounds had burned, but things look good as far as that goes. What doesn't look good are the homes you see there in the foreground. There are many houses that are gone. I see chimney after chimney and lots of little fires, really just, I'm not seeing flames, but smoke kind of billowing up from the dirt. Like Joy was saying, we have all covered fires for many years, and when we interview the firefighters, they tell us that the stumps and the roots can burn for many days and weeks underground, even though water has been put on them. The situation here is pretty interesting. This is this point along PCH. You can see the LAPD is here, and there have been some issues because there are down power lines, and this is a big problem that we've seen along PCH today, and we're hearing it in other communities where the fire is burned. In this particular spot, there is a line stretched across the roadway, and then part of it has dipped down onto the pavement there, and you can see these cars turning around. The LAPD cars are kind of whipping around the corner, and they get up close to these lines. I have no idea whether the lines have been de-energized or not, but of course we're not getting anywhere near it. And the LAPD is doing its best to get on the loudspeaker and tell these people to stop. Over to the right, you can see that one officer, he has some bolt cutters, and it looks as though he's trying to figure out whether to maybe shut this gate off for all these people who are going past this area that really, see, you can see how quickly the cars come through. They're saying slow down, slow down. So this is just one part of the day that is just making things ever the more stressful and complicated. When we look up to the right, and I'm going to have Tim Kimball swing the camera up there, there are many homes that were saved, or at least up until now have been saved. Very large homes up on the hill looking out onto the Pacific Ocean. I do see some smoke behind a few of the homes up there, and this has kind of been typical of the day. 1 minute there's nothing going on, and then the next minute all of a sudden there's a raging fire. So firefighters explained that the conditions, they're so erratic that embers are blowing for miles, and we of course don't have anywhere near the manpower that we need to fight a fire like this. So while firefighters in one particular area trying to put out one fire, then another fire will start somewhere up a windy road up in the hills. This area by the Getty Center, as I said, we have not seen any active fire, although there was a spot, and this is interesting to note as well, the retaining walls that many of us see as we drive through different communities where there are rock slides or mudslides, and those wooden slats, those wooden pieces of wood are built up along the hillside to prevent the hillside from slipping. We just drove past one of those retaining walls, and it was completely on fire. All of the pieces of wood were burning, and there was another spot where all the wood had burned away. Down in Malibu, north of where we're standing, we spent much of the day in Malibu, and there are scores and scores of homes that are gone there. We met a Kern County fire crew that was working on several houses, just putting water constantly on them in an effort to save. There were probably 6 or 7 or 8 of them that were lost in that one city block. And the fire battalion chief was explaining that they were trying to save the 5 or 6 homes next door because the fire is just jumping from house to house. And I should add that several of those homes had the Spanish tiles on the roof. Those tiles were burning. So the building materials that at least I thought, and we talk about this, that are safer than others, building materials like stucco and things that maybe don't burn as easily. We saw plenty of those homes that were leveled. So really just such a sad situation here. A very active scene still happening in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. Fortunately, we have not heard of any lives lost here, but it's a busy scene, and I'm seeing lots of people coming in and out who are not law enforcement, who are not firefighters. I don't know. There are, of course, members of the media covering this, but that kind of clogs up the roads and makes things more difficult. So certainly the word would be for those people to please stay away, because we still have an active firefight going on here along the coast in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. I'll throw it back to you guys now.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And thanks for letting us know about those basically retaining walls made out of wood or railroad ties. We saw those burning last night, Michelle, outside the Getty Villa, and that was the big concern, whether the fire was going to head up to the Getty Villa, which I think we see there in your shot there. So definitely some good news to report that that's exactly what was going on. Thanks, Michelle. All right, assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk now with an update for us, Mike.
Yeah, we're looking at SkyCal. SkyCal is now repositioning themselves back towards the Palisades fire, where it is about 15,000 acres, a little more than. Now, right now, SkyCal is getting in position, so they're looking at this from the very northwesternly direction, compared to where the fire is. It's just the way we've got to go to be able to climb and get some altitude to get above the flight restrictions that are in place, so that the fire crews can do their work. So SkyCal is working and getting into place for that. And as we look at the fire that is burning, I also want to show you my map here, because a Santa Monica City Councilman, Jesse Zwick, is letting people know that there is an active fire actually in the city of Santa Monica now. He is saying at 4th and Adelaide, which is right in this direction. So this is San Vicente right here. This is the border of the mandatory evacuations. The city council person is saying that right here at 4th and Adelaide in the city of Santa Monica, there is an active fire happening right there. And he is saying those evacuations, and again, they are not showing up yet on this map, but I want to reiterate to you that they have expanded the mandatory evacuations down into this area as well. And I'm going to highlight that for you so that you can see basically from the beach here up to Montana, all the way to 11th Street. So all of this is now under a mandatory evacuation. I want to go back to the chopper who is over the Palisades fire right now, and we'll continue to look at it as he gets into place here. And as we talk about these mandatory evacuations that are going into place, what you see on your screen right now, that red box is actually turned from voluntary to mandatory. And again, right here near 11th or 4th and Adelaide is where a Santa Monica City Council member says there is active fire. If we can go back to SkyCal, I want to look at their picture here for a second as we're still getting into position here, but you can see the flames as they race up the hillside. And right now we are waiting for a press conference on the Eaton fire that is being put on by Pasadena officials. I see Supervisor Catherine Barger there as well. I see members from the Pasadena Fire Department, the city of Pasadena. Remember the Eaton fire, as we look at video from the Palisades fire, but the Eaton fire we now know has claimed the lives of 5 people. We are also expecting another press conference at 5 o'clock that will be with the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief, all of those officials that will give us an update on the other fires that are burning the Palisades fire. Quickly, I want to tell you guys about the other fire. Remember, I was listening to that Lydia fire. And Jackie, if we can come back to my computer one more time here, I just want to show people, because they did issue evacuations for the Lydia fire as well. Now, the Lydia fire, though, I can tell you from looking at some of the cameras, is starting to look better. But I do want to let you know about the mandatory evacuations there in this area. And a lot of this is super rugged terrain. This is south of the Acton area. So those are the mandatory evacuations. And then you've got some other areas that are a little bit more populated, but still very, very rugged here that are in the voluntary evacuations. And just quickly, I'll show you one of the cameras that are up there. So you can see it is starting to look just a little bit better, which of course is, any good news we can get around here. The last thing we want is to have yet another fire that is burning. So I'll show this to you here, and we'll play it back for about the last hour. Even on this screen, you can see that is significantly dying down. So that is the Lydia fire. Even though they have issued mandatory evacuations there, you can see the smoke is really starting to dissipate and things are starting to look better. If we can go back to SkyCal one more time, I just want to check in with them as they're getting into position because this fire certainly is not looking better. SkyCal now coming back towards the east, getting over like the Hidden Hills area is where they're looking at this from. And I'm going to ask Oliver if you can zoom out just a little bit so we can get a good look of kind of the totality of things. It's always crazy to see it from this big situation here, and that's what Oliver is looking at right now as we come down into the Calabasas area over the 101 freeway, which, by the way, Calabasas still under those voluntary evacuation warnings. So we're dealing with all of that as we await this press conference from the city of Pasadena, guys.
And Mike, while we wait for this news conference, I have a question regarding evacuations, and maybe you know or don't know the answer, but regarding people who are being told that they have to mandatorily evacuate, I understand in some cases they're receiving a text of some sort. How are they being notified that they're in the area that needs to evacuate? Do you know?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways, right? You'll get the emergency alerts on your phone. If you have those activated, that will let you know that you should evacuate. Some cities, depending on the municipality that they're in, will do the dispatch centers can either send you an automated phone call, an automated text message, something like that will let you know to evacuate. Generally, those really big, loud alerts that you get on your phones, the EAS, the emergency, I can't remember what exactly.
The EAS?
Yeah, something like that. Those are the ones that you'll get, usually most quickly. And actually, I just want to pivot really quick because it looks like
what's happening.
It looks like another house that's on fire. Oliver, that looks like a house that's on fire, right?
Wow.
I'm just going to see where that's at. Yeah, and it is. And so Oliver is he's coming over the Calabasas area. I would venture to guess, and we'll see if he can get any closer. But it looks like that may be maybe even off like Old Topanga Canyon or somewhere in there. Ollie, are you looking directly off your nose? Loma Matisse is what he's telling you.
So not even close to the Eaton Canyon fire yet.
No, and this is we're back to the Palisades fire.
Topanga.
Yeah, this is Topanga. So Loma Matisse is where he says this is. I'm just going to look for that on a map here, but he is coming back into the, like I said, the Topanga Canyon area. So this is, obviously not what you want to see, and it's again, we are now several days into, or not several days, but day 2 of this really destructive fire that just doesn't even have any signs of letting up. As we can see, homes are still burning in that area.
And this is a time, Mike, when winds are dying down, like you mentioned, and this house seems to be kind of alone on its own for the most part, at least from what we can see there from SkyCal. And yet an ember made its way there, and we have another home that is caught on fire. Incredible. So if you do get one of those emergency alerts that Mike was just telling us about, definitely pay attention to it and heed a warning. Mike?
It just looks like the mayor is about to speak in Pasadena. I don't know if we can go to that.
All right, let's go to that.
Typical spelling, Victor. Last name is Gordlo, Gordo, mayor of the city of Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the president of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the city manager for the city of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people If you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our City Department of Public Health. And in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we of course appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours. And we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, ChadAugustin. I'd like to give you a current sit stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives. Pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, we take a question. The statistics and the current situation with your firefighters, how are they holding up over the past 22 hours now?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region. Yeah.
Strike teams, what's the status of that? How long before
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources that you're going to stretch to a minute. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eden Fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
What you said, I want to ask, we're inside the fire zone, and multiple residents talked about a lack of water pressure, or a lack of water at all trying to fight fires. There's a similar situation in the Palisades. They said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there? We saw it firsthand as well. Why was this the case? Is this going to be trouble?
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with, I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water with those wind gusts. We were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, what specific fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night, like a transforming fire in around Canyon.
That's correct. The time of that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, 108 homes destroyed. What do you say to
Yeah.
that you want to handle on this anytime?
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Before, why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Can we talk about
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is Gene. Last name is Harris, Harris. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area, upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city, handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel, and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged, and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one. What one?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunching that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right, we're still in a very active incident, right, and we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds, wind gusts of 70 miles an hour, and very erratic winds. 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Money Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast enough? Yeah. Could it have helped sooner?
What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County. Yes.
As you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground. Yes. These are images that you and everyone standing behind you has seen all day long. What do you say to homeowners that are watching this happen in real time?
We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
On that same note, how surreal is it to be inside this convention center anytime before many other events, but to see it being utilized in this way, more than 1,000 people are now using this. Looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that will need here for the folks to
Well, first and foremost, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. We have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or phone number set up for missing persons? So if a family member, if someone in the area was evacuated with families out of state or out of county, how do you track down your loved one?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here. I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but we can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community. And I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen in carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to officials there in Pasadena bringing us up to date regarding the Eaton fire burning most of the Altadena area there. We're expecting a news conference in about 13 minutes or so that will include LA city officials as well as Mayor Karen Bass as well. As you see there, our Joy Benedict is getting ready now to bring us an update now from Altadena. I know you've been listening to what's going on here, Joy. What's going on where you are?
Yeah, we're on Glen Rose right now, and it has just been a really tough scene for firefighters and a tough fight. We've been out here about an hour, and we had a couple of homes that were burning on this street, so firefighters came in very, very quickly trying to put out the flames, and they very, very quickly ran out of water. At first, they were attached to one of the fire hydrants here off of Glen Rose. It lasted just a couple of minutes, and it was completely dry. They ran out of the 500 gallons in their own vehicle for LA County Fire also very quickly, as then that fire continues to burn. And then they got in some assistance over there from a crew out of San Diego who had another 400 gallons in their truck behind them, and they were able to rig that up. The reason they worked so hard to put out this fire is that if you look over to the right-hand side, we have a home that is still standing. In fact, there are two that are still standing, and then a business down a little bit further down the way. And so that's what we've been talking about all day, is stopping the progression of the fire from bouncing from one house that's on fire to one house that is not. And now they have the ladder out, and they are actively trying to save this home that is right next door, since obviously the one that had caught fire is a total loss. And that's what we've really been seeing all day out here in the Altadena community. Now, the good news is at this time, and I'm crossing my fingers, at this time, we are not seeing those strong winds that we had been seeing earlier in this morning that would have spread this fire with or without the water, with or without the firefighters, that there was nothing that they can do. because we're not seeing that wind, this is giving firefighters the upper hand. It's giving them the upper hand to try and put these flames out and stop the progression of the fire, which is really the best news for folks here in this community. Because if you look across the street on the other side of the engines, all of these homes on Glen Rose and the 3000 block are still standing on what is the west side of Glen Rose Avenue, versus on the east side of Glen Rose Avenue, where the fire has been coming down from the hillside and the mountains up there. That's where they're burning. Let's walk up just a little bit if we have the time. I want to get north of Pine Street, where we had a very similar situation up here with another house that was burning, and they were also struggling with water. So again, this is where the mutual aid from the fire departments come in very, very handy, because they have these engines, each one of them, including the wildland trucks, that each carry about 400 gallons of water, which can last and let folks get through here, and then of course add that extra water when they're just not having the resources underground with the fire hydrants. So as we come up here on yet another fire that was standing an hour ago, unfortunately it is not still standing anymore, this home, as they are still dealing with it. But next door is a home that has not burned, and that's why we have several firefighters standing over there on the porch trying to make sure that they prevent it from catching fire. So we have a lot of resources out here. It's just the fire is so vast. It is covering such a large swath of area, and it has been really erratic when it comes to the houses that are burning throughout the day, just sort of scattering all over Altadena, because the winds are picking up those embers and having them move from block to block to block without any sort of reason or understanding. But again, a very active firefight out here still in Altadena by the LA County Fire Department and the many, many other fire departments that are up here trying to make sure that this fire doesn't spread or doesn't continue to spread, as it has been really hard throughout the day. I'll send it back to you.
And it's so good to see those fire crews out there on the fire lines, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, doing what they can, as we see this firefighter here with hose in hand at the ready to see what's going to be happening next. All right, Joy, thank you.
The resources and the water, which is great. All right, our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more homes are still unfortunately burning. Rachel?
Yeah, they are, Amy and Juan. We're along Sacramento Street, just off of Lake Avenue, and both sides of the street I'm on, this is basically what we see: devastation, homes that have been leveled. You can see a few spots burning, still smoldering, but unfortunately, this is just the case. Firefighters are so busy, they really don't have time to tend to these little fires that are still smoldering. This is also the case on the other side, but first I want to show you to my right, a home has caught fire since we've been standing here. So this is what folks here don't want to see. Embers flying and houses catching fire to the right here, Suzanne. Over to the left right here, another home that was destroyed is the home of David Olguin. He and his family have been back here. They came back home to see that their home had been lost. And David tells me that they've lived here for 6 years. David, thanks again for joining us. I was telling our audience, you guys have lived here for 6 years. Yes. You came back to this devastation. Tell us why you decided with your family to come back. What are you doing right now?
We're just trying to salvage anything we can. You know, when you've put your whole life into one place, you know, where you just try to come back and find any sort of hope you can. I mean, I'm mainly here just for my mom. I'm trying to find her, you know, a sign of hope. We lost everything we had here. The only thing we have is just what's on our backs right now. Yeah. So I'm just looking for any sign of hope to get over this devastation.
When did you guys evacuate, and what were you able to take with you?
We initially evacuated around 9 o'clock last night. We took just honestly the minimums. We initially thought we were going to come back. It was just going to roll over. You know, LAFD was going to do what they had to do, but as the night went on, we eventually got word that the fire took over our block so rapidly that we just sprung into action, and we tried to get back here to grab more stuff, but it was just too late.
You know, it looks, you know, looking at your home right now, it doesn't look like there's much left, but what do you hope? Is there anything in particular you are looking for that you're hoping to recover once all this is said and done?
The most important thing for me personally is my mom got me a gold ring for my birthday one year, and that's the one thing I'm looking for. Everything else, you know, items are replaceable, but that one jewelry item I am looking for, and I hope to find it soon, as well as just any sort of something that can remind me of the house overall.
Is that the case of every one of your family members here? Just that maybe one special thing they could recover?
Yes, they're all just looking for something special, or they're just trying to get closure. It's just something that happened so sudden on just such a spontaneous day in the new year. We just weren't ready for it.
Yeah. I don't want to rehash the feelings you felt when you came back, but upon arriving here and seeing that the house was gone, just what went through your head and your heart?
Well, initially my dad, he got here first, and I arrived a few minutes after him. So as I parked my car at the corner over there, I came rushing down, and my dad, he initially told me, turn around, the house is gone. And I just couldn't believe it. It's just something you would never think you would see. So I came running down the street, and just to find my house completely engulfed, and just know everything that I had with me or I grew up with was just gone in a matter of minutes.
Wow. Well, in the midst of all your troubles, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, and we're glad that all of you are safe.
Thank you. I hope everyone else stays safe, and we can all move past this together.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Thank
David.
you guys. Have a great night.
All right. So David Olguin and his family, one of the many just very powerful stories that we've been hearing all day. Not only are they trying to find their own possessions, they've also been trying to help their neighbors. Again, something we've heard all day long. Amy and Juan, back to you.
So many people feel exactly like David, looking for any signs of hope in the rubble and in the damage. And we really hope he finds that gold ring his mom gave to him, because I'm sure that's very special to him.
Yeah. And so many people were saying, Rachel, that when they left, they didn't really take anything because they thought they'd be right back, that this would go and their home wouldn't be destroyed. They'd be right back, and the house would be fine. But unfortunately, we keep hearing stories like this, and unfortunately, the house isn't fine.
It's gone.
Yeah, I think it's wishful thinking. I think that's what we all want, but unfortunately, sadly, that's not what a lot of people found this time around. So hopefully, folks out there who are at home listening to these stories of loss, we learn a lesson, right? Get prepared, make sure we have what we need and are ready to go at a moment's notice.
And I have to give it to David's father, who said, turn around, the house is gone, just protecting his son, not wanting to see what was left of his childhood home. All right, Rachel, thank you so much for that emotional interview there from Altadena.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, now let's get to KCAL News reporter Gio Insignaris, also live in Altadena outside a school on Lake Avenue and Calavera Street that's been burned by the Eaton fire. Gio?
Juan, Amy, good afternoon to you guys. It's interesting to hear from Joy, from Rachel as well. You just have to take a stone's throw to another street here in Altadena, and it's just devastation all the way around. And I want to show you this look here at this firefight going on at the school you mentioned. You take a look at the roof there. We've been watching those flames spread for the last half an hour on the roof of this building. That's the Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. It's a public school here in Altadena. It houses about 400 or so students, close to 500 students, and this thing, it is not looking good. The response so far has been heavy. You notice all of the fire engines from LA County out here in front of the school. You also have a Kern County fire engine out here as well. And the smoke, the ash, everything that is around us right now is omnipresent. And there's a sense of fear, really, when you start getting, the sun starts setting, and that sense of eeriness really starts to cloud over you, because that's what the smoke is doing. And we've seen and felt wind pick up just a little bit, certainly not as dramatic as it's been in the last 24 hours or so, but you still have to wear your mask, you still have to wear the goggles just to try and avoid all of this stuff getting in your eye. Ben, if we can, I want to pan to your other side here, because you notice the smoke coming out of the school, but that's just one huge plume, black pillars of smoke. We've been seeing this all over Altadena Plaza here in Altadena. We've been talking to homeowners just on the neighborhoods adjacent to Lake Avenue here, and it is to use one of many words that you can use to describe this main strip, and you saw it from Jasmine too all morning long. If you just follow this road down for the next mile, 2-3 miles, it's devastation left and right. We were seeing a car engulfed in flames, and then that fire spreading to a nearby power pole, and then spreading to a nearby tree on top of that. And between all of those little moments, you see people coming back to their homes. Earlier, we were talking to someone who was checking in on their friend's home. She told us she lives in Glendale, that they're okay, they're safe, but she was in tears talking to us, checking in on this home that was gone. Nothing there anymore. And it's hard to put into words what you're seeing out here, and I know that all of us and all of our colleagues throughout these last 24 hours have done an exceptional job at putting those into words, as hard as it is, because you see this out here and you wonder, just how bad it is. And I'll tell you, it's horrible to look at, and it's heartbreaking. It's devastating, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. As you take a look again here at the magnet school, right on top of the roof. I mean, those flames at the edge of that roof are just continue to spread, and it doesn't seem like there's really much hope. I mean, you fingers crossed, you obviously hope there's a large response here that you can save the building, but you really never know, seeing how the devastation that's been across this area now. So we're going to keep an eye on this here. The other thing we're going to keep an eye on, we talked to another homeowner who was just checking in on what was left of his home, which was nothing. And he said, hey, I'm going to be here at some point. Right now, I'm just glad that I'm safe. So we're going to feed that interview back to you so you can take a listen to it. It's a lot to take in right now, but guys, as I send it back to you, it is quite the sight out here, especially as the sun starts setting and we start turning the page on another day since this fire started.
Very well said, Gio, and we knew we were going to wake up to images like that. We just didn't know how devastating it would be, but it certainly has lived up to our worst imagination.
It sure has, Pat.
I have to say that.
Sure has.
Well, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Now, here's what we know right now. The Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. More than 15,000 acres have burned. An estimated 1,000 structures are destroyed, and there are a significant number of residents and first responders who are injured.
And the second largest fire we're tracking right now is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It's burning in the Altadena area. We've learned there are now 5 deaths in the Eaton fire. That's up from 2 earlier in the day. More than 10,000 acres have burned, and a short time ago, Pasadena Fire Chief said between 200 and 500 buildings were damaged or destroyed. But the good news is that the firefighting planes and the helicopters, those have resumed the firefight after being grounded because of the winds.
Well, a third and smaller fire, Juan, is burning in the Silmar area. It's called the Hearst Fire. It's currently at 700 acres with no containment in sight right now. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. This broke out late last evening, early morning, middle of the night. The air quality for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages all across the area. Assignment editor Mike Rogers is live at the desk with an update. Mike?
Juan, we are getting a look from SkyCal. We're finally able to fly today. As we talked about yesterday, the wind conditions were so chaotic and hectic that we weren't able to do that. But I want to show you a live picture from SkyCal. What they're doing right now is trying to get around, as the sun is starting to set, but they're trying to get around the south end of the Palisades fire. So Oliver's going to pull out that shot a little bit, and you'll just see all of the smoke that is pouring over. The reason we want to get to the south end of this fire, and the chopper is over Beverly Hills right now, so that looking towards the west, obviously. So we're trying to get to the south end of the fire because we want to see some of the, get a look. What we haven't gotten a look at really is the devastation from an aerial view of what the Palisades fire has done. It's going to be difficult because of the smoke that you see, the way it's kind of laying flat. It'll be hard for us to see a little bit through there, but we're going to do our best. And as soon as Oliver is able to get more to the west and transition through the Santa Monica area, hopefully we'll be able to bring those pictures back to you. But in the meantime, I want to come to my computer because I want to show you the 15,832 acre fire that is now the Palisades fire. And I want to show you new evacuations that are showing up on the map here for the city of Santa Monica. A Santa Monica City Council person talked about how there was fire here at Adelaide and 4th Street. That's right here. And that is what prompted a new mandatory evacuation in the city of Santa Monica, from 11th Street to the north, Montana to the south, and then the beach to the west. So all of that is now under a mandatory evacuation. You have your voluntary evacuations that remain the same. But again, that mandatory evacuation now extending even further into the city of Santa Monica, which is just really remarkable to see, you know, areas that you would never, ever really think would be under an evacuation order for a fire are now under an evacuation order. We are just down the street from the Santa Monica Pier, which is right here. So we are getting just very close to a lot of more populated areas, more so than we've already seen. The Palisades area just been completely devastated. I'll pull out a little bit here and show you the fire footprint. Everything you see in orange here is where the fire has burned and where it has pushed through. And as remarking earlier, you know, Pat and Juan, how the fire has now burned the same area that the Franklin fire burned in. And some of these areas here, there is now overlap between the two fires, which is really remarkable to see as well. And then as we look you know, into the mapping here, you can see just the neighborhoods and the communities that are just one by one have been ravaged. I'm going to switch to this map because on this map you can get a much better idea of every white building that you see here is an area that is a building or a home, and all of this has been consumed by fire. And that is really what the devastation is going to look like. That's some of the things we're trying to get a look at from SkyCal, you guys. So again, just a really sad situation here. New mandatory evacuations. There are still homes burning, both in the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. We're tracking them from here from the desk. As soon as SkyCal gets a little bit closer, we'll bring you those pictures.
You know, I am so glad that you mentioned the Santa Monica Pier. For even people that have never been there, they have seen the Santa Monica Pier. We feature it every night on our broadcast. That is just remarkable. All right. Thank you, Mike. And now we go back to our Jasmine Veal. She's in Altadena, and Jasmine has an interview with someone who knew someone who died. Very emotional. Jazz?
Yeah, horrible. We know that this fire, Pat, has been deadly and destructive. First, let me tell you where I'm at. I'm right here on Lake Avenue at Beverly Way. You can see the Bank of America behind me up in flames. This was not burning just maybe an hour and a half ago, but then it caught fire because the building next to it also caught fire. And finally, you have some firefighters here, the Forest Service and LA County trying to put out these flames. But you think about, I mean, all the safety deposit boxes inside and people's belongings and money. I mean, this is just another building, another business here on Lake Avenue up in flames. Homes burning in all these neighborhoods. We went up to the top of Lake Avenue to the eastern side. So we went west into a neighborhood at the very top of the lake, and we spoke to a family member and neighbors who said that a man in his 80s named Ron, a grandfather, a quiet, loving man,
my old street is Nome Alta, out the Pine Drive, and that's where we had lost one of our family members in the fire, and rest in peace, condolences, and to the rest of the family and everything. And so it really hit the street I grew up off of. Everything's, my old grandparents' house is gone, my grandma Evelyn's house is gone, and it's just this stuff hits.
Who died? How did this family member die? Was it a cousin, an uncle?
Like an uncle to me.
Yeah. He didn't get out. He burned in the home.
Yeah, in the bed.
In his bed.
Yeah. So I feel like he passed in his sleep. Ron Nickerson, what's up, Auntie? Nephew. Strength and loves and prayers, and it's hidden more and more that I'm out here.
And you were putting out fire. You said you were trying to.
I was helping who I can, and making sure what I can see or salvage or whatever. And my other grandma that lived more on the Lincoln side, me and my dad was watering down the house, since it didn't touch there just yet, but watering the house down.
Oh, that's so tragic. And we have heard from more stories today, and we'll hear even more, Juan, I'm sure, of just utter sadness. 5 people died, we know so far, at least.
It's so devastating. And earlier in the evening, Pat, Mike was telling us that it doesn't seem like the coroner has responded to any homes. So perhaps these people died at hospitals, either from smoke inhalation, from trauma, a heart attack, something that happened to them. So we're still trying to get more information on that. But yeah, 5 people have died here in this fire here. And this is just in the Eaton Canyon area for the Eaton fire.
And you wonder, the more that fire officials are able to go into some of these homes, and we know because of how many structures and properties have been destroyed, they haven't been able to go in and assess all of them. So that number could go up even higher. And we're so very, very, very sorry about that. And our assignment editor, Mike Rogers. Mike, you have new looks at the damage that has transpired.
Yeah, guys, so SkyCal got into position there, and it's utter devastation that I want to show you here from the helicopter, and this is what we've been looking at. You see still smoldering, but watch when Oliver, as the home collapses there while we're on the air. Oliver, go ahead and pull your shot out a little bit for me. I want to show everyone the street here, and streets, plural, one after one. Look at that, row after row after row of homes just destroyed. That entire neighborhood there. And Oliver, if you can pan to the left a little bit more as well, that is the scene for that whole stretch of neighborhood there that is just completely gone. Look at that. As Oliver continues to pan left, every street is just demolished. There are no homes left here. There are maybe some, walls, maybe a chimney standing, but this is our first look at just the sheer devastation that has happened in this Palisades community. We know from fire officials that at least 1,000 structures have been destroyed here. And man, this is just so eerie to see when you look at it in this light and in this view, you guys.
Entire communities gone, block after block. And we saw a picture online earlier, Pat, where we were just counting houses in rows. And in just one photo, we counted 120 homes.
Yeah.
So you can imagine.
How do you assess a situation like this? Obviously, most of the people are gone.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're at hotels or they're staying with friends or relatives. But I've talked with some people who have young children, and even if their house is standing, it's smoke damage or their school burned down, and they don't know what to do. So this is just so very sad to see. And as you say, this is an entire community of homes.
Right. I mean, we're not talking a subdivision. We're talking a whole community. And Oliver, if you can pan to the right, because Pat, I want to show your point here about people that are dealing with schools. Pali High School is right there on the right. That's their field. That school sustained a ton of damage as well. So that's the baseball field, and then you can see even all of these communities, even up into the to the right, and it looks like still on fire.
Yeah,
right there on the right side.
I see fire right there.
Still on fire. So, and that started burning last night.
Right.
Is when that started happening. So this whole community just totally ravaged by this. And Oliver, I'll have you pull out again a little bit just so we can get another scope of the damage. And as you see, as he pulls out, I mean, there's still countless fires. We've never seen, we know statistically, we've never seen a fire of this magnitude, and just row after row after row of homes destroyed is just, it's really incredible.
And it looks like, Mike, the high school still has some power incredibly. There's some more smoldering and some flamage, but the rest of the neighborhood has no power at all.
Yeah, and that's just one of several neighborhoods. Yeah, they got their baseball field lights on. They may be using it for a staging area for fire officials or something. And you can see, every so often, as we pan around, you see some of the fire engines that are still in the neighborhoods. You see some of the homes that are still smoldering, and it's just kind of wild. Up to the right a little bit. Sorry, Oliver, I know I'm sending you in a bunch of different directions, but if you can go up to the right of the baseball field in the school, is where that apartment building was that Tom was at yesterday.
Oh, remember, completely.
Right, right off of Sunset, and that's, I believe, right in here, I think, is where that is, and still burning as well. So just things that it's just, when these firefighters run out of resources and can't get to everywhere and all of that, we see things burn and smolder for, days. I believe we have that press conference that's happening right now.
And thank goodness.
Supervisor Lindsay. Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, then Sheriff Robert Luna, and following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Best.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waded into flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are highly volatile. We've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in Simi Valley and on the LA and Ventura County line. And as our firefighters do battle on the front lines, all of us must be vigilant. So if you receive an evacuation order, please leave immediately. If you receive a warning, get ready. Protect yourself and protect each other. And don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris. So stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. And conserve water to the extent that you can. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelenos, and the spirit of our city. This is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelenos to be united, for Angelenos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise, and make no mistake, I am confident that we will rebuild. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there, that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job, and it's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild. And when we met with the governor and the president, the resources and the promises have been made. And it's going to be our job to deliver. And I am confident, given the resiliency of this great county, working with all of our partners, we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that I have talked to today that have lost their homes up in Eaton Canyon, I am a phone call away, and you are not alone. And to those of you that have lost homes, please reach out for help. You are not alone. It's important for us to recognize that these people have lost everything. In many cases, their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground. But if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love thy neighbor. So with that, I would like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District, the Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis, to also thank the volunteers, but most importantly, to let each person know in this time of crisis that they're not alone. To everyone feeling the anguish of this tragedy, the county will be here for you no matter what as we recover from these fires. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to continue to follow all guidance from our emergency personnel. I want to thank you for evacuating, for letting our first responders do their job, and for keeping your loved ones safe. Here are the updates from the 3rd District. Since our last press conference, evacuation orders have expanded into Santa Monica to San Vicente, and evacuation warnings now include Montana to Wilshire, Ocean to 11th. Gas shutoffs are affecting more than 15,000 people in Malibu, from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory is now in effect for LA County Waterworks District 29. This is the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north, and from Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. For more information about water, you can call 800-675-4357. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall remains in an evacuation warning area. Should the warning become an order, the chief has developed a plan for safe evacuation. Our young people's safety remains my top priority. Today, we also received agreement from the President of the United States to approve a major disaster declaration, which will include individual assistance and public assistance programs. President Biden, we are so grateful. Additionally, our County Department of Mental Health is activated for mental health resources. You can call the helpline at 800-854-7771 for 24/7 support and mental health resources. We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune calamity damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers. To sign up, go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on today because of station power outages. But please, if you are in a safe place and you don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two main things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically pre-deployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260 personnel assigned to this specific incident. There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened. We continue to focus on fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire, we are closely monitoring this specific fire. It is in the county, and we are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to the large-scale brush fires, in the past 24 hours, the LAFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LAFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation evolves, the LAFD remains steadfast in its mission, working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to mitigate the impacts of this unprecedented fire condition. Also, I want to talk about a few of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states and firefighters are surging into Southern California as we speak. Also, the challenges with water pressure in the Palisades. Standard firefighting adaptations for water. What we do when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds. We can pull water from pools. We're utilizing as many water tenders that we have, and we're working very, very closely with DWP on this. Next, we will continue to focus. I want to make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. With strong winds that are going to continue throughout the night, I can tell you and assure you that firefighters and first responders remain focused on protecting lives and property. We urge the public to help us by doing the following. Stay informed through trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LAFD and other partners, we're working so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of our residents in harm's way remains our absolute top priority and our focus during this wind-driven fire. Thank you, Mayor Bass, the elected leaders who are here, and for all and every single firefighter, first responder, boots on the ground that are doing the work. Together we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe. Next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the fire chief from Los Angeles County, which is Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For the Eaton Fire in Los Angeles County, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, the LA County Fire Department continues to be in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service and the Pasadena and Sierra Madre Fire Departments, in addition to our law enforcement partners. The fire has been mapped this afternoon at 10,600 acres, and it is still growing. We have 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighting personnel assigned on the line, and mutual aid resources from out of state, including Arizona, have arrived to assist us with this firefight. Unfortunately, we have 5 reported civilian fatalities, a number of injuries, and over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of the fire is unknown and under active investigation by both the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the U.S. Forest Service arson investigators. And the moment we learn the cause of this fire, we will advise the media. We also have a new fire start in the Acton area of Los Angeles County, the Lydia Fire, estimated to be between 80 and 100 acres, 30% contained, and thankfully, forward progress has been stopped. As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties yesterday. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 250 additional engine companies from Northern California, staffed with over 1,000 personnel. At this time, the state of California is exercising their emergency compacts with the western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting resources and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point is that we have 60 units responding from Oregon, 45 units responding from Washington, 10 units responding from New Mexico, 15 units responding from Utah, and numerous units responding from Arizona. Currently, the National Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday. Thank you, and I would now like to invite up to the podium Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to say a few things and not to repeat what's already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but a sincere thank you to everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders and support departments who have been out there from the very beginning doing the very best they can to protect everybody. The word resilience was used, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to be an example of resilience in the very best sense of the word. We're going to bounce back from this, and it's going to be a challenging week ahead, but we're going to be able to get through it by working together. These have been unprecedented conditions, as you've heard over and over again, and the fire has been very unpredictable. That is why the need for vigilance is I can't stress enough how much we got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to catch something quickly if we get something sparking off. I think that is critical. This is not over, long from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation, with traffic control, and with crime suppression. And on the crime suppression front, you've heard also about the potential for looting, people going in and taking advantage of the worst possible circumstances to be able to enrich themselves. That will not be tolerated at all. And my ask is that everybody stay out of the impacted areas unless you live there, unless you have a real reason to be there. Our officers will be out there. They'll be watching for this, and we're taking this very, very seriously. So I want to thank you again for your work with us, to our media partners, for all that you've been able to do to get the message out there and keep people safe. It's now my honor to introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County deputy sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations. They're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress into the area. They're involved in security, which the chief talked about, and I talked about it earlier. We're up to 3 arrests with looting. That is 100% unacceptable. I'm going to repeat it. If you do not belong in these areas, do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property are left alone. These people have gone through so much. Don't put them through more than they have to go through. And then we're on humanitarian missions. I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to. Those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want to talk about evacuations. Regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have been impacted by either evacuation orders and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been impacted by evacuation orders or warnings. As I said earlier, we have called in additional resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next. Both fire chiefs have made it very clear we are not out of danger. There's a lot of work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example, as we are not only calling in our resources, we check with other departments, both in the county and outside the county. And we've provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two departments. And that's something we do in law enforcement. Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate in helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities, and we're praying that that number doesn't increase, but there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see what happens there. We are up to 3 looting arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I'd like to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you, 99% of the people are listening, and I think that's why hopefully the injuries and fatalities and all those ugly things will stay down. So thank you to our LA County residents for working with us in partnership. And now I'd like to introduce LADWP General Manager Janice Quiñones.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Janice Quiñones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency. We're working very closely and side by side with LA Fire Department and CAL FIRE in the command post to manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment. Conditions for our crew are very hazardous, so we ask for your patience. We have deployed 19 water tankers to continue to provide water to fire departments on the firefighting efforts. And our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our systems and fill those water tanks faster. We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water to make sure that we have water available and ready as the winds and the dry conditions continue. And in the Palisade area, because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272, and the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide. Again, it's 90272 SIC code. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP has requested mutual assistance from Pacific Gas and Electric, and we're also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support each other while we restore power as quickly and safely as possible. As of 5 p.m. today, we have restored power to over 133,000 customers, and we have about 123 customers still out of power. We have 50 customers that have been out of power for more than 18 hours, and we're prioritizing those outages. Based on our current conditions and for the safety of our crews, if your power is out, you should plan for at least 24 hours before our crews can respond to make repairs. If you see a wire down, call 911 or report that to LADWP. Our number is 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Some areas, specifically those in fire areas, will take longer because we got to get clearance from the fire department to come and make repairs. I want to thank PG&E again, at Southern California Edison, and the Metropolitan Water District for their support in this response. And now I want to introduce LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline warriors, our first responders, in dealing with this unprecedented set of circumstances. My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust, have permeated into our communities, making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lausd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that, unfortunately, the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities. Unas palabras en español. Me siento muy agradecido al liderazgo de nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, y al liderazgo de la
All right, you've been
ciudad
listening
de Los
to
Ángeles.
Superintendent of Schools, Alberto Carvalho there. I think the most important information we got from him, one is that LAUSD, all schools will be closed tomorrow. But in the meantime, we have something else to tell you about, something we had been dreading, but Mike Rogers, you can break the news.
Yeah, this is a brand new fire burning in the Hollywood Hills. This is at Runyon Canyon where this fire is burning. So Runyon Canyon, the main trailhead is just to the right there. Interesting enough, Runyon Canyon had been closed today. LA Parks closed both Griffith Park and Runyon Canyon out of an abundance of caution to avoid things like this. Left side of your screen, that is from our Hollywood Hills camera, where you can see it. That's a fixed camera. The right side of your screen is SkyCal, where you can see this. Now, I can tell you, I have seen so far one water-dropping helicopter that has come in, Fire 3. The problem is as we've talked about, all of these helicopters are busy doing other things and other fires. So there are currently 3 fire helicopters up. They're all over back at the Palisades fire. So we'll see if they are going to divert and come deal with this or how exactly they're going to do it. The good news is there's not really a ton of homes immediately in this area. I mean, obviously there are off to the west, but the way that the fire is kind of burning is it's burning more up into the hiking area versus over into where the homes are. And let me pull up the camera here really quick so I can just get a better look at it. But this happened, we actually watched it start. SkyCal got eyes on it before the fire department had even been called. So 5:34 was what time the call came out for LA City Fire to get on this one. You can see some of the engines that are coming up. Nichols Canyon Road is to the top of it, to the north of it here. And then obviously the fire there as well. And we've been kind of watching this and it hasn't grown, too terribly exponentially, and actually some of the larger flames seem to have died down. The Runyon Canyon area, if you're familiar with it at all, is a lot of very low-lying vegetation. There's not a lot of tall trees, and it is kind of burning uphill here, and then it gets into this area, and it kind of put itself out at least a little bit. So it is kind of starting to burn itself out. We saw that helicopter come in, and they did one water drop. That happened during the press conference there. So we'll see. It looks like Fire 1 just lifted off from where it was over the Palisades fire and is headed this way. So, hopefully we will see a couple good drops here and can be done with this one. It doesn't appear, it's not, moving entirely too rapidly at this point. So hopefully we'll get a couple drops on it and can call it a day.
Juan and I were just talking, though. We're just wondering how this happens. We hear about spot fires, embers, and all that, but it just... just talking here, it seems like if it was from an ember from one of those fires that we would see more of this. So, thinking out loud.
I would say this is probably too far away for it to have for anything of that to do with it. Just because the hiking trail is technically closed doesn't mean everybody listened. And all that stuff can happen. We've seen weird situations where people decide that this is the time of day they need to do weed whacking and something starts that way. So we don't know the cause of it at this point, but it does look like it kind of, where we first spotted it, did look like, not from a home or anything like that. So we'll have to wait and see what the fire department is able to figure out about a cause. But, certainly the trail Runyon Canyon was supposed to be closed today, but obviously there's ways around everything.
Right, and you were saying, Mike, this is mostly concentrated or close to that Runyon Canyon hiking loop that so many people use, right?
Yeah, so that's on the right side of the screen here, right where that ridge is. That's where you get into more of Runyon Canyon and where the hiking trail is. So you've got Runyon Canyon Road. If you've ever climbed that hill, you get to the top there. There's that bench up at the top, and then it kind of comes around, and then even further to the top is that neighborhood. It's kind of up in that area. So
close to Mulholland.
Right. It's at the very, very top of Runyon, and it's burning into Runyon versus if it was burning to the west, it'd be burning more towards home, but it's burning more to the east. In fact, when we first saw it, we actually thought it was on the Hollywood sign because we were looking at it from quite a distance.
Right. Okay, Mike, well, we could get more information, of course, from meteorologist Evelyn Taft. You're very familiar with this area, Ev, and maybe you can explain how the winds, are they affecting what we're looking at right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Pat. And of course, we're all very familiar with the area. Lots of us hiking through that area, that's for sure. And this is the top of Runyon Canyon, like we were just talking about, Mulholland. So a lot of brush burning. But again, this is near Solar Drive. And of course, that is a residential area in Nichols Canyon. And as we take a look right now, you will see the fire burning pretty rapidly. And just visually, it does look like it's growing. As Mike was saying, looks like maybe we're getting somewhat of a handle on it. The good news is that winds aren't too crazy in the area right now. So just holistically speaking, we're looking at about 20 plus mile per hour winds at the peak, but really we're looking at winds in the teens. And I just want to tell you that's relative to where we were last night. So last night, I just want to put it into perspective, we were looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts across parts of Southern California, even 80, 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts across parts of Southern California as well. So winds have significantly died down and laid down tonight. That is working in our favor. The other recipe to fire danger, of course, is not just wind. That's a big part of it because that drives fire, but it's that dry brush, and we are looking at exceptionally dry conditions out there right now. They're expected for days now. Really, it's going to be days before we start to see any jump in relative humidity. So let's talk about relative humidity right now in the area, and we are down to the single digits in teens across the entirety of Southern California and areas affected by fires. Right now, Runyon Canyon, of course, affected as well, and we are looking at dangerously low relative humidity. What we don't want is single digit relative humidity, and we're getting close to single digits in some parts of the valley. We are in the teens, which is not great, but still, again, it could be worse. So fire is laying down right now. The peak of the extreme fire conditions already happening. Winds did peak earlier today. They are on the downswing, but they could be on the upswing, and we're looking ahead to Thursday at this point. And I do want to take you through your wind futurecast. And by Thursday, and of course Hollywood Hills included in here as well, we could start to see conditions start to pick up again. That's tomorrow night. So we're not really in the clear at all, really through the end of the week. But conditions will start to get a little calmer. But again, red flag warnings through Friday at this point. So I do want to come back to your peak wind gusts. And just to show you earlier this morning, I mean, we were looking at gusts in the 60, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour range. And that is absolutely nothing close to what we're looking at across Southern California right now. Our eyes currently on the fire that just broke out near Runyon Canyon. This is Nichols Canyon at the top of Runyon, not at the bottom of Runyon. The bottom of Runyon, you enter there on Fuller in Hollywood, close to La Brea as you make your way along Hollywood Boulevard. This is the other side of Runyon. So as you make your way up to Mulholland and Nichols Canyon, Woodrow Wilson connects up there, and that's where the top of Runyon is located. This particular fire affecting just the area near Solar Drive, but of course we know how rapidly these fires could spread. But the saving grace tonight is just the fact that we are looking at relative humidity again up in the teens, not great, and wind speeds currently again quite low compared to where we've been. Not low, but relatively speaking, so much lower than where we have been. So again, we are in the 20 mile per hour range, that orange on your map indicating wind speeds in the teens right now. So remember, there is an uptick in winds, but that's not going to be until tomorrow night. Otherwise, we are looking at, again, the wind will continue. It will stay sustained as is at this point. I am getting a look at what we call our fire snooper with the National Weather Service. And as we take a look at current conditions in the area, I do want to tell you that relative humidity is officially in the teens, and we are looking at wind gusts between about 18 and 20 miles per hour. But of course, on the ridge tops, could get a little gustier there as well. So we're going to continue to keep eyes on Hollywood Hills. We are getting a look at the sky right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing the ridge tops. There we go. We're looking at a few hot spots if we can sort of focus back in. It does look like there is a water dropping helicopter in the area right now. And the good news is that the aircraft, well, they're flying because wind is much lower. So we can perform, fire department can absolutely perform water drops across all of Southern California tonight, including this new brush fire that is breaking out at the top of Runyon Canyon. Again, that is technically in Nichols Canyon, off of Mulholland, near Woodrow Wilson, near Solar Drive currently. So again, capable of spreading quickly, and gusts right now, again, lower than where we've been in the 20 mile per hour range. Winds coming out of the northeast currently. So again, these are your warm, dry, gusty winds. And we will continue to, of course, keep an eye on the Hollywood Hills as we continue to keep eyes all across Southern California, including the Palisades, including Eaton Canyon, including the high desert as well, where everybody's really looking at similar conditions as far as wind goes. But remember, ridge tops absolutely could get much windier conditions. That's really what we're looking at as we head into the overnight hours. We do have to stay vigilant. And as far as the fire trajectory goes all across Southern California, with Hollywood Hills included, the wind is traveling from the northeast. So just keep that in mind. And the strongest winds will continue to impact ridgetops and higher elevations, especially foothill communities now, including the Hollywood Hills. And that's really what we were worried about. So again, winds continue to calm slightly tonight, with that uptick continuing through tomorrow night, and winds will gradually taper off by Friday afternoon, but we still have a little ways to go before we get there. Some spots still could see 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts as the uptick happens. But as I take a look at our fire weather snooper forecast, and this is coming out of the National Weather Service, and these are all your current conditions right now, we are looking at, again, wind speeds up to 20 miles per hour, 25 miles per hour, and relative humidity in the teens and 20s. So could be worse, but certainly, Pat and Juan, could be better. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, we're going to take the better, Evelyn, that's for sure. And we want to update our viewers now at 6 o'clock. You are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster that's happening across Southern California. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. And here's what we know right now. SkyCal over the scene of a new brush fire in the Hollywood Hills. That's what you're looking at on our picture near Runyon Canyon. It's moving quickly uphill, and additional firefighting crews are being called to the scene. Now, the Palisades fire is now the most destructive wildfire in LA County history. More than 15,000 acres have burned so far. An estimated 1,000 structures have been destroyed. The LADWP says the firefight has resulted in significant low water pressure that can result in low water quality. So they are strongly advising people who are living in the 90272 zip code area and nearby communities to boil water. Now, all LAUSD schools will be closed tomorrow, but those grab and go places will be open, and you can go to their website, www.lausd.com, for more information on where to go to get food. And the second largest fire that we're tracking is the Eaton fire in the San Gabriel Valley. It's burning in the Altadena area. We have learned there are now 5 deaths in that Eaton fire. More than 10,000 acres have burned, and the Pasadena fire chief says between 200 and 500 buildings have been damaged or destroyed. There is good news in that area, though. The firefighting planes and helicopters have resumed their flights after being grounded because of those pesky winds. And assignment editor Mike Rogers is live at the desk. You know, Mike, we're talking about that new wildfire that's burning in the Hollywood Hills, but you saw it first. And since we've been on the air, we've seen a couple of water drops, thank goodness.
Yeah, we have, Pat. You know, we saw it so soon, and I actually went to go look on the fire information here to see where exactly it was, and it wasn't showing up. I was almost to the point where I was going to call and report it to LAFD myself. Because SkyCal could see it, but I didn't see any calls for service. And then as I was getting ready to get an exact location, that's when it popped up, and that's when they started responding. So SkyCal had very quick eyes on this. This is burning in Runyon Canyon, as we've been talking about. And I want to point out how very, very quickly it has moved downhill. Look at this. It is almost getting to the bottom of Runyon Canyon now. As you can see, it is kicking up some spot out flares as well, because you can see kind of the bulk of the fire is even more to the top. But look at that, as it comes down here, it is starting to creep down the hill right there. And of course, that is Curson Avenue that you see at the bottom of your screen right there. To the left is the flames. So I'm just listening to some of the radio traffic. There are a lot of crews there. There are a couple of water dropping helicopters. I've seen at least 2 drops so far. And there were 3 helicopters at one point. But again, as we've been talking about, Pat, they are spread thin between the other fires that are happening right now. So they've got a lot of hand crews there that they're trying to get into place, that at least they can stop the forward progress of this fire, or at least contain it from moving anywhere towards a home, which would be more to the west. And if it continues to move south, of course, there are homes to the south of the fire as well. But right now, it is primarily contained to the Runyon Canyon area. I was just listening. They say it's kind of straddling a ridge line around Waddles Garden Park, which is a little park up there, and Runyon Canyon that kind of splits the two of them, just to the west side of Runyon Canyon. So that's where it is burning right now, and you can see all of the smoke that is now filling the air as well from this fire, and you can see that it is moving even closer to the basin of the city of LA. And again, as Ev was talking about, that's where Curson Avenue is, and then even further south of that, you get into really Franklin Avenue, and then Hollywood Boulevard is to the south of that. So that's that's where kind of where we're at right now, and it is continuing to push down. And I want to ask Oliver if you can pull out just a little bit, Ollie. I just want to see kind of the perspective of it, of how close it is getting to the rest of the neighborhoods down there to the south. And you can see all that big smoke that it's pushing out. But if you look at that bottom flank of fire, it is moving, pretty far to the south of this hill. And it'll get down there to Curson and those other streets to the west of it as it continues to move to the south. So hopefully they'll be able to get some more of those water dropping helicopters. I do see Fire 4 that is on scene right now, and it's kind of milling its way about right there at the bottom of Oliver's shot there. Bottom right, there it is, Ollie. Yep. So you got Fire 4 that's going around and probably trying to recon and figure out exactly where they want to put some water down. You've got, I think, Fire 1 and Fire 3 were also over at a heli spot, maybe picking up some water after they did a drop. So LAFD is here. They've got their water dropping helicopters in the area as well. And looks like they're putting up another one out of Van Nuys Airport. Fire 2 looks like it's being launched as well. So they are diverting crews to this as well, getting some patrol crews there to try to get a handle on this fire before it spreads any further. Pat.
Well, there's no question about that. And I believe because of all the smoke, we didn't see that bottom flank from it. When you first started talking about that, maybe it had been there, but we just couldn't see it.
Yeah, and it did. I was just sitting there, while Ed was talking too, I was just really kind of impressed, in a bad way, about how quickly it was moving. And so, yeah, I couldn't tell if that was there before and we just didn't see it, or if it was just been moving down. I mean, it crossed the ridgeline and started pretty quickly burning down the hill. You can see really how quickly this thing is moving, because at the top of the screen, where it's almost just more embers at this point, that's where the fire started. And then it jumped that, or crossed over to that ridgeline and really just started shooting downhill pretty quickly to where it is now, which is, still contained to the park area. Runyon, if you're not familiar with it, is actually a pretty decent sized chunk of land over there in the Hollywood Hills. So hopefully, we stay within that area and we don't, God forbid we start seeing what we have with these other fires where it starts moving into areas where there's homes.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Curson Avenue, and when you kind of, when you said Franklin and Hollywood Boulevard, that's a little concerning.
Yeah.
But obviously they know what they're doing. They know about it. They're aware of it. And hopefully we'll see some more drops. Mike, we talked about extra firepower, firefighters coming from different areas, even the National Guard.
Yeah, both California and Nevada National Guards, yep.
So helping in this firefight, maybe that gives us a little bit of, more promise that this can get under control.
Resolved, yeah. And it looks like there may be a county fire helicopter that's coming to help too. I just saw it pop up. Let me just look at one thing really quick here. Yeah.
What are we looking at here, Mike?
So that looks like a staging area. That I believe is to the northeast of the fire. Yeah. So that's the northeast of the fire. That's where they're doing a staging area. It looks like, Pat, that LA County Fire has also started a full brush fire response as well. So we're gonna have a full response from the city and a full response from the county, which will be a ton of fire crews that are going to be rushing into this area, which is really good. So you've got LA City Fire, and I've got Copter 19 from LA County that is on its way as well. So between the 1, 2, 3, 4 LA City helicopters and the 5th helicopter from LA County Fire, hopefully we will be seeing this not look like this very soon.
You've been following these types of incidents for such a long time, Mike, and you have such an excellent eye to find out where something is happening, even as we mentioned, before the firefighters actually do. So just wondering, even looking at this picture right now, we talked about the embers that we saw at the top of the ridge there. Does that give you any idea that, they certainly made the drops and they are making some kind of progress?
It does. And it also lets me know that the vegetation that is up there is not very thick. Right, because that area up top, that's actually not where they made the drop, but there's not a lot to burn there because the vegetation is so low and pretty thin.
And it's dirt.
It's dirt. And it chewed through it, burned it up, put up a good show, and then moved on. And so that's why the top of the fire is already kind of burned itself out, because there's just not that thick vegetation to burn.
Not to feed it.
Exactly, to feed it. So, it's very dry up there, though, I will tell you that. So, but as it pushes down into the south there, it's just kind of continuously picking up some of that new vegetation that it hasn't burned. But from the top of that shot right there, you can see that it burns through it pretty quick, and then it's kind of done. And that's the nature of the vegetation that is in that area.
So, From what you have heard, you haven't heard about any sort of evacuation to people on the ground?
No, not yet. I do hear Battalion, I think it's a Battalion 11 that just took command of the scene. So Battalion 11 took command of the scene, and they're getting coordinating, because now you've got 2 fire departments coming in, so they're coordinating a communications plan so they can communicate with both LA City and LA County to kind of get this together here. And again, we've got all of those air resources that are just starting to get on scene. I'm going to ask Oliver to make sure he keeps an eye out for them, because I now see 1, 2, 3 fire helicopters that are kind of getting in the area. And you see all those additional crews, and you've got park rangers that are up there as well that are making sure the trail was truthfully evacuated and that everything's going okay right there.
Well, that's true, and we do know that we have the mutual assistance in all of these fires that are burning here. That looks like another chopper getting ready to make a drop.
Yep, there we go.
There it is.
Yep, that's what we want to see. That's obviously the ideal situation here, as many of those as we can get. And Ollie, hold your shot right there and actually tilt up a little bit for me, because it looks like it's under the smoke there, but yeah, look at that. It may have spotted out ahead of itself too. Can you pull out just a little bit, Oliver? I just want to see. Yeah, okay. So it looks like it spotted out a little bit to the west there, to that other ridge line. So you see it kind of burning on 2 ridge lines now. And again, it's hard to tell if it jumped that ridge line, or if we just weren't able to see it under the smoke and it's just been kind of slowly moving its way down there.
Well, we certainly see a lot more smoke.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. Okay, well, Mike, we're going to join you again, of course, and have an update on the situation there near Runyon Canyon.
And Pat,
go ahead.
Just really quickly before I let you go,
sure.
We are hearing mandatory evacuations. Mandatory evacuations now for Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the west, Mulholland to the north, and the 101 freeway to the east. That is a very large chunk of land. Let me, can we put my computer in an inset, guys? I want to make sure I draw that out for people so they can see just really quickly, and I'm sorry, then we can move on, but I just want to show people where that is, because that's a pretty significant chunk of land that is under a mandatory evacuation order now, and Matt on our web digital desk just caught that for me, so I just want to make sure we draw this out. It's Laurel Canyon, as I mentioned, to the west, 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard on the south end, and Mulholland to the north. And if we can put my computer in an inset box, guys, so I can show people and draw this out, because this is that's a lot of people that are in that area that are under this evacuation order right now. So as soon as we can show my computer, I can show people. There we go. Thanks, Vinny. Or Mike, I don't even know what time it is anymore. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so here's Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland to the north, the 101 to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard to the south there. So that is the evacuation area. Everything that you see in this circle is the evacuation area. And I'm using this map because these are all the fire helicopters that you can see too, Pat, flying around. So you got Fire 2, Fire 3, Fire 1, there's LA County, there's Fire 4 up here as well somewhere. So
and there's some ground crews, Mike.
And there's tons of ground crews there from both LA City and LA County. So again, for those viewers that are watching us, Laurel Canyon on the west side, Mulholland to the north, the 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. That is under a mandatory evacuation according to the LA City Fire Department.
Okay, Mike, we want to talk to Evelyn about this, but Ev, if you hold on for a second, because I know you're very familiar with that area, we want to go to our Lori Perez. Lori is along PCH, where she was all night long. Lori, we understand that there are several homes on fire behind you? Oh.
That's right, Pat. You know, I certainly did not expect to see flames again like this after leaving here early this morning. But take a look. Here we are just south of Tuna Canyon Road, an absolute inferno. Now, when we got here about 45 minutes ago, only that first house closest to us was on fire. And in the last 45 minutes, it has spread to 4 other houses. These are beachside homes. Some of what locals call the sandcastle homes, and some of what so many that have burned to the ground since yesterday. These are really burning, as you can see, fast and furiously. We have already seen and heard the interior structures of some of those collapsing, and it won't be long, I'm sure, before the rest of them follow. I was noticing, you know, people from all over the world usually come to PCH and through Malibu specifically to kind of admire the coast, but a whole other kind of a tourist is coming here. We passed cars tonight, windows down, phones taking video of just the stunning view of destruction, just a line of devastation down the coast. And there are compound dangers that come with the fires. You see the telephone poles, you might be able to see in the foreground here, kind of leaning precariously. They have been compromised. They are getting pulled down as other poles have burned and fallen down up and down PCH. And those are hazards as fire crews and emergency personnel are trying to respond to situations, of course. And it seems that the flames and the fire are not going away. There are new eruptions like these happening, lighting up the sky once again tonight with just complete heartbreak. And it's so scary. You know, when I was just waiting to go on here and listening to Mike talking about the new evacuation orders and warnings, you know, in my head, I'm kind of going through a Rolodex of who do I know in those areas. You know, I have 3 young nieces who live in this city, and, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody is paying attention and alert and listening and following directions when they need to go. And you know, as I said at the beginning, I really didn't think I was going to be coming back here and seeing this again, but here we are.
And I'm just going to say this, Lori. From where we left you last night, I almost thought, well, are those the same structures that we saw burning last night? But no, that's the case. They would have been burned to the ground already, which they probably are, unfortunately. But these are new homes, or this is like a new set of homes that have actually started to burn. And so very unusual.
That's right. You know, we came from... Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So very unusual. You know, I was talking with someone earlier today about, you know, we see houses burned, but we're seeing entire apartment buildings, condo buildings burn. And as you said, these are new houses. These are the few that remained, frankly, from last night's devastation. And now they're being taken in this evening. And watching these flames erupt, I mean, it's so ferocious. I don't know. If you haven't been close to a fire like this, I don't think you can adequately understand how intense it is, how hot it is, and how terrifying it is to watch from, you know, just a few feet away. It's really, and just to see it just having its will, you know, with whatever stands in its way. I mean, nothing can fight it. Well,
and we see the firefighters there on the ground putting water on this, but so unfortunate to see. And, you know, we've heard so much information about the winds, still red flag warnings, of course, but subsiding somewhat, at least so we can get some air power to fight these fires from above, which is so desperately needed. But then to see something like this, you know, you have to hold on to hope, but it is, you know, discouraging.
Discouraging, but I did talk to some locals who said they are holding on to hope. And even in the face of enormous loss, they are taking solace, and they are have a lot of gratitude for the community that is sustaining each other through this. You know, in the last few hours, in the last 24 hours, they have seen their community come together. People staying in other people's houses and offering food and, of course, water and anything they can do, and just offering kind words and to anyone who needs it, and any help whatsoever that people need. People are ready to give it, and that's always encouraging to see at times like this.
Well, you're right about that. You have to find the encouragement in the face of adversity, and we are seeing a lot of that. And Lori, I think I can safely say that just about all of us here know someone. If we're not impacted, then we know someone or family who has been impacted or could be impacted from these fires. And as you know, you've been listening to us talk about this fire that's burning now near Runyon Canyon, and that presents another problem. So we're going to break away from your live shot for a moment and get back to that fire with the latest update from Mike Rogers at the desk.
Yeah, you know, we're continuing to monitor the fire, as you mentioned, Pat, in Runyon Canyon. I can tell you there are a lot of resources on there. Oliver just put up the map tracker for us so that you can see exactly where this is burning right now. And you see Runyon Canyon Road, that's on the eastern side of the fire. Now, Curson Avenue, that is, and I'll go to the left for me. Curson Avenue is what I want to show people, because that is kind of the entrance to Runyon right there. So you see it right there, and that's kind of how you get up into Runyon. So Nichols Canyon Road is to the left there. Now, Ollie, pull out for me, because I want to give everybody the perspective based on what the evacuations are. So Laurel Canyon, which is even further to the left, is where the western edge of the evacuation warning is, or the evacuation order is. But I want you to see that the fire is still a pretty decent distance. And Oliver, keep planning to the left for me so I can get Laurel Canyon in the shot there. And I'll show you here because I want to show you how still kind of distant away. See, Laurel Canyon is right up there. See it on the left?
Yes.
So it is a good chunk of land away from where this fire is. And there you've got Sunset off of Laurel and Hollywood and Fairfax. So we've got a good distance between where it gets very populated, even though I'm sure the flames are just massive to see there. Ollie, go back to the right. I want to show everybody the 101 freeway because I want to show you the border of the evacuation zone to the right side of the screen to the east. And you'll see Oliver pans out, and there's the 101 as it pushes through. So yes, the evacuation zone is very large, but in comparison to what the footprint of this fire is right now, there's a lot of distance. So we'll go back in tight on the fire now, Ollie, and I want to show people that it is pushing to the south. That's the way it is burning right now. It is using the land and the topography to kind of push down to the south of the fire, and you'll see that. And that's what we talked about, Pat. It doesn't look like it's been growing any significant size at all, but you can see that it is just kind of pushing down in the topography. And as I mentioned, we've got 2 full-blown responses on this, both from LA City Fire and LA County Fire, that are both working this fire with a number of water dropping helicopters from both agencies. They are doing incredible work to try to get this under control, and we've got a lot of people on the ground as well. So Vista Street, Curson Avenue, those are the nearest neighborhoods that will be impacted by this to the south. So if you are in that evacuation warning, if you're in the evacuation area, you should go. However, I want to let you know that the most critical area for this is the southern end of the evacuation warning. And that is the people that are on Hollywood Boulevard to the north of Hollywood Boulevard in the area of Vista, Curson, and those streets right there. That is the area that the fire seems to be pushing. That is where we've been watching it as it moves to the south. There you see Hollywood Boulevard, Gardner, Vista. Those are all the streets, Franklin, even north of Franklin. Those are all the streets that run right up into Runyon Canyon there. So, the way the fire has been moving and the amount of resources they have on it, there's a very good chance that they will be able to stop this before it gets into those neighborhoods. That is certainly the hope, but that is where we're at right now.
Okay, and Mike, as we say that, still, if there are mandatory evacuation orders, then just go.
Right, just go. And it's a lot of people. And if there's anything we've learned over the last 2 days, you should go. If you're in that mandatory evacuation zone, I can tell you personally, I'm on the outer edge of this evacuation zone. I'm watching this very closely. My home is not under an evacuation zone right now, but if you are in that evacuation zone, you should get out and go.
Do you know if the sheriff's deputies are on the ground telling people?
It's a mix because this is a multi-jurisdictional here. There's a little bit of county and a little bit of city. So I do know LAPD. I've seen them in there. The other thing about this area where Runyon is it's full of park rangers. So park rangers are also going through and getting people out. LAPD, I've seen them down there doing that work as well, and they'll do that in the foothill neighborhood of that mountain too.
Okay. Well, I know I can hear Evelyn on the phone back there, but Evelyn knows this area very well as well. Are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to go. Yep. Just trying to get a few family members in order because, of course, a lot of us really affected at the moment in this area. And I will tell you that, as Mike was just saying, it is moving toward West Hollywood at the moment. So, again, moving toward West Hollywood, there's Apollo Drive. You're looking at Nichols Canyon. That's the view that we're seeing right there. There's Nichols Canyon Road that winds from Hollywood all the way to Laurel Canyon. So that's the connecting point right there. And you've got Runyon Canyon as well. You've got the top of Runyon where the fire broke out, closer to Woodrow Wilson and Mulholland. And then you've got the bottom of Runyon, and that's where the fire is headed right now. And that's close to Wattles. There's Wattles Park there, beautiful park. Spend a lot of time there. And I will tell you, that's what we're looking at. You can see the water dropping helicopter right now coming in over the area, over Curson, and over, again, this is lower Runyon. So this is going to be closer to Wattles, to the park right there, and Nichols coming down into Stanley. There you have it. So this is moving toward West Hollywood at the moment. Winds coming out of the northeast, and I was just looking at current wind speeds all across Southern California. We have something called the Fire Weather Snooper, where we get all current conditions. And I will tell you that currently we're looking at double-digit wind speeds right now, and we're looking at gusts up to 17, 20 plus miles per hour. Again, this is a far cry from what we were looking at yesterday at this time. I just want to remind you again that we were looking at winds in the 60 to 70 mile 20-mile-per-hour range across most of Southern California, with isolated gusts between 90, even 100 miles per hour. So the good news tonight is we're not seeing anything close to that, but we are still seeing wind. We don't want to downplay the fact that we are still looking at wind out there in the area. There's Wattles, of course, that's what we're keeping our eyes on. There's Wattles Estate in that area. There's a really beautiful park running through Wattles, and that kind of connects up near Runyon as well, where the bottom of Runyon comes in. We've also got parts of Mount Olympus and Nichols right there, Jupiter Drive and Zerata, Astral, Willow Glen. That's the other side of Laurel Canyon Boulevard. That's where the helicopter is flying, right near there. And that, again, connects into Nichols. So this is the road from Runyon to Nichols. It really runs from the top of Laurel Canyon all the way down to Nichols into West Hollywood along Hollywood Boulevard there, and Stanley as well. So Kearse on Stanley, Wattles, Nichols Canyon Road, that's what you're looking at the moment. So that's where the fire is headed as we get a look at that northeasterly wind that's coming in, pushing the fire down the hill on the West Hollywood side of Laurel Canyon, not the valley side, but the city side. And again, current wind speeds at about 20 miles per hour. But remember, on the ridge tops, it's a completely different story there. That's where fire can potentially create its own conditions if it is strong enough. We see updrafts and downdrafts, but not strong enough to halt, of course, aircraft. And that's good news because we're still looking at water dropping helicopters across most of Southern California tonight. We are thankful that we can continue to fly, that the fire department can continue to fly. And I do want to remind you that we are looking at red flag warnings through Friday. So even though the winds are calmer, fires can still break out. We've been keeping eyes on the Palisades, on Eaton Canyon, on the high desert tonight. But here we go. At any moment, really, any fire could break out anywhere. And this last one breaking out in Hollywood Hills not too long ago. So here's Wattles again, the lower part of Nichols Canyon. That's where the fire is headed, from the top of Nichols down to the bottom. So it is a residential community there. And of course, we've got lots of hiking trails in the area and a very busy area at the bottom, of course, of Runyon. So we're going to continue to keep eyes. We're keeping eyes on the forecast. But again, 20-mile-per-hour wind speeds right now, dry conditions in the teens. It could be drier, it could be windier. So of course it could be worse, but it certainly could be a lot better. So we're going to continue to keep eyes. But for now, Pat, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, F. Yeah, I know you've been checking on your family members, and I think I can say, because I did get his permission, our Mike Rogers on the desk just went home to see about his dog.
Yeah.
He is efforting to make it back here. And on the phone right now is our own Chris Holmstrom. He has been evacuated from Hollywood Hills. Chris, are you there?
Hey, Pat. Oh,
hey, honey.
What a nightmare out here. I've been watching. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm driving right now over on Franklin and La Brea, and within 30 minutes we were watching that press conference. All of a sudden we started smelling the smoke coming from Runyon Canyon. As you know, this is a place where so many people go. We packed our dog. We had our family that was here with their dogs because they got evacuated from where they're from. And right now it is a standstill out here. I know resources are limited, but it's a frightening situation because if you know this area, it's very dense. There are so many apartment and condo buildings that are high rises, and it's literally jam-packed out here. It looks like it's the middle of rush hour, and it's pretty chaotic.
Now, Chris, do you see any law enforcement in sight directing traffic, telling people where to go, or are you just kind of on your own right now?
Everyone's kind of on their own. If I'm running by, families, if I see kids, I'm asking them if they need help. People seem to be helping out as much as they can, but everyone's also trying to get out of this area because, as you know, if that fire keeps going down and starts hitting those homes, everyone's going to be trapped down here, and that's a scary situation. But when you don't have those resources, it makes it that much harder and that much more chaotic. So people are kind of just going the best that they can.
Now, we're looking at some more water-dropping choppers circling back, Chris, to make another drop, if that is any kind of good news right now. And I'm sure you can hear. You hear a lot of commotion. Do you hear the choppers in the air?
I hear a lot of commotion. I'm literally on the intersection of Franklin and La Brea. If I look to my left, I could see the hillside on fire with all of these dozens of cars. Like, that's how close it is to this spot. And I do hear the helicopters. That's one of the things I realized at first, because when I was watching that press conference on the news, I'm like, that looks like the Hollywood Hills area. And sure enough, went outside and saw those choppers. So I'm hoping they can contain it to where it's at right now so all these people can get out, because there's a lot of old people that live here in this Hollywood area, in the Hollywood Hills area, that are in their apartment, and I just hope and pray that they get the help that they need, because I can only imagine how scary that is, especially when you can't get any crews
Now, Chris,
coming in.
You heard about the evacuation orders from watching the press conference. Is that right? It's not as if someone. Okay.
I was watching the press conference, looked outside, and I'm like, sure enough, there it is. My neighbors were calling me, freaking out, saying they're evacuating. I went outside. My partner Josh ran back up, and he's like, we need to evacuate right now. We grabbed everything we can. Our family's with us. They were evacuated as well. We have 4 or 5 dogs with us. So now we're heading I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go right now to make sure we're in safety. But traffic is moving slowly, but hopefully it keeps on going. There's a lot of people here.
Oh, I was going to ask you, do you have a place to go? Do you have somewhere in mind? Go ahead.
We do. We're planning to head to Glendale right now. I know that's close to the Eaton fire. But I have several friends and family here that have offered us a place to stay. So once we get out of this commotion and chaos, I think we'll have to reevaluate where our next place is going to go if those spots don't work. But
sorry to hear that, Chris.
You see it on the news, and you report about other people, and I just feel for everyone all day long. And what everyone's going through, it just breaks my heart.
I know. It's so sad to talk about, but, we have to be. Those of us that are here, we have to be here to inform our viewers. And, I try to tell people that even we have our own folk that are impacted. Right. And I didn't expect to hear from you today, Chris. And this is an area that we didn't expect to hear to be impacted either, because we hadn't talked about this yesterday.
That's why we had our family come here, because they're like, we're good. And I'm like, we have a lot of dry brush up in the Runyon Canyon area. As we know, we've been talking about there hasn't been any rain. And I'm like, let's just take it one step at a time, because one fire can spark that quickly. Thankfully, the wind, I got back into town early this morning, and the wind was so strong. Thankfully, the wind has died down in this particular area. So that is something good, and hopefully that makes it easier for fire crews up in the air. That it's not like it was this morning.
Well, I'm so glad that you are able to, you're moving away from this. We know right now, Chris, we can say that this fire is at 20 acres. Believe it or not, this is something that just started, 10 minutes ago? I think we've been on it for...
maybe, I want to say like 30 minutes ago. I'm not exactly sure. It's all kind of bleeding together right now. But
okay.
I hope everyone gets out, and if they know people in this area, there are fire crews, so that's a good thing to see, and at least up in the sky.
All right, and at least you're able to maneuver. I know you said it's almost at a standstill, but traffic is moving. So listen, I want to wish you all the best, Chris.
Yeah,
you and your family, and call back, and let us know how you're doing, and text me if you want as well. Do both of those things, because we're going to be thinking about you. We're looking at shots, I'm sure, from Oliver right now of the traffic on the ground. You could be in some of that.
I need to check in with Mike Rogers, because he lives right down from me, so hopefully he's able to get his dog and get out. So
yeah,
I'm checking with him to see if everything's okay with him.
He left about 5 minutes ago, Chris. So good looking out for one another, and appreciate you so much. Love you, and be well.
I love you, Pat. I love everyone, and everyone be safe out there. We'll be good.
All right. Thanks so much, Chris.
Okay.
Okay. Well, now we're going to go to our KCAL news reporter, Gio Insignaris.
Now we're going to go to our KCAL
have an
news
echo?
reporter, Gio Insignaris.
He's live in Altadena.
Sorry about that, Pat. Yeah, we've been having some spotty cell service throughout the evening so far, so I had you on the two-way radio here because things have been going in and out when it comes to calls, when it comes to conversations. Even sending emails has been difficult, but we want to show you this fire behind us right now because this is just a slice of the devastation here in Altadena. You've seen it from sunrise all the way till now. This home, from the moment we pulled up, I want to say about 20 minutes ago or so, has just been engulfed in flames, the embers sparking all the way up into the sky, the smoke and some of those embers getting down to us here as well. I mean, like we mentioned, it's just one of multiple homes we've seen. I mean, earlier when we got here just before sunset, there was a home about a similar size or so raging in fire, and you see the crews here. There's one fire engine, LA County fire engine here off to the side, and you see crews sort of doing their best to douse these flames out here. We saw one similarly engulfed house earlier, and then the roof just, the whole thing just collapsed in front of us, and you had a bunch of people taking photos, taking videos. We ran into someone who said that they lived in Downey and wanted to come up here just to see what was going on, and then others we ran into who were trying to check in on their friends and their families. And with that, I want to take you to some video that we shot earlier from that moment that we're talking about. And this was a house where this man told us, Henry was his name, he said that he bought it more than a decade ago. He just heard that, oh, I thought, oh, I'll go to sleep, everything will be fine. And then next thing he knew, the very next morning, he was getting told by friends, hey, the evacuation orders, they're right there for you. You got to go. And then he just packed up his stuff. It was just him. And then he went with his friends to Glendale, who he's been staying with at the time. Take a listen to him when we asked him, I mean, how are you handling all of this? And I'll admit, to my surprise a little bit, he seems to be taking it pretty well.
You know, to me, it's a house. I'm not emotionally tied to my house and to my things. To me, it's just things. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a beautiful house. I wish it could have stayed, but as you can see, you know, this house, my neighbor's house, and the one over there, all in a row, and his house just wasn't meant to be. It probably still hasn't hit me that this happened, because I thought this would never happen. Mm-hmm.
And again, that was just one house in that entire neighborhood where we just saw rubble, ash, devastation left and right as we bring you back out here live to this active fire, these active flames. Just one, I mean, we're a stone's throw away from the main strip down here in Altadena that we were showing you earlier, where there was the middle school that was on fire, there were buildings, multiple businesses on fire, and it just really paints an upsetting picture, really, Pat, as we've been talking about all day. And Henry, that man we were just mentioning that we were talking to earlier, and he said he was going to stay with his friends in the meantime in Glendale, coincidentally, similar to Chris and that conversation you were having earlier. You know, you see these folks doing the best they can to try and help each other out, try and say, hey, I know, like, maybe we're going to be next step right there having to evacuate, but at least we'll get to do it together, and try and support each other in any way you can, because in these situations it kind of forces you to do whatever you have to in the moment, and there's so much fear, so much uncertainty, and so much going on that I was surprised he had the reaction that he did, Henry, when we talked to him, because others that we spoke with throughout the evening were understandably emotional, devastated, and some of those were just checking on their friends' houses, not even their own. They were saying, oh, ours are fine, but I'm heartbroken for my friend, my brother, my sister that are out here. There's no shortage out here of the terrible things you're seeing, and just where we're standing right now, I'll tell you, it's dark, but you know that you just see a pillar of smoke elsewhere. You see embers flickering down. You see someone else running and trying to grab a photo of something else that's crashing down. Hot spots left and right. No shortage of the devastation out here in Altadena, and I know that's just one piece of a much grander, larger puzzle that we've been keeping an eye on for you guys at home, you know, in these last 24 hours, Pat.
And you know what? That puzzle, it gets bigger and bigger, unfortunately. We're adding pieces to the puzzle that we don't want to, and I'm talking about the Hollywood Hills fire that we have been talking about with our own colleague, Chris Holmstrom. You know, Gio, I've been listening to what you've said when you talk about people that say they have a home, but they get emotional when they go out and see people that have lost theirs. I know little children who, they may be away from their home, evacuated because, let's say, it had smoke damage, but their school burned down and they're not able to go to school anymore, or they know friends who have lost their home. You know, how do you console a child who is so emotional and so sad right now because their familiarity is gone? Thank God their parents are there, which is, I think, you know, the gentleman that you talked to, his spirit is, I'm here, you know, and I'm talking to you. Even if he's just talking to you, Gio, there's that other human connection that he has, and that I'm hoping that so many other families have to get through this.
It's so hard. You're so right, and it's so difficult because, you know, when you're dealing with kids, when you're dealing with your family, you know, those parents are suffering too, and you got to find a way. And I think in all of our years, I think we realize just how smart and emotionally intelligent kids are. You don't really have to sugarcoat it all that often, you know? You just have to reiterate that we are there for each other, that something is happening, that we need to take it seriously, and then they tend to get that a lot faster than sometimes you would think. And sometimes, unfortunately, these situations force that reaction out of you, and that you don't have time to think or couch it or react in a way that makes you sugarcoat something. You just got to go and you got to do it together. And all these conversations that we've had, that we've both been listening to, that you've been chatting with, and the ones we've been having out here in the field with so many people, it highlights that, it underlines it, it emphasizes so much of what you're trying to do to help each other, and hoping really in some cases that let's just do this now, and then we'll figure out the rest later, whether that's you don't have a home to come back to, but at least you have your family and friends, because so much of the sadness comes from hearing those stories of those who decided they didn't want to go and decided to stick back. And you certainly understand why they choose to do that, even if you wish and plead with every ounce of your body that they didn't have to do that. And it's one of the most terrifyingly empathetic situations you can put yourself in. And you're just hoping that that number is kept to as a low, as a minimum as possible, because it is stark, it is striking, and no matter how many times you see these situations, you report on these situations, no matter where you are, here or across the country, it does not get any easier, and it does not dull down the significance of what you're dealing with. So you want to reiterate that point and know that you're going to be able to get through it as long as you get through it with your close friends and family.
You know, this is a saying that some people might find cliche, but certainly I think serves us well in these kinds of circumstances, and probably just about any other thing that impacts your life in such a huge way. Day at a time. Day at a time. All right, Jill, thank you. Thank you so much for that report from Altadena, and of course wishing everyone the best out there. We're taking another picture now of that new fire that is burning near Runyon Canyon. I'm going to give you the evacuation zone. Laurel Canyon to the west, Mulholland to the north, 101 to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard on the south end. Our Chris Holmstrom has been impacted. He lives in that area. He had to evacuate. Our Mike Rogers has gone to check on a pet and a loved one, and he should be back. We're hoping that he will be back. But this is the situation right now. At least 20 acres have burned. They do have water dropping helicopters on scene. We've seen at least 4 so far that are trying to make a move on this fire to put the flames out, and of course to assure some of the residents that live in those evacuation areas that I told you about that their homes and their belongings will be safe, and those that have left hopefully will be able to come back. But right now we are still waiting on updates, but we can follow this fire by the conditions that we're under right now. And we know that what we have experienced over the last 2 days is a severe wind-driven event. KCAL meteorologist Evelyn Taft. Yep. Evelyn Taft, you're tracking the conditions, and Evelyn, I know you're impacted by this area as well.
Absolutely, Pat. I'm trying to actually currently get my family out, and no reception, no power for the last 2 days, so that's certainly been a challenge. And of course, trying to get you guys the latest information. I was just on the phone with National Weather Service, our local office, trying to get our observations for the area, because there's actually not a lot of observation points that we usually use as far as fire goes in these areas. So right now I am getting 2 observation points somewhat near this fire. And I just want to tell you, generally speaking, let's start with temperatures, right? There's 3 recipes to fire: temperature, relative humidity, and then on top of that, wind. So we're looking at 13-mile-per-hour winds right now with gusts up to 25 miles per hour.
Evelyn?
Yes, Pat.
Evelyn, hold on 1 second. I wouldn't interrupt you unless I had a very good reason to do that. Yes. And you're going to want to hear this too. We have Margaret Stewart from LA Fire on the phone with us again. And I say again because you were so gracious to talk to us last evening, Ms. Stewart. Can you give us the latest information on what we are witnessing right now near Runyon Canyon?
Yes, we have a very dangerous and explosive fire in the Runyon Canyon, and we cannot emphasize enough, we need people to adhere to our immediate mandatory evacuation, and I will describe the box for you. On the right to the east is the 101, north to Mulholland, west to Laurel Canyon, south to Hollywood Boulevard. So that's the current mandatory evacuation zone. And if you go to lafd.org/news, you can click on the Sunset Fire link, and you'll be able to see the map. And to the west, so the evacuation zone will be in red. In yellow is the evacuation warning, and that goes slightly further south, I believe to Sunset, and it goes west and slightly north, primarily westerly direction, for quite a ways out towards Franklin Canyon. And so while we want immediate evacuation in the box I described, we also are asking people to evacuate early in the warning zone because this has the potential to move quickly. As you were just discussing, winds are still in excess of 25 miles per hour. Fortunately, they're not nearly what we had last night, and our aircraft are making, they're able to make drops, and they can start knocking out the hot pockets in the large areas of fire. But this is a dangerous situation, and we want people to go now.
Ms. Stewart, are you confident with the resources that we have, the extra resources that we are having today, that, and I know you don't want to make a prediction, but you know, this is your area. Are you pretty confident that we can get this under control before it gets out of control?
We've got 27 fire companies that are already on scene. That's over 150 firefighters that are on scene for structure defense and to anchor this fire, and then combine that with our air assets that are making water drops. It's a well-orchestrated team, and now that we have the ability to fight on both fronts, from the air and from the ground, it gives us a much better position to be able to stop this fire.
And I know this is the work of law enforcement when it has to do with people being evacuated, but do you have any updates on that? Is there an organized effort as to where people should go? Are you privy to that information right now?
Yeah, so our law enforcement partners, LAPD, and potentially the sheriff's deputies may be assisting them, will handle the hands-on evacuation, and Parks and Recs are preparing evacuation centers. It takes a minute to get those ready, so they're not open yet. So right now we just want people to get south and get out of the area. And as soon as we have those evacuation centers up and running and staffed, we will get that information out.
Is there a website that you could give me now, Ms. Stewart, that when the information is ready, you can... Okay.
LAFD.org/news, and you'll actually see a page for each of the fires. You'll see the Hearst Fire, the Palisades Fire, and the Sunset Fire. Each have a link, and they each have their own map that shows the evacuation zones and all of the current information.
Can you say right now that this fire that we're looking at is a result of some of the other fires that have been burning? It seems to be pretty far away from the Eaton.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not. I would say that's not likely because the distance and the winds obviously aren't what they were earlier in the day and last night. But right now we just don't know. Right now our focus is life and property.
Okay, and can you tell us about any other areas that you're involved in right now? LA Fire. Can you give us an update? Do you have any new information? Since I have you on the phone.
We gave. Yeah, we had a press conference, a little while ago regarding the Palisades Fire. So any new information was provided there. There's no update on that. The Hearst Fire has been held at the same 700 acres. It's not contained yet, which means having fire lines around the fire, but it has not grown, and we've had no injuries at the Hearst Fire. So those are our three incidents.
Okay, Ms. Stewart, we really appreciate you speaking with us again this evening, and we certainly wish you well through all of this, and we will hopefully be able to speak with you again.
Sure.
All right, thank you. And thank you very much. All right, Evelyn, I hope you were listening to what Margaret Stewart had to say from LA Fire.
Yes, no, we appreciate her joining us and all the information. I mean, it's so critical right now, and so many people listening, Pat, including myself and my family, who I had to bring down here because we are also currently under these evacuation orders. So I will tell you right now, we are getting a look at current conditions, and I want to talk weather with you because there's a couple weather stations that we're looking at in the area, and we are looking at wind gusts at about 25 miles per hour. So That's significant. I mean, look, it's not where we were last night. It's not where we were early this morning, but that's still gusty enough to push this fire toward West Hollywood, which is the direction it is currently headed. You could see the smoke heading down the ridge tops. Of course, on the ridge lines, it could get gustier as winds start to pick up because weather does start creating its own forecast where we see updraft and downdraft winds, really sometimes creating, again, gustier situations than the ones initially on hand. We are looking at water dropping helicopters at the moment as well, which is very good news for us because, of course, we were looking at quite a bit of wind where you couldn't fly in those conditions. So at least air dropping helicopters can currently fly and drop, of course, water over the fire at the moment. So we, again, have been looking at wind gusts in the 20+ mile per hour range with sustained winds around 13 miles per hour. When it comes to fires, we were talking about this earlier, there's a recipe. There's 3 ingredients. Ingredient 1 is, of course, the temperature. So we're not looking at warm numbers. So that's good news. Ingredient 2 is relative humidity. So right now we're looking at a combination relative humidity in the area between 8 and 11%. So give or take, we would say about 9–10% at the most, which is extremely low. And we're looking at gusts at 15 miles per hour, again, between 15 and 20 at the moment. So it's a combination of the relative humidity, of the wind, and of temperatures. And at this point, relative humidity not working in our favor, wind not working in our favor. But again, it was gustier, but that doesn't discount the fact that we're still looking at 20+ mile per hour wind gusts in the area. And that is fast enough to carry those flames down the hill. And that's exactly what, like we said, down the hill, heading toward the city side from Laurel Canyon Boulevard. From that perspective, Nichols Canyon, Runyon Canyon. So now heading toward the bottom of Runyon Canyon, even though the fire did break out at the top of Runyon Canyon near Solar Drive not too long ago. So it is a very fast moving fire. We've been tracking it for at least the last, I want to say, hour or so, maybe a little before that. So at this point, again, you could see the gridlock in West Hollywood. We've been looking at quite a bit of traffic. We're looking at the chopper flying overhead, water dropping aircraft. Good news for us tonight. Now, I do want to get a look at your futurecast, and I am looking at wind speeds as we move into the night, because that's the big question. Will these winds get calmer? And technically speaking, yes, they're already there. They've already laid down a lot compared to where we were earlier this morning. But as we get a look at that futurecast, I do want to tell you as we head into the overnight hours, again, tonight being Wednesday into our Thursday, we could see the winds pick up a little bit. We are expecting more wind, though, really starting to head our direction by the time we head into tomorrow night. So in the meantime, we are looking at winds picking up over the next few hours. 20 mile per hour winds in the Hollywood Hills area. Of course, we're continuing to watch Eaton and the Palisades and the high desert as well, where we could get isolated wind gusts up to 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour as we head into the overnight hours. By 3 a.m., 4 a.m., I'm forecasting really quite a bit of wind in those areas. Again, this includes the Santa Monica Mountains. This includes, of course, the San Gabriels. And as we move into Ventura County and Orange County, of course, fire could break out at any time, so we're keeping eyes on all communities. As we move into the early morning hours, I'm inching just a little bit into the 6 a.m. hour, the 7 a.m. hour. We're still looking at quite a bit of wind in the higher elevations. You'll see right there, that purple on your screen. By late morning, we're still contending with 20 to 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, even 50 mile per hour winds. Again, this encompasses the San Gabriels, the high desert, the Hollywood Hills, the Palisades. I mean, really all areas that we've been continuing to keep an eye on. New fires and fires that have already been burning since last night and since yesterday afternoon. Some saving grace by tomorrow night, because we will start to see things lay down a little bit, much more so, much more isolated by the time we head into tomorrow and Thursday. But take a look at what happens once we move into Thursday. We're not in the clear yet. I'm stopping the clock. I'm moving quickly just so you can really see what's going to be happening over the next couple of days, because this is going to be a long stretch. We are not out of the woods. Of course, in Hollywood Hills, in Runyon, in Nichols, we are just getting started as we move into the 1:30 hour, 2 o'clock hour. Take a look right here. As we move into Thursday afternoon, we're still looking at quite a bit of wind in the higher elevations. Now, it's Thursday overnight into Friday that we started to get particularly concerned about, but it does look like this particular forecast model is showing us much calmer conditions by Friday night, but it's only Wednesday. So we do have a few days to go. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. I do want to get back to where we are tonight because, of course, all eyes on tonight. We're going to start at midnight. A few hours to go before then, but certainly all of these fires will continue to burn well into tonight, well into tomorrow, and really well into the days to come for some of us. And you will see again, just to replay that for you, the purple areas on your screen indicative of 50-mile-per-hour winds. The red areas on your screen indicative of 40-mile-per-hour winds, and we're looking at about 30-mile-per-hour winds right there at the most in the Hollywood Hills, which again, still strong enough to carry these flames as we've seen. I mean, this fire has been spreading rapidly as we move into tomorrow morning. Again, pretty much everybody affected by that wind. 9:45 tomorrow morning, 10:15 late morning is really when things start to peak. Originally, we were looking at a peak tomorrow night into Friday morning, but looks like we're really getting the brunt of it 10:15 tomorrow morning through the high desert, through the San Gabriels, through the Santa Monica Mountains. So, of course, this will continue to be a concern. But right now we are looking at temps in the 60s. Good news. Wind 25 miles per hour. Not so great news. And relative humidity in the single digits. And that's why this fire is really burning so rapidly. And Pat, just to put it into perspective, I mean, we haven't seen measurable rain since May.
Right.
Okay, and we're in January.
Yeah.
And it's such a far departure from the last 2 years because I was looking at just this day last year, we were looking at torrential downpours. So it's just a completely different story here in Southern California to start off this year and really starting off January. It's really wild. I mean, we haven't seen anything quite like this. And we're saying it's one of the most destructive fires, at least in the Palisades, in LA history, Pat. So
there's no question.
Unbelievable.
The only one worse than that was in 1961, Bel Air, and actually that it burned nearly 500 houses. So Pacific Palisades is in the record books now as being one of the worst. And you know, we've been watching this area. We've got 15,000 plus acres that have burned, and we continue to see homes and structures burn in the Pacific Palisades area. KCAL News reporter Lauren Posen is live there now. Lauren, can you give us your location and tell us what you're witnessing right now?
Well, Pat, I've never seen anything like this in all my years of reporting. Just complete devastation that is just ongoing. Right now, we're at the bottom of PCH near Sunset because there's no cell phone reception up higher in the Palisades. A couple minutes ago, we heard a little bit of an explosion, which is what we've been hearing all throughout the day here. A little bit of a hot spot popping up right behind us here. You can see on the mountain. The winds are really picking up too. Not as heavy as we've seen in the past, but they're definitely quite strong. So we have a little hot spot over here, and then we're going to flip the camera back over to me real quickly, and then I want to show you our newsman. And then, of course, we have another hot spot over there. You can see the embers are just flying, and the patrol car, I think, is going to be making its way right in front of us here. So even though we can't go live up in the Palisades with you, we did go up there, and we got some video to show you. So I want to go to that video now. The first thing I want to show you is this church, because in this neighborhood with the Pacific Palisades, you know, neighborhoods, restaurants, schools, and churches like this one are just gone. This was one of the bigger fires that we saw at Community Methodist Church. The entire church was up in flames. We heard sounds of explosions as it burned. Firefighters were close by, but determined the structure was just too far gone to save, and so they moved on to protect the other structures in the area. Now, just down the street from that church, we saw this other neighborhood, and it's just heartbreaking. Not much is left. Homes are just leveled. This is over on Hampden Place, and you could really tell that people left in a hurry. Cars were still left in the garages. We saw all of them burned. So many power lines are down too, and the streets are just pitch dark up there. The only light you see is from the flames. And then we also went more into town, and we saw one of the main, you know, the drags there. Gelson's is gone. This is video of Gelson's. Ralph's is also gone. Interesting enough, though, Palisades Village is still intact for now, but, you know, across the street, Serena and Lily is gone. We spoke with one man who came up to check on his girlfriend's parents' house, and he was saying one of the frustrating things they're experiencing is just a lack of information. Take a listen. No sound. Okay. Well, that's what he was telling us, that there's just, you know, he came up here. He lives, to be honest, I forgot where he told me where he lived. He doesn't live around here, but he came up here on a bike. to go see if he could see his girlfriend's house, because, you know, you don't know. I mean, unfortunately, people, Pat, they're watching it on TV. They may recognize their house, their street, but everything is just so burned, and there's so it's just destroyed. It's hard to really see where you are, because it looks completely different. It does not look like the Pacific Palisades that we all know and love. Pat?
Yeah, that is so very, very sad. And, you know, as you're, what's so, you know, it just makes you so emotional, because as you were talking there, I'm getting messages from people that I know that are being newly evacuated or ready to go. And it's just, as you mentioned, this is something we haven't seen in LA history. And when you think about it, the entire coastline practically from Malibu, Palisades, and then into Santa Monica, it's on fire, or it's under an evacuation order, or some kind of warning. And we've certainly never seen anything like that. And, you know, we don't want to sound, we always try to bring empowerment and hope to our viewers and people that are living in these areas. So the best thing to say is that we do have more firepower, we have more assistance, more resources. Thank goodness for that. But we just saw this new fire break out, the Sunset Fire. So there's still the possibility for things to happen. But, you know, we have to have hope upon hope. So, Lauren, thanks so much, and you stay safe out there as well. And if you can still listen, we're going to bring back in Evelyn Taft to give us more updates on the weather conditions that are really driving everything that we're seeing. Ev?
Yeah, absolutely, Pat. And really, we're trying to do an extended forecast here just so we could kind of figure out what we are doing, what we are kind of looking into as we move into tonight. And we're really keeping all eyes on the next few hours. And we're keeping eyes, of course, on Eaton Canyon. We're keeping eyes on the Palisades. We're keeping eyes on the high desert. And, of course, the new Sunset Fire, something, Pat, that's been affecting myself and my family. So I'm keeping very close eyes on it as well. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here. And you will see by 5 a.m. Okay, actually, I'm going to rewind. Let's go back to midnight. This is going to be just shortly after midnight. We were expecting that first sort of burst of wind to come back tomorrow night. Winds are a little bit in a lull right now. So again, much calmer than where we've been, and they will continue to stay calmer than where we were last night and this morning. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to be windy. So let's stop the clock right here at 1 a.m. And we're keeping eyes on the Santa Monica Mountains, on the Hollywood Hills, where we're looking at red in the area. This is 30 to 40 mile per hour wind speeds. And the purple indicative of 50 mile per hour wind speeds as we move through the San Gabriels and the LA County Mountains. Now we're going to go ahead and stop the clock at 4 a.m. Overnight, things start to pick up for Simi Valley. We've had eyes on the 118 this whole time, and we are looking at 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts in the area. Same thing goes as we head into the 405 area, into Bel Air, into the mountains right there, into West LA, and the Palisades, of course, as well. We're continuing to keep an eye where we're looking at maybe 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Again, a far departure from the 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds, but still looking at a lot of purple on the map. And you're going to see through the San Gabriels, we're looking at 50 plus mile per hour winds through San Bernardino, through parts of Orange County. Remember, a fire could break out at any time. We have to stay vigilant. Again, multiple fires burning right now. The Hollywood Hills fire, what we're now deeming the Sunset Fire, breaking out not that long ago, really just feels like out of nowhere. You know, it could just happen so quickly. And just a few acres has now exploded. Again, this is the newest brush fire we're talking about near Runyon, exploding at the top of Runyon. Nichols Canyon, right off of Mulholland at the entrance of the park there, now burning down toward the bottom of Runyon, closer to Fuller and Wattles, which is a separate park right there, Wattles Estate, and that entire area in West Hollywood where we've been looking at nothing but gridlock with people trying to get out. So certainly heed the warnings, get out. I know that I got one, my family got one, so we're trying to do the same. So we, as Chris Holmstrom was on the phone with us, Pat, not that long ago, was saying it's hard to report on this just happening to others. Of course, all of a sudden it's friends and family, and then it becomes your family. So this is just a widespread, far-reaching event across all of LA County. We're going to continue to see those winds through 9:45 tomorrow morning, 11:25, 1:25 Wednesday afternoon, and tomorrow afternoon things calmer, but still not quite calm. So winds will get calmer, but the peak of this next wind event really happening after midnight. So it's calmer now with 20-mile-per-hour gusts, but it's only going to get windier as we move into the next few hours, Pat. So all eyes on all areas tonight, and continue to stay vigilant. I'll send it back to you.
All right, indeed, Evelyn, thanks so much. Pat Harvey taking a little bit of a break. This is Juan Fernandez with you here now at 7. The very latest fire to erupt is the Sunset Fire. As you see right here, it is burning in the Hollywood Hills. It has burned so far about 20 acres between Runyon Canyon and Wattles Park. A mandatory evacuation order is now in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard to Mulholland Drive to the 101 freeway down to Hollywood Boulevard. So it seems like a pretty large area. Also tonight, the Palisades fire continues to burn through Pacific Palisades and through Malibu. It scorched more than 15,000 acres, and so far there is no containment on this fire. It is estimated to have destroyed 1,000 buildings in the community, including homes, schools, businesses, and houses of worship. And the Eaton fire has turned deadly. At least 5 people have been killed and more than 100 structures destroyed there as the fire tore through Pasadena and through Altadena. It has grown to more than 10,600 acres, and also in this case, no containment. And a third and smaller fire is burning in the Sylmar area. This one is being called the Hearst Fire. You're seeing it right there. It is currently at 850 acres with 10% containment, so that's some good news there. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place for all 3 of these fires. The air quality, as you might imagine, for most of the Los Angeles metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are power outages all across the area. All right, let's go live now to reporter Tom Waite on the phone near Runyon, the Runyon fire or the Sunset Fire. You're in traffic there, Tom. What's going on?
Yeah, Juan, it's just complete gridlock here along Franklin. We're just below the Magic Castle on Franklin and Orange. You know, traffic obviously is pretty bad in this area on any given night, but it's definitely worse than usual. I also live in this area, so I'm very familiar with it. I'm guessing people are heeding this or trying to heed the warning to evacuate. This is very close to Runyon, you know, the entrance to it. So this is definitely an area where people would be getting that warning and getting ready to leave. And based on what I'm seeing, that's exactly what's happening. There's just a lot of people in their cars. I see some people, you know, leaving their apartment buildings right now. You can hear the chopper. You can see the fire from the freeway as we're coming up the 101 from downtown. We were at the mayor's press conference just a short time ago, and we could see the fire in the hills there. It was pretty. It was very easy to see, and you know, it's obviously growing. So that's a big concern too. I don't get a sense of you know, sort of panic out here necessarily. I mean, it just seems like very, very bad traffic, which we're obviously used to, but this is definitely a bit more than we're used to seeing. It's just barely moving here as we try to get a better angle of the fire.
Yeah, and Tom, you know, and I know that area there, not only are there homes, but there's lots of apartment buildings. That means a lot of people trying to get out of the area now. We see that in your shot there, the traffic was a real slow go. Are you hearing anybody blaring their horn or any sense of urgency, or is it right now just pretty much a calm exodus out of the area?
You know, it seems like there's not a sense of panic. I see some people walking along the street. I don't really hear anyone honking their horns or any sort of kind of road ragey behavior at this point. I think everyone's probably just a bit shell shocked by this, given that we've now, you know, this is like the second day, but it feels like, you know, 2 weeks, you know, given what everyone else is going through here in Southern California. Everyone's just, I'm sure, exhausted, exasperated. There was a small fire in the Hollywood Hills right in West Hollywood yesterday, just a quick one that they were able to get it out really quickly. So that kind of scared a lot of people right in that moment. But then, of course, we had the fire in the Palisades that blew up, and that sort of eclipsed any of the coverage of that fire. But they were able to get the one out in West Hollywood very quickly. I think it was in kind of the area of Crescent Heights and Sunset. But obviously, this is much, much larger, and it is prompting evacuation warnings. I also got the warning. I live, though, just outside of the evacuation area. So right now, I don't think I have to evacuate. But yeah, I mean, I received the warning as well, along with our other colleagues, Chris Holmstrom and Mike Rogers. So yeah, and we're just creeping along here. We're still on Franklin, right near the entrance to Yamashiro. I have a few friends I just received a text message from that they live kind of near the Hollywood Bowl in that area, and they're also leaving. So people are getting the message and they are heading out.
Yep.
It's just tough in LA, right? Because traffic's already bad, and now it's far worse.
Yeah, you know what, Tom? We're looking at a shot here from KCAL, and it's not far from the fire here, the Sunset Fire that we're talking about here. It looks like there's someone's balcony or back balcony on fire right now. It looks like perhaps some Christmas decorations or something on the balcony may have caught fire. And as we're speaking here, it keeps getting more and more intense. And you know, we've often talked about this ember cast, which is how far embers can travel. And KCAL was just showing us just a moment ago where the Sunset Fire is and where this balcony is. It's not that big a distance, and already it looks like there's a possibility that there may be a home catching fire, and I'm hoping somebody spots it if this homeowner is not home and there's nobody seeing it. You know, things could get a lot worse. I hope there's a helicopter right there in the shot, so hopefully they've seen it to see what they can do there, but it's kind of scary.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's already getting bigger. Yeah, I'm watching I'm watching our streaming coverage on CBSLA.com, and I see that it's already. Look at that. It's already exploding in size. Not exploding, but it's already growing in size. Look how quickly these things, these materials are so dry, and obviously it's fresh fuel for these fires. And as you just said, a little bit of wind. It doesn't even take that much wind. And it is not that windy right now where we are, but up in the hills, it could be a totally different story, right?
As we're speaking, Tom, I don't know. I hope it stays this way. It looks like the fire on that balcony is out. I don't know if I can see. I can't see. Maybe the booth can tell me whether or not there's somebody on the balcony because it's such a dark shot. But it looks like for one reason, it looks like it's sparking up a little bit again. But the good news is that the heavier of the flames have settled down a little bit, but again, we're just keeping an eye on this. I'm really hoping that this does not reignite because it is attached to a very nice home there. And once one home goes, these homes are pretty close together in proximity, and we don't want this to keep mushrooming, especially now that we're getting a bit of a break from those very strong winds that are going to stay calm, that are going to give firefighters the chance to get the upper hand on this. The air resources are now up and above once again, fighting this fire here. But yeah, it looks like there's still a bit of an ember of a spark there on that balcony. You can see that too, huh, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just sending in some more video of the traffic jam that we're in right now, just to give people a sense of just how much gridlock is happening right now.
And Tom, I've heard from friends who live in Hollywood. They're just off Sunset Boulevard. And right when this started, they said that they could see the flames from Runyon Canyon, or at least the glow from their front porch. And now the evacuation orders have come all the way down to Hollywood Boulevard. So they're not too far from possibly having to evacuate. And already friends who live in the same zone that you do have moved into their house to wait this out. So I'm hoping that firefighters do get the upper hand on this, and that evacuation orders aren't expanded farther than what they are right now. We're talking about the 101 freeway to one side, Hollywood Boulevard, Mulholland, and Laurel Canyon. So if you're familiar with the area, it's quite a big area here. And as we've been seeing, luckily there are some fire crews already in the hillsides there. And the whole thing is this happened within a very short amount of time.